Hello, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to the second day of SASA's third annual virtual conference, Opening the Ancient World. Give me a minute to make sure that stops. How about that? Is that better? Apologies for that little technical snafu. My name is David Danzig, and as Director of Save Ancient Studies Alliance, again, as Director of Save Ancient Studies Alliance, I would like to express how happy we are to have all of you join us today and tomorrow. Well, today. Wow. Apologize yet again. Okay, is there anything else streaming out loud on my computer? All right, apologies for that. I think I finally got it under control. Again, let me start again. Welcome to the second day of SASA's third annual virtual conference, Opening the Ancient World. My name is David Danzig, and as Director of Save Ancient Studies Alliance, I would like to express how happy we are to have all of you joining us today across the world. This year's conference theme is Discovery, Science, and Technology in the Ancient World, both Traditions and Innovations. We had a wonderful first day. I hope you were able to attend parts of that, and today is going to be even better. I'm going to spend the next several minutes giving an abbreviated introduction, after which we will move on to the first session of the day. First, I'll introduce the conference's theme, and finally, I will explain the conference's format, where it's being live streamed, and how you can participate. Now, to explain a little bit about the SASA Virtual Conference, this conference is intended for all ancient studies scholars and anyone interested in the ancient world. In presenting an academic conference in an open access online format advertised as widely as SASA is able, we have 4 goals in mind. 1 is to hold an academic conference freely available to the public. 2 is to foster discussion and action regarding public outreach and scholarly inclusiveness regarding fields of the ancient world. 3 is to present and support scholarship by scholars around the world who work outside of academia, potentially, and researchers who have not followed the traditional tenure track career path. They too are scholars, and we're all part of one big scholarly community. And 4 is to continue building a joint community of scholars, including both those whose occupations are inside and outside academia. As I mentioned before, the topic of this year's conference is Discovery, Science, and Technology in the Ancient World, Traditions and Innovations. With the increased attention focused on rapid developments in technology in the world today, including the recent introduction of AI advances such as ChatGPT and self-driving cars, this conference seeks to take a wide lens view of how societies have developed and handled science and technological innovation through history. We look at ancient pre-modern times, and we examine tradition and innovation in cultures around the world in the deeper past to try to understand how science and technology has worked in those cultures and be able then to relate them to our world and understand how different cultures have different ways of doing these things and handling things and developing their own technologies and their own systemizations of the natural world or science. Today, we will have a number of presenters who will give academic presentations. These presenters come from numerous spheres. Some are independent researchers, some are PhD students and candidates, some university and community college lecturers, high school teachers, chaplains, archaeologists, art historians, and others. Before we begin the conference, I would like to go over the conference schedule with you, today's schedule at least. And I will share my screen to do that, hopefully. Give me 1 second, share my screen. There we go. Now here you can see the first session will be about innovations, paradigm shifts. That'll be from 10 to noon Eastern time this morning. Then we'll have a special session about access and affordability, a workshop from noon to 1:30. Then another session of presentations from 1:30 to 3:30, discussing the causes and impacts of scientific and technological innovation. And then we have a series of other interesting sessions. The third keynote of the conference with Dr. Adrian Mayer will be at between 3:30 and 4:30 p.m., followed by a couple of SASA team presentations. And then the live stream will end, and we will have a separate social hour from 5 to 6. We invite you all to visit saveancientstudies.org/virtual-conference, and you can still sign up RSVP to join the social hour from 5 to 6. In fact, during that social hour, we will be revealing the raffle winner from this virtual conference. If you haven't yet donated to get your ticket to enter into the raffle, please do. You can do so on saveancientstudies.org/virtual-conference or /donate and have a chance at winning a SASA goodie basket of SASA swag. Now, in terms of the conference itself, there are 3 types of presentations. As we saw, there are presenter sessions, which are academic presentations given by our presenters. We have 1 keynote session today that will go longer. And then we have a special session of the workshop itself. Throughout all of these sessions, everyone who is watching is invited to post their own comments and thoughts and questions in the chat box of wherever you are, especially on our website. Questions that are for the presenters will be selected by the moderator and posed to the presenters at the end of their presentations, time permitting. Also, please tweet about the conference using the hashtag OAW conference. That's Opening the Ancient World Conference. Okay. We are also streaming live on our platforms, SASA's platforms, our Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and our Twitter, and our wonderful partner social media pages, Digital Hammurabi, World History Encyclopedia, Voices of Ancient Egypt, World of Antiquity, Parhay Studio, New Classicists, and History with Kayleigh. We are extremely thankful to our live streaming partners and applaud their role in bringing quality ancient studies content to their viewerships. Last year's conference, we attracted over 10,000 attendees, and we're so excited that we can have so many people here together to think about the ancient world. So welcome to the conference. We're happy to have you all here. Please pop in and out all day today. And again, we'd love to see you at the social hour at 5 o'clock. Now I'd like to introduce today's first moderator, Sam Honchak, a very capable intern on our virtual conference team, and she will be moderating the first sessions today. Sam, this is when you turn your camera. There we go.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the introduction, David, and I'm looking forward to participating in this conference for the rest of the day. Our first presenter is Dr. Maria Cecilia Colombani, who holds a PhD in philosophy from the University of Moron. Her presentation this morning is going to be in the Spanish language, and it will be focused around finding the first traces of the first scientific stammering among the ancient Greeks and linking it to certain historical and cultural configurations. Dr. Colombani is a regular professor of philosophical problems and philosophical anthropology at the University of Moron, is an academic coordinator of the Open Chair of Gender Studies at the University of Moron, and she is the former director of philosophy at the University of Moron. Dr. Colombani, thank you for joining us this morning. And If you would like to, please turn on your camera and microphone and share your screen for your presentation.
Maria, are you able to turn on your video and unmute yourself? How about I try to help you with that? Give us a moment, please, to get this all set up. There you are. And now we don't hear you. Perfect.
Hello.
And if you have a PowerPoint for this presentation, please share your screen whenever you're comfortable.
Ya es momento de que empiece. Must I start?
Please.
Can I begin?
Please do.
Bien, bien. Thank you very much. Bueno, buenos días a todos, a todas y a todes. Yo soy la doctora María Cecilia Colombani de Buenos Aires, República Argentina, y mi conferencia se titula Anaximandro y la nueva imagen del cosmos. Muchas gracias por esta oportunidad de poder conectarme con los compañeros de los distintos lugares del mundo. El propósito del presente trabajo consiste en rastrear las huellas del primer balbuceo científico entre los griegos y vincularlo con ciertas configuraciones histórico-culturales enmarcadas en lo que llamaremos proceso de secularización del pensamiento. Para ello, debemos partir de ciertos aspectos que configuran el tradicionalmente llamado pasaje del mito al logos, o bien abordar el desplazamiento de una lógica de la ambigüedad a una lógica de la no contradicción. Dicho pasaje implica un cambio de paradigma, un nuevo escenario de configuración mental, donde la totalidad de la vida sociopolítica sufre una profunda transformación, un nuevo orden entre las palabras y las cosas, un nuevo esquema o marco conceptual que modifica distintos campos, tales como el político, el artístico, el social, determinando nuevas prácticas, valores y comportamientos socioculturales. De los viejos reinos micénicos a la emergencia de la polis, un cambio profundo ha acontecido en el cosmos humano y social, independientemente de que podamos hilvanar ciertas líneas de continuidad propias de los cambios de paradigma. Asimismo, nos proponemos analizar una configuración que opera como bisagra en el desplazamiento que nos ocupa. Nos referimos a la asamblea espartana que, como representación social, parece delimitar dos topoi de pensamiento, anticipando la emergencia misma del logos y de la polis como productos del cambio. Así, analizaremos cómo ciertas prácticas sociales previas a tal nacimiento resultan reveladoras y anticipatorias de la configuración cosmológica de la primera especulación filosófica. Cambio y crisis parecen ser las nociones solidarias de tal desplazamiento. Siguiendo la huella etimológica del término crisis, encontramos una serie de significados sugerentes: separación, distinción, elección, decisión, entre otras. La totalidad del campo semántico es solidario con la propuesta del presente trabajo, en la medida en que buscamos indagar un proceso de separación, de distinción y elección entre dos tipos de configuración histórica, tensionando el campo del mito y del logos. El objetivo es mostrar cómo el cambio de paradigma aludido supone una primera y profunda revolución en la misma configuración de las relaciones sociales. Se trata, en última instancia, de efectuar un rastreo genealógico para ver sobre qué bases se ha asentado un cambio profundo en el modo de concebir y de instalarse frente a lo real. La Asamblea Deliberativa, en el marco general de la economía guerrera, parece ser el enclave que da cuenta de una nueva e inédita organización del cosmos social subtenida por la noción de isonomía. La espacialidad que plasma la Asamblea Guerrera parece preanunciar la espacialidad que materializará una nueva imagen del mundo y la nueva arquitectura discursiva que puede aprehenderla. De allí que nuestro trabajo ha de seguir distintos caminos a fin de hallar sus zonas de intersección. A partir de un primer esbozo de la configuración mítica, ha de indagar ciertas prácticas institucionales en el marco general de la Grecia arcaica, mostrando en qué medida no podemos desvincular la aparición del topos filosófico de las condiciones materiales de existencia plasmadas en prácticas sociales que parecen romper con la vieja imaginería mítica. El pasaje, entonces, o las relaciones de mito y logos, de una lógica de la ambigüedad a una lógica de la no contradicción, es el título del punto B. El llamado pasaje del mito al logos constituye una verdadera revolución en el campo del pensamiento. de la Grecia arcaica a la Grecia clásica, no solo se ha transformado el modo de conocer la realidad, sino también el modo de transmitir tal conocimiento. El logos sufre una progresiva secularización, ya que de la vieja palabra mágico-religiosa de matriz litúrgica a la palabra política de registro secularizado, pocos rasgos quedan en común. Del poeta inspirado de registro hesiódico al filósofo de la polis, la palabra resulta la bisagra dominante de tal transformación. De la figura del poeta encargado de pronunciar el logos aletés, a la figura del filósofo, el saber y el discurso han sufrido importantes cambios en su modo de enunciación, en los sujetos de tal enunciación y en la dimensión ritual de su puesta en circulación, pero no obstante, la trama devuelve un hilo que borda una misma intención: vehiculizar la perspectiva del hombre sobre lo real, plasmar el logoi, un modo de conocimiento del mundo, un modelo de instalación. A modo de inicio, conviene aludir brevemente a lo que podemos entender como las relaciones entre mito y logos, para comprender en qué sentido la emergencia del logos constituye esa revolución intelectual a la que aludiéramos. En el marco del pensamiento mítico, el sentido último de lo real depende de la divinidad, ta theoi, y las explicaciones en torno al origen del mundo están cargadas de un componente mágico religioso donde se recorta el concepto de aletheia, verdad, como lo develado, lo desoculto. La verdad es ella misma plena luminosidad. Se trata de una verdad sacralizada que no guarda parentesco con nuestro concepto occidental de verdad, sino que brilla en un telón de fondo sacralizado. Su contrapartida, l'été, es la cara tenebrosa de aquello que no se devela, se oculta tras el velo de la oscuridad, de la noche y las tinieblas, abriendo distintos regímenes de visibilidad e invisibilidad. El siglo VI va a representar ese cambio de paradigma intelectual y el pasaje del tipo de pensamiento que hemos desplegado a un tipo de pensamiento racional cuyo fundamento último, arjé, no es ya la divinidad, sino la razón. Se trata de la emergencia del logos, de la invención del logos, de un tipo de racionalidad que habrá de marcar los destinos del pensamiento occidental. Esta emergencia no es aislada, sino complementaria de otras emergencias. La filosofía, como nuevo modo de reflexión, nace de la mano de la polis, de la ciudad de Estado, y forma racional de distribución del territorio y de la incipiente expansión demográfica griega. Nace también de la mano de la democracia como forma de gobierno que obedece al mismo registro de racionalidad que se impone. Razón, filosofía, ciudad y democracia parecen ser las aristas de un movimiento que marca a fuego la historia de Occidente. Vamos al punto C y entonces nos retrotraemos a la anunciada Asamblea Deliberativa como antecedente y a la configuración de un inédito cosmos social. Entre las distintas instituciones propias de la casta militar, donde el espacio material es solidario del topos mental, la asamblea deliberativa es la que nítidamente marca el más claro antecedente de la palabra política, de los acalorados debates y de las discusiones dialécticas que conocerá la polis cuando la palabra diálogo no sea el derecho exclusivo de los hippeis, pertenecientes a la casta militar y altamente especializados en el oficio de las armas, sino un derecho ampliado a todos los politai, hombres libres portadores de derecho, articulados en torno a la isegoría, esto es, al derecho a la palabra como bien común. Más allá de las continuidades políticas, hay una dimensión que nos interesa abordar en nuestro proyecto de desandar las huellas genealógicas de un cierto saber. Nos referimos a la materialización del espacio. En realidad, no estamos rastreando una configuración geográfico-topológica, sino una determinada construcción mental donde topos y logos se intersectan e implican mutuamente. Por eso, sin duda, la asamblea deliberativa es la que cabalmente dibuja un cosmos transido por el concepto de equilibrio, nota dominante de la ulterior configuración jónica. La equidistancia de los hippeis entre sí habla de la reciprocidad de los miembros de una comunidad de homoioi semejantes. La equidistancia de cada uno respecto al medio, mesón, lugar donde se deposita el objeto común, esto es, el logos, y la isonomía que atraviesa al grupo, puesta de manifiesto por la ritualización de la práctica misma, hablan de un cosmos equilibrado, de una horizontalidad en las relaciones de poder que se ponen en juego, donde las nociones de simetría y equilibrio juegan un papel dominante. Voy al punto del trabajo de las antiguas teogonías a la nueva cosmología. El hecho original del comienzo de la ciencia griega es en realidad que nos ofrece por vez primera en la historia el intento de otorgarnos una interpretación naturalista del universo como un todo, como un holon, mientras que lentamente la cosmología desplaza a las viejas cosmogonías. Así, en una lógica de la ambigüedad, es la divinidad quien, como hemos apuntado, no solo ha dispuesto el orden de lo real, ya que de los dioses se obtiene tanto el orden como la justicia, sino también el don de inteligirlo. El paso a la cosmología implica una nueva forma, un nuevo etos de instalación en el mundo que conlleva una mirada particular y un logos desacralizado. El viejo logos theokrantos cede su lugar a una palabra profana que plasma una nueva trabazón entre las palabras y las cosas. En este contexto, Anaximandro de Mileto, y aquí está el último punto, sucesor y discípulo de Tales, parece ser un pensamiento de lo más interesante dentro de la tradición cosmológica. La observación constituye la bisagra nodular de la nueva cosmología porque ella, la observación, implica una nueva mirada frente a la naturaleza que se vuelve precisamente un objeto de observación y estudio sistematizado. El cosmos se halla en perfecto estado de equilibrio, sosteniendo un punto central equidistante de las partes, tal como la espacialidad que plasmaba la asamblea guerrera. La configuración cosmológica inaugura relaciones isonómicas al interior de las nuevas explicaciones. El pensamiento racional es aquello que, puesto esto mesón en el punto central, es capaz de ser aprehendido por los hombres y así inteligir el orden de la physis. La arge, como principio ordenador y rector, que en el caso de Anaximandro es toapeiron, aparece como aquello que contiene y rige a todas las cosas. Un nuevo logos, entonces, recoge la nueva instalación frente a la naturaleza y abre el juego dialéctico de la explicación racional, así como la asamblea guerrera constituyera el más remoto antecedente de las diatribas políticas del Ágora. La nueva concepción del universo descansa en la noción de Arjé. Anaximandro, precisamente, en una escalada más abstracta que su antecesor y que su predecesor, dice que el principio y elemento primordial de los seres es el infinito. En la economía general de esta nueva construcción mental, la idea de equilibrio es central en el marco de la espacialidad que se inaugura. Basta pensar en la posición de la Tierra ubicada en el centro, sostenida por un equilibrio de fuerzas. Aparece pues una concepción donde la espacialidad de la Tierra, que no exige apoyo alguna, se explica a partir de la ausencia de predominio, arquía, de alguna de las fuerzas atractivas. No hay así ninguna que sobresalga, que se erija desde una posición que rompa el equilibrio y la equidistancia. La noción de mesón, del punto central y medio, retorna entonces con fuerza, y aquella vieja espacialidad que las prácticas guerreras plasmaban en la configuración topológica de un espacio equilibrado, parece ser un hilo de continuidad con el nuevo paradigma inscrito en las nuevas cosmologías. Muchísimas gracias y buen día para todos y todas.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Colombani. Your presentation was wonderful, and we really appreciate you coming to speak with us today.
Thank you, dear. Thank you very much. I'm very glad to contribute with my conference.
You were wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, give me one moment.
Yes.
Hi, Dr. Colombani. Can you please go out of the Zoom? You can watch the rest of the conference online at saveancientstudies.org/virtual conference. Okay, but not in the Zoom. Oh, it seems we lost Sam. So let's move on to our next presenter today. That is Scion. Give me a second to share my screen, and I will do that. All right, Dr. Scion Chattopadhyay today is going to be speaking about the science and technology and mythologies and science fictions, critiquing the politicized scientific and technological developments of the ages before us. Please, Scion, unmute yourself and turn on your camera.
Am I audible?
Wonderful. Okay. Do you have a PowerPoint that you can share your screen?
Yep.
Okay. Can you turn your volume up a little bit?
Yep.
So nice to meet you.
Am I audible right now?
Yes, it's great.
Okay. Right, it's sharing, says.
Perfect.
Cool. So what I'll be discussing today is rather something that made me curious on the first hand. Hi, I'm Shayan, and I'm honored and privileged to be a part of this SASA conference. Today, I'll be speaking upon the science and technology in mythologies and science fictions. This is more of an exploration that I did, and probably I could eventually recognize with something that I'm corely related with to something that I was not at all aware of. I will be critiquing the politicized scientific and technological developments of the ages before us. So, just to start with the thought, I belong to corely the field of science fiction. And just stepping into the field, I was questioning that what is the origin point of this very genre? Where did science fiction started? We speak of a lot of things. We speak of AI, we speak of quote unquote technologically advanced beings. We speak of genetically modified beings. Also, recently we are speaking of post-animals. We are speaking of technologies that are probably 500 to 1,000 years from now on in the future. Seemingly possible because it's again fiction and not fantasy. So I was looking up on Google and I noticed that there are a lot of answers available. I found that some are saying it is Mary Shelley's Frankenstein that started all the studies, that started all the explorations around science fictions. Some said that it goes back to, the mythological tale of Daedalus and Icarus, where Icarus just created his wax wings, flew away towards the sun. I couldn't get one solidified answer that tells me that this has inspired what today we call as science fiction. And so was this study, so was this research, which I'm sharing with you all today. Starting with the idea given by Arthur C. Clarke, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. And this is a quote which I have taken from the text Profiles of the Future. Now, if you haven't gone through that, I insist you must, because it's a brilliant, brilliant tale and narrator where he has discussed a lot of his prophecies, you can say, or his fictions for the future. Some are headlined in the text as well, in the picture on the left. Contact with extraterrestrial, artificial breeding of intelligent animals, machines which can duplicate everything, including themselves, human immortality. Now, while exploring these ideas in science fiction, I suddenly wondered that aren't these very similar ideas or philosophies that we have seen already in the mythological tales? So what if we go back to the times when who knows what gods are, but those beings existed? Why don't we just go back to those ancient times and question exactly what Arthur C. Clarke is saying? That is or was the technology back then, however it was, whatever it was, so futuristic that it seemed magical. Here on the right of the PPT is a picture, an art drawn by Diego Rivera. Here you can see some humans worshipping the creator gods. Now, after analyzing this picture, I came back to the idea that what are gods? Are they something sublime? Well, remains to question. Are they something that we could say as extraterrestrial? Remains to question. Could we say that they are aliens? Because in the portrait, they don't really look like humans. But then again, the question remains, what are aliens? Are they prehistoric creatures? Are they futuristic creatures? Are they beings just like us? Who knows? So I started my exploration with these thoughts, with the very idea of, culturing where it all originated. Interestingly enough, that showed me a lot of things, which I don't know, I could see in present science fiction narratives, in science fiction tales, be that of the 20th century or be that of the 21st century. Starting all this comparative study with the slide stating the gateway, quote unquote, our future of transportation. In science fiction, we have came across a lot of gateways, if I can say. Wormhole transportation. You are just standing here, there's a wormhole, and you just step into that wormhole, and voila, you're in a different time zone altogether, or probably in some different place. Let me not, but the very popular Japanese cartoon or anime, Doraemon, also the gadget Anywhere Door. Interestingly enough, web series and films are there as well, which explores this very exact ideology of transportation. One of the most popular transportations could be seen in Dark, the German Netflix series. There you could see that there are time holes where you can literally step in and step out on a different alternate timeline. Looking back at mythologies, I also found something similar, and interestingly, way before science fiction even existed. Some are mentioned below. Now, the first one I wish to talk about is Bifrost. Marvel Universe has pretty much overpopulated all of these terms in a way. But Bifrost comes from the Norse mythology, where this is more like a bridge between the Earth and the Asgard. Or rather, from Asgard to any place on any universe. It's a bridge, it's a link that makes transportation so quick that probably, as seen in movies, or even if if we go back to the Norse mythologies, it's probably some seconds, which allows gods, quote unquote, whom we don't know, or beings to travel from one place to another. Another which comes down on the same line, and I've used a rainbow thing because nearly in all the mythologies, I found that this rainbow is used to showcase this path. Dreamtime paths are something which we found in the Aboriginal Australian mythologies. Same thing in a different way, but again connects the earth to the heaven. Again, the god are using this to travel from somewhere to somewhere. Another typo, but pardon me for that. Iris's rainbow pathway, which brings us back to Greek mythology, but again, the same thing, exact same thing. Next up, we have Ehikal's pathway, which is somewhat common to what I can say. I don't have a name for that, but in West Bengal, we have Durga Puja. And while this start of the puja, we say that there's a phase called Agomoni, where basically the goddess Durga lands from the heaven to the earth. It's said in the hymns of the puja that there's a cloud or there's a path of clouds through which the goddess lands on earth. Ehikal's pathway from the Aztec is pretty similar, which I found. But also, I found interestingly the netherworld path, which, how I might say, is not really showcased in a positive way, but comes from the Egyptian mythology and is rather a link between the world and the underworld, through which every human needs to pass after their life. Interestingly enough, the gateways are so well built that there are no breaks. The gateways are so heavenly or so, I don't know, sci-fi-ish, that even today, building them seems futuristic. What about the tech then? How it was built then? Do we have something as of that today? I don't know. But interestingly, I would look up to the line project that's presently happening in Saudi. Now, if you've not heard of the line project, just go to Google, search it up, the line project. You will see a sci-fi project that's recently going on with billions of dollars already invested, the construction already started in Saudi. What this is doing is it is creating a sense of transportation from one end to the another. Now, to be noted, these two ends which we are talking of are of exactly 170 kilometers, which the line aims to travel at only 20 minutes. How, I don't know. It's yet to reveal. According to that speed given by the project itself, we can estimate that the speed on an average will be 510 to 12 kilometers per hour, which is enormously huge for today's transportation. Moving next on to what I found on this comparative study are the ornaments, are the jewelries, or whatever they quote unquote wear. Here, I have searched upon and looked upon certain ideas that I found common in both mythological aspects and again, sci-fi aspects. Talking of Jove's bracelet, talking of Draupnir, which was Odin's, talking of the Vajat eye, which was quote unquote also coming back to the Egyptian mythology, all of these were jewelries. All of these were ornaments that were to be worn. All of these were also items that gave the one who wears it extreme and enormous powers. Sounds similar? Well, for that reason, I have come down to explore, certain characters from the sci-fi generation. First, I would like to talk about Green Lantern, a DC character with a ring. Now, all of this concept, all of the story of the Green Lantern is just that he is a generic guy, just like you and me, who is selected by a ring. Who is selected by a ring, not selects a ring. Here, we understand that the ring has an autonomous identity. The man wears the ring, or the ring chooses the man to wear it. The man becomes Green Lantern, a superhero that protects the universe. Similar happens with Thanos. I have given the comic cover of quote unquote the most popular Thanos story, which also was in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, in the End Game or in the Infinity War. But yeah, the Infinite Gauntlet, a gauntlet that could erase the entire universe, that had the power of the entire universe. That gauntlet gave Thanos the power that he couldn't ever have. Similarly, Iron Man and his suit. Consider just a man fighting supervillains. That really doesn't seem possible. But with Tony Stark, it's a bit different. He is not a guy with superpowers. He is not a guy who was chosen by ring, just like Green Lantern. He was a guy who had a lot of money. He had economic liberty. And so he built himself the most futuristic suit ever. And what that suit gave him was, again, great power. All of this could be traced back in mythologies as well, be that Norse, be that Greek, be that even in Hindu mythology, where I would like to point out the armors of Karna from the epic tale of Mahabharata. Now, if you go back to Mahabharata and if you look up to the armors of Karna, you will see that the armors were there to protect him. Once the armors were down, Karna was quote unquote killed. Moving on to the next idea, which I found fascinating and which something is really rather discussed today in the field of science fiction as well, genetic mutation. Interestingly enough, this is the year, including last year, I would say, where post-animalism is growing as a topic in science fiction. Be that through conferences, be that through academic papers, be that through research, whatever it would be. The very idea of a genetically mutated being is coming into prominence. While searching mythologies, I've also found certain figures. Consists of the legendary horse Sleipnir, which image is on the screen, the 8-legged horse, of Garuda, just right to Sleipnir in green. Below that, we have Fenrir, the legendary wolf, and just left to that, we have Ganesha. What's interesting here is that genetic mutation is rather not something which is happening today or which is thought of today. We have been mix and matching a lot of animals with a lot of animals from a real long time. Go back in the mythological age and we'll see in the Egyptian mythology the existence of Sphinx. We would see that the body of a man would go well with the head of a lion. And that it's just not limited to the Egyptian mythology, but also the Hindu mythology, where we get the character of Narsimha. I don't know what came first, but I'm sure the world was pretty connected back then. Then we have the concepts of centaurs, half man, half horse. Pretty noble figures, pretty feared characters. But again, they seem to exist in a lot of mythologies, not just in Norse, but in Greek. If I may say, in a way, it was also existing in Hindu and, in certain sense, Japanese mythology. We could see the concept of Garuda pretty popularly all around the world. I mean, wherever you'd see a Hindu temple, chances are they have came across the concept or the figure of Garuda. Now, Garuda is a figure with the body of a man and the head of an eagle. I don't know how that can exist in real life, but yes, talking mythologically or talking sci-fi-ishly, things like that exist. Things like that can exist.
Cheyenne,
If
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. You have about 1 minute left, so if you can wrap up, that would be really good. Thank you.
Absolutely. We could see all of these, and then just to explore on very short, the chariots. We see the chariots as well in both the mythologies and in science fiction. How in science fiction you would say the chariots have taken shapes of super flying vehicles, just as Shield's helicarrier. But then, just to wrap up with, the war is a very integral part of any mythology that ever existed. That showcases every inch of power that could either destroy or that could either structure up the entire society. Certain examples I've given: Aegis Shield, Talos, Medusa's Gaze, Mjolnir, Sudarshana Chakra, and quote-unquote the mythological atom bomb, the Brahmastra. What we see in real common are three things: the pursuit of immortality, the creation of artificial life, disregard of the balance. These are the reasons why mythological tales explores the concept of a cautionary tale. So I question, and I leave the question to you all, ending my presentation, that how mythological are fictions and how fictional are mythologies? I'll leave it to you. Discuss upon yourself. Leave me any comment or questions that you have. Thanks. That was my presentation, and I'll stop sharing.
Thank you so much, Cheyenne. Food for thought, definitely. I'm afraid we do not have time for audience questions for this one. We have a very full day, so I'm going to just keep rolling. Next up, we have a paper titled Connecting Kilns to Change Technological and Economic Paradigms, Recent Data on the Evolution of Pyrotechnology in the Early Mesopotamian Empires. And frankly, if you include the words pyrotechnology in your paper, I'm going to be interested. Presenting today is Claire Padovani, Johnny Balder, Luca Peronel, and Agnesi Vacha. Claire was born and raised in Marseille in the south of France. She started archaeological studies in, I'm sorry, I'm going to butcher this name, Aix-en-Provence, and after a year in London as French assistant in a high school, she moved to Paris to specialize in the archaeology of the ancient Near East. Obsessed with Egypt as a child, she chose to focus on Iraq and craft production. Combining laboratory research and field excavation is crucial for Claire. She started excavations in Iraq in 2017 and has been spending 2 or 3 months there almost every year since. This year, she is well positioned to finish her PhD dissertation and hopes to continue her research work. Johnny is a senior researcher at the French CNRS UMR 5133 Arc Orient Laboratory in Lyon. He has worked in Syria and other West Asian countries during the 2000s and is now director of the French archaeological expedition in the Western Karabakh, Iraqi Kurdistan, of the French expedition in the Jordan Valley, and he is field director for the activities of the French excavations in Tel Uwaili in South Iraq. His interests are mainly focused on the reconstruction of social organizations of the Chalcolithic societies of Western Asia through spatial and ceramic analysis of production systems, labor management, and technical methods of ceramic manufacture. He authored several studies and research articles on these topics, as well as on the emergence of the first state societies in the proto-urban and early urban Near East. Luca is professor of Near Eastern archaeology and art history at the University of Milan. He is director of the Italian archaeological expedition in the Erbil Plain, the Kurdistan region of Iraq, and led the Italian archaeological project at Kultepe, Kayseri in Turkey. He carried out excavations at Ebla and Tel Tukan in Syria from 1991 to 2010. His main research interests include Bronze Age cultural interactions, trade, craft and technologies, material culture in the northern Levant, Anatolia and Mesopotamia. He's the author and editor of several volumes and many scientific articles on the archaeology and cultural history of ancient Southwestern Asia. Another topic of his research activity is public archaeology and communication of cultural heritage. Agnès is Research Fellow of Near Eastern Archaeology and Art History at the University of Milan. Since 2005, she has conducted archaeological research in Syria, Iraq, and Turkey as field archaeologist and ceramic specialist. Her research interests focus on the 4th and 3rd millennium BC urbanization in Mesopotamia and Syria, the definition of local chronologies, social complexity in material culture, technology, and ancient economies. She has published a monograph and several scientific articles about archaeology and material culture of ancient Western Asia. I'm just going to bring in Claire so she can get going.
Yes.
Hello, Claire.
Hi, hello, thank you very much. I'm going to share my PowerPoint. Okay. Okay, is it working?
Yes, perfectly.
Perfect. So thank you very much. So I would like first to warmly thank the organizer of this virtual conference. Indeed, with Johnny, Luca, and Agnese, who are also here on the Zoom, we are very glad to present this recent data from ongoing archaeological excavation in this session. So this presentation is approaching innovation in ancient pyrotechnology and aims to highlight actually 3 paradigm shifts. So the first one, epistemological, the second, technological, and the third, economic. The first paradigm is epistemological because surprisingly, few consideration have been given to the uses and importance of pyrotechnology in ancient Mesopotamian societies. Indeed, the kiln history suffers of many documentary gaps. We know that the first kilns appear in the second half of the 7th millennium BC, at the end of the Neolithic period. However, that technological development is loosely documented. Yet, pottery was the most consumed utilitarian good after agricultural products and the most widespread crafts involving a considerable amount of resources, time, and energy. Therefore, the pottery industry has to be considered as an economic mainstay and not a minor part of the ancient societies. Our presentation focuses on the chronological period of the first Mesopotamian empires, namely Akkad and Ur-III, corresponding to the second half of the 3rd millennium. Recent excavation in the northeastern part of Iraq revealed the existence of 2 large manufacturers of pottery, gathering tens of potters and using a very complex system of kilns to fire pottery. These manufacturers produced a wide range of common pottery from big jars to small vessels. First, Aliawa in the Erbil Plain, where 3 levels of a large pottery industry dated from the late Akkadian period were excavated by the Italian expedition in the Erbil Plain, directed by Luca Peronel. And second, Logardan in the Karadak foothills, where 5 levels of a pottery industry dated from the post-Akkadian period to the early beginning of the 2nd millennium were excavated by the Mission du Karadak, directed by Régis Vallée, and now by the French archaeological mission in the Western Karadag, directed by Johnny Baldi. These two manufactures are not strictly contemporaneous, but share a lot of commonalities. During the late Akkad period, Aliawa was located on the border of the empire, and the manufacture was functioning. At this time, Logardon was not yet a pottery manufacturer, but a hilltop citadel, probably occupied by Akkadian officials on the road of the King Naram Sin campaign. After the fall of the Akkadian Empire, King Ur-Nammu created another expansionist empire named after its capital, the city of Ur. By this time, we have evidence of a large manufacturing area at Logardon, while the productive area of Aliawa seems to have been abandoned. We see on the map that both Aliawa and Logardon were not strictly inside of the border of the Ur-3 Empire, but at the fringe of a buffer zone populated by poorly known kingdoms of the mountains like the Lulubum. The low relief of Shulgi, one of the last king of the Ur-3 Empire, carved in a mountain pass in Darabandigor, show that the zone was not totally controlled by the empire, but more revendicated. Therefore, these pottery workshops are remarkable on the one hand by their location, and on the other hand, for the concentration of dozens of kilns clearly perceptible by the presence of large circular feature on the drone photo. Indeed, these kilns are half-buried structure, of which the upper part is hardly ever preserved. Usually, a kiln is constructed in brick and is characterized by two chambers, a combustion chamber, where the fire is lightened and the hot gases burn, and a firing chamber where the pots are stored on a pierce grate to be fired. So the heat follows a vertical draught from the combustion to the firing chamber. However, in Aliawa and Logardon, the combustion chamber of several kilns were connected together through ducts, allowing the hot gases to move horizontally between several kilns. From a technical point of view, the kiln connection requires on a large scale a planification of the workplace and allows to optimize the use of the fuel and the heat in order to fire thousands of pots in one firing cycle. From a social point of view, it acknowledges a collaboration of several potters for the building of the workplace and the firing. So this type of connection between kilns that we are going to see and explain better is not totally new, but before the 3rd millennium, it has never been used on such a large scale. Indeed, this innovation was first attested at the beginning of the 4th millennium in Girdikala, an archaeological site just 1.5 kilometers southeast of Logardon. Then, how this collaboration between the potters became possible and why did they choose to use this firing innovation? So as we said, the first connected kilns are dated from the beginning of the 4th millennium. And in the level 7 of Girdikala, we see the 3 kilns eroded until the level of the grates. We notice that the combustion chambers were linked the one to another in a chain-like connection from the smaller kiln in the back to the larger kiln in the front. The ducts crossing through the wall were reinforced with stones to protect the wall from the intense heat going through. So the ducts are situated in the upper part of the combustion chamber of the kiln. We notice that in this system of 3, each kiln has a combustion chamber and a firing chamber. Therefore, the system is much more efficient if each kiln is lightened at a different time. So the heat produced by the first one, who is started first, has time to warm the 2 others and slowly drain their pot. Less fuel is used in each kiln, which is especially cost-effective for the first phase of the firing that is the longest and requires a slow increase in temperature. So during the 4th millennium, only 2 or 3 kilns are integrated in connected systems. In the second half of the 3rd millennium, large-scale manufacture started as a concentration of several groups of potters. In Aliawa and Logardon, we noticed a gradual process of integration of different groups of potters with a more and more intense collaboration in the firing using connection between kilns. So in Aliawa, during the Akkadian period, the workshop is organized with several kilns. Up to now, 50 kilns have been excavated, built on sloping terrace and sustained by retaining wall and platforms. First, potters employed a system of kilns built together in a chain-like connection, as we saw in Girdikala, fitted for a limited cluster of kilns. The firing structures shared their walls, so they were definitely built together, and a duct was crossing through it. Of course, the duct of 10 centimeters in diameter is not enough to be the only source of heat for the last kiln of the chain. So each kiln was equipped with its own mouth and was probably lightened at different time. Then potters developed another system of star-shaped connection. So this picture illustrates K74, a massive kiln with juxtaposed chamber, of which the firing chamber is almost 5 meters in diameter. So here, the firing chamber is here, it is the largest, and the combustion chamber is here. So both chambers are on the same level, and there is a horizontal drop between the two. This kiln is the connective point of 3 branches of the system. That's why we call it star-shaped system. On the eastern side, it was connected toward 2 firing structures through ducts. And on the western side, it was connected to a pierced platform that we'll describe later. We see that the ducts open in the upper part of K74. They were not air pumps to draw the heat inside, but flues to expel the heat toward the other kilns. Indeed, they were intended for improving the internal draft of K74, but also conducting heat to smaller kilns connected to it. The wall of K48 here is completely burned and very green and vitrified, indicating an intense heat. In the southern connection, we found a slag of pottery, so a piece of ceramic completely melted by the intensity of the heat, attached to the wall of the ducts, showing also the high temperature that have been reached inside. Moreover, below the floor of this massive kiln, we noticed several ducts that were probably going from the firebox towards the bottom of the kiln, allowing to better distribute the heat in the firing structure through a very interesting kind of heating floor system. In addition, the very large kiln K74 was also connected to the west to a brick platform on which that was probably used to dry the pots. Indeed, you can see here the brick platforms with holes on the top and also holes on the eastern side. It's like an open area grate, actually. So the ducts, from another view, you see here the wall of the kiln, and here the brick platform. And the ducts were crossing the massive wall of the kiln and going under this platform to dry the pot that were stored on it. We see that one of the ducts was not protected with stone like we see in Girdikala, but with a reused neck of pottery jar. Then in Logardon, in level 3A2, several ducts were connecting kilns together, both in chain-like and star-shaped-like connection. They were running under the platform and were protected with stones. Potters created an intertwined system that could also be segmented using stones to plug the ducts. For example, in kiln 920, we saw that one stone was used to block the heat arrival. It has the diameter of the ducts, and the part of it was blackened with soot. In level 2, dated from the very beginning of the second millennium, several ducts were connected kilns to, we found a massive structures of probably 7 meters in diameters, but completely eroded in the slope. We suppose it was a juxtaposed chamber kiln similar to K74 that we saw in Aliawa, using the step of the hill to enhance the horizontal draw. Moreover, a duct was crossing the wall and was connected to a superposed chamber kiln. So Again, you can see inside the duct a pottery slag attached to the wall. This kiln was also connected to other structures in the same area through an ingenious system of channels conveying the heat through the bottom of the firing chambers. Again, we found here the technique of the heating floor system identified in Aliawa. Then, while the pots at the beginning of the chain were started to be fired, the pots at the end of the chain just start to receive heat and to dry slowly In the same level, there was another big kiln here with superposed chambers. So the northeastern part of the kiln was completely destroyed by a looting pit. However, on the remaining wall, we notice two successive levels of grates. Of course, the two grates were not contemporaneous, so they were not used at the same time. But the second level, the upper one, is a reconstruction of the first one. Above the level of the second grate, you can see here several duct openings are visible. And you can also notice that the clay around the duct was completely gray, completely burned by the heat that was passing through. Nevertheless, we notice that the potters try to protect the masonry of the kiln by placing sherds above the duct, a similar technique to the one we saw in Aliawa with the pottery neck. The heat going out of the kiln was used in a smaller structure on the opposite side. To resume, in Aliawa and Logardon, firing systems illustrated an increasing energy use efficiency. Indeed, the heat produced by the larger kiln is shared with the smaller one for slowly drying their pots. This technique acknowledged a high level of integration between different groups of potter on the site, transforming the clustering of different production units into an homogeneous manufacture. So the apex of this technique was identified in the last level of Logardon, where all the production is organized around two big kilns. In conclusion, these firing systems were meant to improve the production rate by accelerating the drying process and to enable potters to fire pots in a row and to work even during wet seasons. Moreover, they reduce cost by saving fuel. And the question of the fuel actually is important because close to Logardon, an oak forest was available, whereas in Aliawa, we could suppose the abundance of vegetation as the mound was bordered by a stream along its northern side and a canal, an artificial canal was dug along its southern side. However, almost no charcoal was found in the kiln's firebox, but animal dung and reed, mostly, were used as fuel. It shows, on the one hand, that precious resources as wood were carefully managed by the potters, and on the other hand, that manufactures were closely integrated in an agro-pastoral economy. Moreover, both sites were located close to clay sources, still used today for large-scale pottery and brick manufacture. Actually, this system of heat use efficiency were planned before the construction of the workplace. This indicates that several groups of potters were dealing with an important demand in pottery to answer, probably coming from the empire authorities, and choose to cooperate together by starting this manufacture. The fact that kilns connection was systematically employed in industrial area for pottery manufacture in the fringes of the empires show that this particular technique became a technological tradition of large-scale organized production. In addition, the text of the very end of the third millennium from the southern Mesopotamian city of Umma mentions gangs of potters called Bahar in Sumerian, and at least a part of the members were kin-related and were producing pottery quite independently. They were answering to state demands and were working under the direction of the patriarch of the group. However, they could receive waste of reed as fuel from the so-called House of the Reed, so showing they were integrated in a large, intertwined economic network. Therefore, the data from the ancient texts match with the archaeological data. In Aliawa, incredibly high-quality potter's tools made of black stone were found in the late Akkadian workshop, whereas in Logardon, a cylinder seal was found in the early level of the Authry workshop. This object illustrates the importance of this workshop and a probable hierarchy in the functioning. To conclude, Aliawa and Logardin are unique archaeological examples permitting to increase our knowledge not only on the firing techniques, but also on one sector of the socio-economic organization of the First Empire. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Claire. That was really, really interesting. We've had a couple of questions. You've mostly answered them during your presentation, but could you just go over again what kinds of fuels were being burned in these kilns to reach the temperatures that were necessary?
Yes, we mainly have, so we did archaeobotanical analysis in the kilns of Logardin, and we mainly have animal dung, actually. And it was apparently enough to fire the pottery. I mean, we need to reach around 600, 700 degrees is enough for the pottery that was fired there. So yeah, the dung was the main resources used.
Thank you. And you mentioned that multiple stages of firing were required to get the ceramics to the level of hardness required. How involved of a process was firing ancient ceramics?
Sorry, I didn't understand the question.
No, that's fine. How many steps would it have required when firing ceramics? Yeah.
Actually, the tricky part is the slow drying of the pot, because you have to the water that is inside have to be evaporated very slowly, not to break the ceramic. So it is the longest part, and then you have a step around 500 degrees, which is also a dangerous step where the pottery can break. And then you need to maybe during 1 hour to fire the ceramic at a quite high temperature. So it's mainly like the 3 firing steps, but the longest, if you think that a firing cycle is around 8 hours, the longest would be the first step of which is the slow drying of the pottery. So to go between 0 and 500 degrees. So that's why it's interesting to have this technique of drying the pot while being fired the other more intensely in these kilns.
Thank you. And I did want to ask, I realized when I was reading your various introductions that several members of your team are interested in ancient economies. Do we know what role ceramics would have played in something like the Or3 taxation system?
Well, it was, I guess it was mostly containers for commodities, for agricultural commodities, so food, water, maybe flour, bread, water, milk, I don't know, but it was more containers that pottery that were used for their, I don't know, a religious function or political function.
Lovely.
So, yeah.
Thank you. We have a question from the audience. Is there any kind of evidence for metal production in these kilns, or are they purely for ceramics?
No, they were purely for ceramics. We didn't find metal slags or no, they were just for ceramics.
Thank you. Do you have any ideas about what led to these developments? Is it just a efficiency, or the fact that a group of people were working together instead of working individually?
Yes, actually, they were to work together. They choose this technique. I mean, it's both in a way. They choose to work together, and so they choose this technique that need really. I mean, you need to cooperate with your neighbor if you want to make it work. So, and they found it was the best way to produce on such a large scale, because I mean, this kind of manufacturer could fire thousands of ceramic at a time if all the king were working together, which is great. But yes, it was a technique that took time to develop, but it was clearly chosen by those potters at the end of the 3rd millennium, especially for large-scale production.
And was ceramic production, especially on this large scale, given that the kilns would obviously need to be planned and thought out in advance before they were built, would this have been overseen by a centralized authority, or is this more of a just a collaboration between different workers?
Yeah, it must have been. I mean, these workshops were probably linked to the empires. So there is. I mean, we are still working on the question because it's really recent data from new archaeological excavation. But yes, indeed, probably a central authority was playing a role in this. in the establishment of this manufacture. But I mean, the potters needed to agree on these techniques before, because it's very special technique that you need to master it. So they couldn't just impose the technique to the potters, but they had to know how to make it work. So it's both a question of centralized authority and also of a grouping of people that are really great specialists, great potter specialists.
Thank you. Yeah, it must have taken an awful lot of skill to do this kind of thing. I have one more question, and then I was going to see if we have a couple of your collaborators in the waiting room. I was going to see if they wanted just to turn on their cameras and say hello so everyone knows who was involved in all of this research. Do we see, can you say, significant technological differences depending on geographical region? So is there a difference between like northern and southern Mesopotamia, or is this kind of more of a universal technology?
Actually, we don't have a lot of data for southern Mesopotamia, so we can't compare yet, but I hope a new excavation there will help us to understand if this is particular to the north of Iraq or if we found the same in the south.
Thank you. Johnny, do you want to just introduce yourself before we head out?
I'm just here to support Claire, and thank you very much indeed for your presentation, Claire. But it was a pleasure. Thank you for organizing. Thank you, really.
Absolutely. And Agnes, please.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you, Claire, for your presentation. I would add something about the question of Megan about the role of potters in poetry texts. We have very few mentions, and there is a very important article by Kayleigh published in 1996 that mentions some text about royal potters that they we know that according to some text there is a tax census on those potters, so some potters are attached to the royal family. So some of them resided in the city of Umma. So we know from poetry text coming from Umma that some of them also are attached to the central authority, but there are many potters that live in the countryside and produce by themselves. So there is a differentiated socioeconomic system and a different involvement of those potters according to the few texts available. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that clarification. That was very interesting. And thank you all three of you, both Claire for that fantastic presentation and for you other two coming and showing your support. I'm going to move on to the next guest, but again, this was very interesting. Thank you so much. Okay, sorry, I'm just going to, there we are. All right, so we have one final, let me check my schedule. Yes, one final presenter before we break for lunch. This is Marla Schweck. Marla grew up in the original territory of the Aschenberg Chippewa and was exposed to indigenous tales about the night sky from a very early age. Her interest in cultural astronomy expanded over the years to encompass the ancient societies of Northeast Africa, where the archaeological record has yielded a plethora of ethnographic material on cultural systems. Her work on archaeoastronomy at the University of Toronto in the Near and Middle Eastern Civilizations Department has allowed her to explore the relationship between propaganda, power structures, and astronomical innovation during the second millennium BC, specifically in Egypt and Nubia. Currently, her dissertation seeks to utilize a chain I can't pronounce that, I'm so sorry, essentially a chain of operations approach to reconstruct the social realities of ancient Egyptian astronomers. The ultimate goal of her research is to develop a methodological solution for investigations seeking to characterize indigenous astronomical practices when facing a deficit in textual sources. And today she is presenting on questions of internal and external stimuli, an examination of astronomical developments in sacred Theban spaces during the 18th dynasty. Marla, thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. Can everyone hear me, see my screen?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, wonderful. Well, again, thank you so much to the organizers for having me today. So the fundamentals of the course of the stars is arguably the most important important astronomical texts from ancient Egypt. While this scene from the royal tomb of a 13th century king depicts a standard image of the sky goddess Nut being held up by her father's shoe, the text is unique in the sense that it provides the movements of the moon, sun, and planets, as well as the dates for the movements of specific stars used for timekeeping. In essence, it is an annual account of celestial cycles, a calendar of sorts. It reappears on papyri for over the next 1,500 years, but this is the earliest surviving example, which dates to the 19th dynasty. We do not know when the text was first written. What we do know is that the knowledge presented within this schema required generations upon generations of astronomical observation, record-keeping practices, and the specialized ability to synthesize patterns into a temporal framework. So naturally, the knowledge in this text is also reflected in the archaeological record of the dynasty immediately preceding the one in which this text appears for the first time. Today, we will be looking at those material reflections, of which there are many, because during the 18th dynasty, it is when a massive amount of technical leaps occurred, specifically in the realms of timekeeping and landscape organization. On a foundational level, these advancements required a deep understanding of the knowledge found in the fundamentals text. Since state ideology is at the core of these developments, it makes sense that they occurred at the religious capitals of the 18th dynasty. So by reviewing the evidence found at these capitals through the lens of archaeoastronomy, we may more accurately characterize the status of astronomical knowledge during the height of Egypt's imperial power. To ground the conversation, we should consider that the Egyptians had already canonized their mathematical knowledge into textbook form more than 100 years before the 18th dynasty. And afterwards, the Greco-Roman historiographies praised the intelligence of Egyptian astronomers and applaud their sagacity. Pliny said they could calculate the orbit of Saturn. Strabo said they established the 365-day calendar, while Diodorus commended their skills in astronomy, geometry, and arithmetic. Today, there is an abundance of astronomical evidence that I've arranged into a typology. Excuse me. All of which explains why Greco-Roman sources revere the sophistication of Egyptian astronomy. But here's the problem. For all this evidence, we do not have a single mathematical treatise on astronomy predating the Greco-Roman period to tell us the extent or nature that celestial mechanics were understood in Pharaonic Egypt, which, by the way, was a 3,000-year period. All we have are more subtle and indirect references to these practices, either in the form of artifacts, landscape organization, and mythico-religious texts, such as the fundamentals text that I started this presentation off with. With such a stark juxtaposition in the archaeological record, a stigma formed during the 20th century that discredited the premise of that any scientific value could be found in Egyptian material, and due to the absence of any explicit astronomical treatise, Neugebauer famously said, Egypt has no place in a work on the history of mathematical astronomy. And this underestimation was carried on in scholarship, and it ultimately hindered the momentum of future research during those decades. This stigma was born from Neugebauer's use of a text-centered approach, which severely limited the scope of research. And to make matters worse, Neugebauer was an extremely influential mathematician and historian of science who specialized in the Middle Ages. In other words, he assessed ancient Egyptian material from the lens of a medievalist. And his desire to apply an Edic perspective to categorize non-Western astronomical knowledge in Western terms limited his ability to grasp non-Western ideas that do not neatly correspond to our frameworks. Following ethno-mathematician Ronald Eglash, knowledge often develops in response to a need to fix culturally specific problems, and consequently, notions are not always translatable to Western concepts. Today, we understand that by applying an emic anthropological perspective is the only way to accurately reconstruct non-Western branches of specialized knowledge. This approach informs methods found in the field of archaeoastronomy and has allowed Neugebauer's outdated paradigm on Egyptian astronomy to dramatically shift. For those of you who don't know, archaeoastronomy is an interdisciplinary field in which modern tools of spherical and positional astronomy are consulted to help answer anthropological and historical questions, such as how did people map out the sky? How was time measured? And how did they position sacred structures to express their relationship with the cosmos and their ideation of cosmic order? This approach has been extremely successful in the past. One of my favorite studies was a statistical analysis that measured 350 alignments in ancient Egyptian temples, which discovered the existence of multiple astronomical families in all pharaonic time periods, all of which had symbolic value in state religion. This particular study, by the way, measured, I think, 90% of all remaining Egyptian temples. So it's extremely helpful in terms of illuminating this aspect of our history, of Egyptian history, rather. So with planetarium software, we can reconstruct ancient skies from a particular time and place. For instance, this is what the sky looked like from Thebes during the reign of the famous female king Hatshepsut, who was the 5th female ruler of the 18th dynasty. In archaeoastronomy, we understand that while the physical components of a celestial map's coordinate system are universally studied as a natural science, skyscapes are pluralistic, each one referring to a unique ethnographic record that pertains to ritual, mythologies, and belief systems. A combined approach utilizing cultural and scientific data provides a complex view of society to explain why astronomical orientations and alignments were built into sacred landscapes in the first place. Now that I've concluded my preamble, let's get into the astronomical developments and technologies that precede the fundamentals text. These advancements can be organized into structural alignments and timekeeping groups. Around 1550 BC, local powers that ruled from Thebes successfully unified Egypt, allowing Thebes to become the capital of the country. Its temples were the recipients of waves of wealth and royal patronage, especially Karnak, which was the temple of Amun-Re, who is now the head god of the Egyptian pantheon. As you can guess, it became a royal tradition among rulers to expand upon the temple complex as a symbol of legitimacy and kingship. This is about the same time that we see that the architectural semantics of temples begin to communicate a shift from a solar orientation corresponding with true east to a mixed solar orientation to the winter solstice sunrise at Thebes. Hatshepsut was the first to bring this practice to the cultic landscape when she erected a new temple at Karnak. Through this temple, a beautiful hierophany would occur when the sun rose between two obelisks, allowing the morning rays of the sun to shine upon a statue that she made of Amun-Re and herself embracing. This symbolized her divine right to rule. The reason why this alignment was so important during the 18th dynasty was because it was believed to have been the birthday of Amun-Re. And thus it reinforced state religion and the ideology of power that maintained the functioning of the state. This orientation is also found at our mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahari, which is located at Thebes as well, in the larger Theban region, rather. In addition to the primary sanctuary of Amun at Hatshepsut's temple here, 2 other chapels, those to Hathor and Anubis, have the same alignment. One inscription reads, "He made these great and perfect monuments for all eternity. He knew how to orientate them towards the horizon of the sky." This inscription is also repeated more than 100 years later at different temples, where we see the results of the same type of technology. Here, on 2 important days of the Egyptian calendar, the rays of the sun penetrate into the front corridor of Abu Sibyl to illuminate the face of the gods with the morning rays of the sun. So in this sense, it is a self-performing ritual. The winter solstice alignment is maintained for hundreds of years, while the Karnak, by the way, while the alignment is also built into other sacred structures throughout Thebes. Ultimately, the expenditure of the state's fund to build these grandiose statements of political power required absolute confidence in the abilities of the learned priesthoods. They were the ones responsible for calculating and tracking astronomical movements that were necessary to identify this one day of the 365-day civil calendar year before construction could even begin. Upon Akhenaten's reign, the solar cult becomes the focus of the Egyptian religion. Here we can see the pictorial representation of the Amarna god, the Aten, which signifies energy of light. This particular hieroglyph is a classifier for words such as illuminate, rise, shine, appear, and appear in the glory. The royal family was the mediator between this solar energy and the rest of Egypt exclusively. And as many of you may know, there are also a lot of artistic developments that occur during this period, which are shown here. But what's really of interest for the purpose of my research is that various features at Akhenaten's new city at El Amarna speak to how projective geometry was used to organize landscape, built and natural, and how projective geometry was used to infuse the landscape with religious meaning to align the city with Akhenaten's solar ideology. Inscribed upon the boundary stelas surrounding the city was the process used to measure out the city's structures and extending angles across the area. The trajectory of these angles radiated out symbolically from behind the king's tomb located in the eastern mountains and projected out across the valley to unify the region. This design symbolically allowed the rays of the morning sun to pass through the royal tomb to invigorate the temples, city, and landscape with Akhenaten's essence, as well as the Aten's, while simultaneously aiding in the king's rebirth. Michael Mallinson's examination of parallel lines across the city shows that the reoccurrence of symmetrical characteristics and different features of the city being equidistant apart indicate that El Amarna's spatial arrangement is entirely intentional. Now, moving on to time. Time reckoning systems went hand in hand with the maintenance of cosmic order, as personified here by the twin goddesses Mot and Rempet. The laws that operated the universe were divine, and to study these mechanisms was a pious practice monopolized by the priestly class. In fact, maintaining calendrical systems and the administrative systems like taxation that formed around the calendar was so important to the state that upon the king's accession, he had to swear not to alter the year. We also see a new type of offering scene occur at this time, beautifully depicted in the birth room of Luxor, for instance. We see the king offering a goddess a Sebet Shebet, in which the king offers the goddess what many have interpreted to be a symbol of cosmic order and organized time, represented here in the form of a water clock, one that bears remarkable similarities to later examples. Now, as I mentioned, the laws that operated the universe were divine, and to study these mechanisms was a pious practice monopolized by the priestly class. This is why references to sky watching practices in funerary biographies of priests start to appear in the late 3rd millennium, which is about the same time that the earliest systematic evidence of astronomical observation also begins to appear. Here we can see various titles announcing the astronomer and horologist profession held by Theban priests. The later two are two new attestations which correlate with the surge of astronomical advancements from the 18th dynasty. First discovered in the tomb of the famous Tutankhamun, being the king who succeeded Akhenaten, by the way, the Merkhet was used with a sighting rod to track the passing of hours by measuring the altitude and lateral displacement of asterism. The device's correct usage depended on a knowledge of angular relationships of planar and three-dimensional figures, also known as trigonometry. In addition to studying the movements of heavenly bodies, the device was also used to calibrate water clock designs for land surveying practices and to establish the astronomical orientation of structures. This is how the Egyptians were able to establish the astronomical orientations that I've just shown you. The next development that occurred was in the late 15th century, specifically during the reign of Thutmose III. Which is when evidence proves that the invention of the L-shaped sundial, the first type of sundial found in ancient Egypt, occurred. Developed specifically for daytime conditions, the change in length and/or direction of the shadow marked the passage of time. The accuracy of this tool was determined by an acute level of observation, documentation, and basic arithmetic. The paucity of examples from pharaonic Egypt hints that the device was customarily made out of wood, and by extension, was probably portable. The next advancement or innovation that occurred that we'll talk about today was the water clock. This occurred during the reign of Amenhotep III, which was the king that preceded Akhenaten. Its purpose was to show priests when certain rituals were supposed to be performed. It is the first water clock in human history to ever be discovered and has the accuracy within 15 minutes. And as you can guess, it was designed for times when there was poor visibility in the atmosphere. But how did it work? To know the time, one only had to look inside the basin to observe the water level and read the time according to the nearest false hole. The time is indicated by the level of the water in the vessel, which is shaped so that it falls at a uniform rate. The length of these hours even took the season and geographical location into account, which allowed for a correct temporal reading of the month in which solstices and equinoxes occurred. So this was a very advanced instrument. The last innovation that I'll be discussing today was recorded in an inscription from a tomb that has now been lost. These are the only surviving records of the tomb inscription. They describe that Amenemhat, a leader of the hour priests at Thebes, discovered that the lengths of day and night varied over the course of the year. Amenemhat also claimed to have invented a mechanical device that combined the water clock, the merket, and simple hydraulics that allowed features of the water clock to move. Von Leuven has proposed that the merket was used to calibrate the water clock, which is probably why the text repeatedly emphasized the correctiveness of the device. So, what are the causes of innovation here? Remembering the words of Ronald Eglash, knowledge often develops in response to a need to fix a culturally specific problem. So we can deduce that temple operations now emphasize timekeeping in their utilitarian and ritualistic practices. Internal factors include the fact that priests now held permanent positions during the 18th dynasty instead of on rotation. This allowed astronomers to work in temple libraries without interruption. Because Amun was the state god, Karnak was the wealthiest and most powerful temple precinct in Egypt, which translated to the caliber of their libraries and resources. Another big factor is that heightened interest in the solar cult also translated into an intensified interest in celestial observation. External factors stimulating innovation is trickier to isolate. To begin with, temple precincts were extremely exclusive to Egyptian priests and the upper elite. And the value system of Egyptian scriptoriums routinely emphasized the importance of keeping knowledge within the temple precinct and ultimately keeping it secret from all outsiders. This made the chances of intellectual collaboration slim, if not minute at best. We can think of temples as an impermeable membrane of sorts. So this really only leaves one major option in my mind. If intellectual exchange or collaboration occurred that influenced astronomical innovation in Egypt, it is far more likely that it first occurred outside of Egypt as a result of diplomatic or militaristic activity when Egyptian officials mingled with courtiers from other kingdoms. This was something that was very, very frequently found during this age of the New Kingdom, actually, in fact. Following that interaction, they would have brought that knowledge back to Egypt. However, documentation on this type of thing is extremely scant, and the circumstances of the ancient world at this time certainly point to diplomatic activity as a likely candidate for intellectual and intercultural exchange. This is something I hope to further develop during the course of my research. This is a chapter in my dissertation that is currently being developed. So, through these advancements, we can characterize 18th dynasty astronomy as observational, predictive, and schematic. We may also describe it as empirical, arithmetical, mathematical, and calculational. It is through these advancements that we see reflections occur in religion. Religion and astronomy are something that can't be separated in this conversation. For example, a new decanal family arises, being a family of stars that was used for timekeeping during this period. The ultimate takeaway that I'd like you to walk away from this presentation with is that instead of restricting the use of astronomy to means of celestial mechanics, we need to expand our perspective of how skywatching practices were employed, not only during the 19th dynasty, but in Pharaonic Egypt as a whole. I'd like to thank everyone for their time today.
Marla, thank you so much. That was really, really interesting. And for my first question, I wanted just to go right back to your introduction. For the non-academics in the audience, could you just explain what EMIC means?
EMIC is a let me just get that back. EMIC is a perspective from which you try to assess an ancient culture through the insider's perspective. So it really emphasizes aspects like beliefs, values, practices, and worldview.
So it's trying to understand something through the lens of the ancient culture that you're studying, rather than using your own understanding of the world as a 21st century person.
Yes, it goes with, of course, we can never completely remove our biases, but we have to always strive to remove ourselves from the situation and look at it through the perspective of the culture themselves. That is a huge staple of archaeoastronomy.
Thank you. You said that this knowledge was very much restricted to the priestly elites. Do we have any, obviously not textual evidence, but any material evidence that gives an indication that maybe non-elites had an understanding of time management or astronomy in general, even if it wasn't the quote unquote official academic understanding?
Absolutely. In fact, this is a huge side project that I'm developing as well. Cultural astronomy, of course, I'm talking about the upper elites of society today. I am talking about the high priest, I'm talking about the state religion, but on the other side of the coin, and this is something that is so important to the fabric of heritage and tradition, is that there is a lot of evidence for your regular person to have a vast understanding of the cosmos. So today we are completely removed from the sky. for most of us are. But we seem to forget that the sky was half of the universe and the reality. The sky made up a major aspect of daily life. And so there would have been a lot of private and very localized systems of belief and heritage and understanding within these pockets of communities. But this is something that's harder to track, especially when you're talking about tracking developments. So it's definitely there. It's definitely there. There's a wonderful graffito in the in Merowe that I think is depicting practices used in local observatories, for instance. This can't be tracked by text, but through other images. So it is something that, of course, we have to bring more interpretation with, and that requires a very clear theoretical framework, which is why I've spent so much time talking about it today.
Thank you. And this might be a little outside of your research, but do we see similar levels of knowledge existing in Nubia and in Merowe, or is this like a Central Egypt development?
Similar in, well, they definitely had they had tons of astronomical alignments. They were very influenced by Egyptian culture. And I'll tiptoe carefully around this because there's a lot to go into the topic for sure. But yes, we do see a lot of similar stuff in Nubia and Merowe, and these types of structural alignments, they're not exclusive even to Africa. They can be found all across Africa, but in the world as well. That's why archaeoastronomy is such a wonderful and fascinating topic, because it shows us that humans, independent of where these cultures originate from, all had a fascination with the sky and their relationship, and using structures and timekeeping to reinforce and perpetuate that relationship to the cosmos.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Well, I am going to let you go there because we're just about at noon. Thank you for your time and for sharing your research with us.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, everybody, give me one moment. I am just going to get one of my slides up. Okay, so before we move on to our special session, I just wanted to put a bit of a plug in for the raffle that SASA is currently running. If you donate $25, then you can receive a raffle ticket to win a goodie bag full of various items from the SASA Bazaar. If you're interested in just purchasing something, then that is also all available from the SASA website. My personal favorite there is the tote bag with the little dinger sign with the phrase, "It's a humdinger," or a real humdinger. I'm honestly just going to have to buy one of those myself because you don't see enough cuneiform on tote bags, to be very honest. Yeah, so all of the information is currently on the slide. You can do that through the SASA website, saveancientstudies.org/donate. And our next session is the second special session, Access and Affordability Workshop. And that is going to be taken over by another moderator. So I will see you all shortly when that is done.
All right, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are in the world. We will get this special session started here in just a few minutes. We're going to admit our panelists here into the Zoom. So please bear with us as we kind of transition things. All right, so at this time, I'd like to welcome our panelists and invite them to turn on their cameras and unmute themselves so we can get this special workshop session going on affordability and accessibility. All right. Thank you, Megan. And great. So the Save Ancient Studies Alliance is a nonprofit, as you all know, that is committed to making the ancient world more accessible and more readily available to the public at large, right? We want people who attend university to have additional resources to help them study. We want independent scholars to be able to keep doing what they're doing. You know, we also want regular folks out there to be able to read about ancient Greece, ancient Mesopotamia, ancient China, wherever their interests lie, right? We believe that anyone should be able to do this on a regular basis with the least amount of restrictions possible. Okay, so that is part of the inspiration behind this particular workshop today. So my name is John Haberstroh. I am a volunteer with SASA. I am the leader of the Access team. So part of my job is to carry out programs and initiatives within SASA to make ancient studies more accessible to the public at large. Today's theme will be on affordability. So we could have sliced accessibility a dozen different ways. And so we chose this time to go with affordability. It seemed like a timely thing to do given inflation, given the increasing costs of higher education, not just in the US, but around the world. So, you know, this is a particular target that we are going to take on today. So I'm also an assistant professor in residence at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, where I teach ancient world history. And I'm very excited to be your moderator today. We have a few panelists here who are going to well, let me give you a roadmap for where we're going. Okay, so I'll briefly introduce our panelists, and I will give them some time here to kind of introduce to the public here some of the things, some of the initiatives and programs that they do in their respective organizations to make ancient studies accessible on the affordability front. So after that, we'll have a brief Q&A that I will moderate among the panelists. Upon the conclusion of that discussion, we will field questions from the public. So if you're on Twitter, if you are on YouTube, if you are with some of our partner streaming groups, you can ask questions through their particular streaming services, and we will kind of collect them all here. And I will do my best to keep track. Hopefully the inbox doesn't become unmanageable for me. So we will have some fun today and engage in this important discussion on affordability. So I will just briefly introduce our panelists now, and I will allow them to kind of, you know, go into more details about themselves if they wish. So we have 3 different organizations represented here today. So the first is the American School of Classical Studies, and we have Dr. Mark Lawal and Dr. Alicia Dissinger, who are here to talk about the exciting things at the American School of Classical Studies. We have Manolis Pankalos representing Isagoria Publishing, and we have Jan van der Krabben of the World History Encyclopedia. So I don't know if we should have like drew straws out of a hat or something to decide who would go first today, but maybe I'll just toss it to our friends at the American School to kind of kick things off. So feel free to unmute yourselves and tell us who you are and tell us more about the American School.
Okay, thanks, John. So as John said, I'm Mark Lawal. I'm chair of the managing committee of the school. The school is a private nonprofit founded in 1881. And ever since that time, we've been a consortium of cooperating institutions, and there are now just around 200 of those. And so the managing committee is the overall policy making body of that organization. So we have about 400 members of this committee, and I chair this this unwieldy mass. So I have Alicia and I have a PowerPoint that we're going to show really quickly, just to kind of introduce you to the school and to our offerings in particular, of course, with a focus on issues of affordability and access. So as I said, the school was founded in 1881. Its goal was to give Americans in particular access to study in Greece, and of course to carry out archaeological excavation in Greece. This has always been a matter of getting a permit through a representative foreign school. So the American school carries out that service for Americans, and also for a long time it was the representative for Canada as well, though now Canada has its own institute. I just show you here some early minutes of the school's trustees and the early version of our reading room that is now the director's living room. Ever since its founding, the school has offered educational opportunities for graduate students and faculty. I show you here a 1933 field trip that the students took. Basically, the school, in terms of affordability, the school covers the education, research resources, and all needs for 1, 2, or even 3 years, or sometimes more, of a graduate student's education. And our libraries, of which there are 2 major ones, the Gennadius and the Blagan, basically fill the needs for books, journal subscriptions, everything that students might need during their time in Athens. And this basically, if you think about it, that means that the home institutions are not covering the costs of those students' education, saving the money for other activities. We also house a state-of-the-art archaeological laboratory, the Wiener Laboratory, and again, we're providing almost free access for scientific work, including including most recently DNA analysis, but all kinds of different equipment is there and available for students and faculty use. We do carry out a number of different public outreach initiatives. We are active on social media, including Twitter or X or whatever it's called now, as well as Facebook and other platforms. Our website has an archive of our past video lectures, as well as we also live stream lectures on a regular basis now. One of our newest facilities is the Makrianis exhibition wing, which provides events in Athens itself, and many of those have now also been published and the subject of various online exhibitions as well. Perhaps most exciting, we have a K-12 program, thanks to the Steinmetz Family Foundation, that's been active at Corinth for quite a while now. It provides both in-person and online programming for students all around the world. And we're now expanding that to the Athenian Agora and the Makrianis exhibition wing as well. So we're basically doubling our capacity as far as K-12 education, and that also includes general public outreach. We have vast online resources, and these are only increasing. If you're interested in learning about recent publications, our library's online catalog can be sorted according to date of acquisition, and so you can get a quick sense of what's recently come out. But then we also have all kinds of scanned excavation records. What you're seeing here is from the mid-1930s excavations of the north slope of the Acropolis, and this is a female head that was found in a well there. But you can also track through the Agora excavations from literally day one. As you see, this notebook page is day one. They found a block. But you can also, from the school's archives, we have scanned vast amounts of Heinrich Schliemann's diaries. And you see here when he began work at Troy. You can see some of his drawings of finds from Troy. You can also see when he visited Egypt and decided to try his hand at Arabic, which he did pretty well at. Interestingly here, the interlinear translations are in Greek, French, and English. So he's like just anyways, our publication office, as many of you probably know, produces the quarterly journal Hesperia. We also produce the final report series for American school projects at the Athenian Agora and Ancient Corinth. We also have various series devoted to affiliated excavations. In terms of costs to authors, authors writing for the Agora or Corinth or other school excavations are not charged any subvention. Authors connected with affiliated projects, the affiliated projects are expected to cover some costs in terms of subventions. We also, though, in terms of disseminating this material, a lot of it is online now through both JSTOR as an archival source and Project Muse for latest editions. We also have a number of things available free of charge online on our website. We also engage, in terms of a global audience, we also engage in an exchange program where we send hard copies of our materials out to libraries worldwide and publishers worldwide in exchange for their materials as well. So basically it's a kind of free exchange of material that distributes our books all around the world. We are also, of course, a place where you can carry out independent research. We have the library facilities in Athens for visiting scholars from the US. If you become a member of the school, we can help you in securing permissions for site visits, for photography, for object study in museums. In fact, we are your clearinghouse for these kind of permissions. For scholars in Athens, you're welcome to come to the school, to the library anytime and get a visiting reader card. It does require a letter of reference from your superiors, but this is publicly available. The Gennadius Library, which covers basically Byzantium through the modern day, is a shared resource of the Greek government and the American school, and it's freely available to anyone at any time during opening hours. So that gives you a quick overview of what the school is all about, and I'll turn things over to Alicia now to talk about our programs.
Hi, I'm Alicia Dissinger, so I'm the programs administrator. So if you're thinking of coming to the school on one of our programs, fellowships, that's me. So I'm happy to answer questions about our programs, what we do, anything like that. So what we have on the screen here, I'll talk shortly about our summer programs. We have a couple things, and there is funding available. There's funding available through us and also classical associations, full and partial, to make it more affordable. We've got a 6-week summer session. And this is really an intensive introduction to Greece from Antiquity through the modern period. Anybody's eligible, graduate students, if you have a PhD, K through 12 educators, independent scholars, please apply. The 6 weeks is very long. So if you're looking for something shorter, we do have 2 18-day programs. The themes, they change each year, different directors. So this coming summer, the themes are warriors, sailors, traders, and pirates, Aegean islands through the ages, Alexander to Actium, the archaeology of Hellenistic Greece. And if you lean more towards science, we've got our archaeological science summer programs. They're each 1 week and they take place in the summer. Thank you. So the big thing we do with our academic program, this goes all through the year, 9 months. This is kind of what Mark was saying. If you want to come to us instead of being at your home institution, come to us. We do have full scholarships available. So if we accept you on one of our 12 scholarships, it's all paid for. You get a stipend as well. And you can see there just a little blurb about what exactly the program is. And the students who apply to it's usually ABD phase, kind of later in your graduate career, but it's a comprehensive training program to immerse students in Greek history of all periods. So Mark, if you want to go to the next slide. This is kind of a brief overview of where we go on the program. We go all over Greece. We go everywhere. And this is directed by our Mellon professor. There's 5 trips. We go Northeast Greece, Western Greece, Crete, Central Greece, the Corinthian, the Argolid. In our winter term, we do excursions around the area. There are seminars led by our Mellon professor, and we have special scholars we bring in called our Whitehead scholars, and they'll give lectures as well. And if you are a PhD holder, you can apply for our Whitehead positions. So we've got a lot going on. And to help support you, we have about over 25 fellowships available. So we're talking about making things more accessible through offsetting cost. We've got over 25 fellowships, from small partial amounts, full academic year, that's really aimed at graduate students, if you hold a PhD, and even independent scholars. So feel free to go through the website, check out our eligibility, what some of the topics are. One of our newer fellowships that's really fantastic, it's our Scarborough Fellowship. This supports up to 3 months at the school. You can propose to do basically anything you want. Join our program, independent research. It's open to graduate students, K through 12 teachers, independent scholars, but you do have to reside in the US or Canada. And we're looking for people whose geographic origin, diverse experiences, and socioeconomic background are underrepresented at the school. But there's a very nice stipend of about $1,500 a month. And you get free room and board at Loring Hall. And with this one, we'll actually pay your round trip ticket to and from Greece. Not all of our scholarships do that, but this one does. An example of one of our full academic year program scholarships is the Hirsch Fellowship. That's $11,500 for 9 months, free room and board at Loring Hall. For PhD holders, we've got a few of them as well. Most of them are a little short term. About one of them is our Coatson $2,000 for 2 months at the school. We also have our NEH fellowships back. So if you hold a PhD and you want to use any of our facilities, you can propose to study with us from 3 months, 4 months, 9 months. We'd love to see your application. And this, we get a lot of independent scholars applying for this one. And don't let this scare you that we have so many opportunities, because we have a very high success rate. So in general, it is a high acceptance rate. So for our summer programs, we get about 50 to 60 applicants for 20 spots. So it's about 40 to 33% acceptance rate. Our seminars, again, there's 20 spots, but we get about 30 to 40 applicants. So we're talking about 65, 50% acceptance rate. And again, we have funding through us. There's other places where you can reach out for funding, and that's all on our website. And even our fellowships, they're one fellowship, but we'll get anywhere from 10 people to 25 people applying. So apply, we want to give you our money. So I guess just to sum up, take a look at our website. Mark mentioned we have so much to offer, more than just funding for our programs. There's a lot of online free resources, photos, images, notebooks, excavation material. And again, feel free to reach out to me. I'm happy to help with any of this. Mark, I don't know if you have any follow-up words, but.
Oh, no, that's great. Thanks. And thanks again, John.
All right. Thank you so much, both of you. And I should have mentioned this before, but I was a proud regular member myself back in 2017, 2018 at the American School. And if you're a graduate student out there who is a Hellenophile of any variety, the American School is the place to be. It is an unparalleled experience. And they did not pay me to say that. So thank you so much. And we'll circle back for folks who have questions about the American School and all of their different programs and opportunities. And next, we'll turn to Isagoria Publishing. We'll turn to our friend and colleague, Manolis Pangalos. Go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us all about Isagoria Publishing.
Yeah, hello, everyone. Thank you very much, John, for the introduction. My name is Dr. Manolis Pangalos, and I am editor-in-chief at Isagoria Publishing. We are sorry that we will not have together with us today the other colleague, Dr. Stefanos Apostolou, but I think I will be speaking for both of us for everything that we shall say. So shortly I will be sharing something as well, but it's just the site of Isagoria. So if you bear with me a moment. Isagoria. So Isagoria Publishing, we can start from the basics. We are Isigoria Publishing, but as you can see from our site, we refer to ourselves as Isigoria, because what started as an attempt to make it fair in publishing for early career, especially non-Anglophone scholars, soon became something more than that. And we see ourselves transforming into an educational hub. So if I am to start from the very beginning, it was many years where we had discussions with colleagues, and especially with Stefanos Apostolou, both of us being graduates of ancient history, both of us with PhDs in the United Kingdom, seeing a bit of a disparity in what it is offered in academia, both in terms of positions, but also in terms of opportunities, be them scholarships, be them contracts, be them also publishing. And then I think the kickstart to actually do something more than discussion was the period of COVID, where we established the basics after a very long period of asking colleagues and making a kind of a market research, if you wish, trying to find out what works and what works where, connecting with colleagues throughout the world. So we ended up founding Isigoria, which is a community interest company under British law. That means it is a non-profit organization. So we have three main axes, and I will say the first one is the publication, dissemination, and promotion of research materials. So in our community, we offer open, free, worldwide access to scholarly research produced globally. Okay, to promote the knowledge and free access to peer-reviewed information by a community of scholars, students, institutions, and the involved public. In the second nexus, we provide seminars and workshops, in many ways, knowledge, skill, and research and enhancement seminars to support both teaching and learning. That translates roughly into access on specialized high-quality seminars and workshops for students of all levels in academic institutions, but also outside, and also workshops that deal with continuous personal development, enhancing the abilities and the acquisition of knowledge for a diverse audience. Again, our audience as a community interest company, our community, if you wish, is those students, scholars, researchers, interested members of the public, research institutions, other profit or non-profit institutions, or companies, or even individuals. And then on our third and last point of looking at the world, our perspective is the collaboration and support and organization of cultural or educational projects, be they conferences, exhibitions, presentations, or outreach activities. And our maybe for now magnum opus is the launch of scientific open access digital-only journal, CNICS, the Journal of Classical Studies, which publishes work of scholars for the most part of ancient history, from the very early archaic period to roughly, and we can have a debate about this, to roughly the start of the late antiquity. For us, we set it at around 600 Common Era and the reign of Heraclius. And also its reception, and we include all subfields. We run now with an advisory board of 30 members from 18 countries across the world. Of course, listening just before the colleagues from the American School of Classical Studies, we're a very new organization. We just launched our attempt to make some difference in the academic and non-academic world just in July 2021. So we are nearly, actually, we are just 2 years old 3 days ago. But this doesn't mean that we haven't expanded more from NICS. For example, we run, and you can go on our website and you can see also our projects. We run Greek epigraphy seminars, and we travel twice to Brazil to teach students across 17 universities the introduction of Greek epigraphy, a course that has never been taught in any university in Brazil. And we ran it for 2 continuous consecutive years, and we will be running it again next year. In our first November, we traveled to Czech Republic to offer a specialized course on memory in the ancient world, and in Mazar University in Brno. And this November, we will be traveling to the Autonomous University of Mexico to offer a seminar, a high-level, now intensive seminar on Greek epigraphy. And this is part of both of our outreach, but also of our perspective on what should be offered out there. So we do this with a minimum cost, either completely free or with a coverage of some of the material needed for running this kind of specialized workshops. And this is a way for us to demonstrate both the gap in some countries or institutions' curricula, but also how we can bend this and make it work for the benefit of both those institutions and their students. Of course, the after COVID period has really benefited such projects because participation is very easy, online workshops, very low cost, no need for students to travel, especially collaborating with 10 or 17 different universities. It is a strain for any kind of organization, except if it is online. And maybe this could be something, but we also run other things. And in our projects, we have our first books coming up. We have 2 call for papers that were open, and now they are in different stages of production. So the first published books of Isigoria Publishing will be 2 edited volumes. One is organized by colleagues in Brazil and China. The second one by colleagues working in classical and medieval Mediterranean in the University of Puerto Rico. And you can find the details and the timeline for their publication in our website. And lastly, in a way, we are doing everything we can, as SASA does, as Saving the Ancient Studies Alliance does, to promote the study of the ancient world. And this means, for example, that we participated in panels like that, Classics in Africa, to think of the ways forward of making more relevant to contemporary education the humanities, and specifically ancient studies, in many times, very often, giving a different perspective than the perspective that it is currently the majority perspective. That we feel, both Stefanos and me, that there is a lot of merit, and this is something that we can agree on, all of us, I think, a lot of merit in studying the humanities, and specifically classical studies. And but the direction, as it seems, especially in the global north, if you wish, seems a bit wrong. There are other initiatives that are worth taking, especially in the global south, be it in South America, be it in Africa, be it currently in China, where I'm now found, where the humanities, maybe with some different agenda indeed, but the humanities gain a lot of pace and are supported as an equal player on the game of education. And this is something that we should all think about and learn from so that we can maximize our impact to the world. And we also run specific research activities. We just came last April from the conference of Classical Association in Cambridge, where the Sigoria members, a team of 7 panelists, presented its first organized by Sigoria panel. So we're trying to play at many levels, from outreach to publication to actually making research and back to producing this research in an open access, digital, free-for-all medium, be it the book, be them the books or our journal. One of the last things that I would like to say before handing back to you, John, is that one of the different things we think that we are doing is that we partake in the process of creating knowledge and publishing it with the creators, the authors. We have a kind of complex 2 stages peer review, an internal one that is an editorial one, plus the members of the scientific board, advisory board. And in case that the works are accepted, then it goes to a blind double peer review to experts. So at least 5 or 6 pairs of eyes look at every single thing that we publish. And during that process, we collaborate with the reviewers and with the authors in order to create this kind of collaborative environment where the author provides his or her ideas, okay? The core, the essence of publishing work, whereas we, as editors of language, the reviewers as editors of argument, if you wish, help the author maximize the potential of their idea. So the end project, the end result of this process is many times a bit different from the initial, at least size sometimes and depth, initial contribution, but very much enhanced, while leaving the author with the knowledge that there are specific steps and we're standing by next to him. And we will be publishing now our 3rd issue of PNICS. It should be coming out by the end of this week, where we have been launching book reviews as well, with a bit of a twist. So instead of just doing academic peer reviews, we do that. We offer the possibility to the editors or the authors of the book on review to provide a kind of informal interview where they present ideas about how, or information that is, about how they went into completing this task. It is a milestone for every one of us, right? From start to end, with the pitfalls, things that they may change, and by providing a voice to them, rather than just saying that Manolis Pagalos published so-and-so book in 2023, maybe the authors have a face and a name and a substance behind just that name. This is some of the ways that we have been thinking about the Sigoria, not only a publisher, much more as we think. And we open up, and we have been doing that ever since the beginning. We open up the floor to any colleagues, early career or outside academia, mainstream academia that is, who have ideas of things that we have been doing. They have feedback to come and find us, and we're very open in discussing these ideas brainstorming about what else we can do, and collaborating in projects in the future, because it is a community project. Maybe we have some maybe madness in us to start it, but it only grows by the help of its community. So thank you very much, John.
All right, thank you, Manolis. We appreciate your thoughts and ideas here on the kind of vision of Isagoria. And I'm sure we'll return back to this very shortly with questions from our audience. And we'll turn now to our third panelist participant today, and this is Jan van der Kraven of the World History Encyclopedia. So I'll hand it over to you now.
Hi, thank you very much. Yes, you may have noticed that my name is not on conference program. I was asked to step in. World History Encyclopedia is one of the media partners and longstanding partners of Safe Ancient Studies Alliance. And so I'm happy to step in and present a little short summary here as well. I whacked together a little presentation. And then, I'm happy to talk about affordability and reaching an audience that is interested in ancient studies. So I'm just going to start by sharing my screen here. About us. Sorry, how do I get this in? Okay, there we go. All right, so World History Encyclopedia. As I mentioned, we are a partner of Safe Ancient Studies Alliance, and we are primarily a website found at worldhistory.org. That's what it looks like. I obviously encourage you to visit it. We are a nonprofit organization, and our mission is to engage people with cultural heritage and to improve history education worldwide. So everything we publish is entirely for free, so affordable for the readers. And also we're not an open access publication that charges authors either. So in that sense, also rather affordable. Our motto is history grows the mind. We think it's really important that history has that place and that understanding, because it helps us build our cultural identities. History helps us gain an understanding of the past, mainly to look at the present and to build a better future, but also to have a more open-minded society. And I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir here, so I think we can just skip this part. We were founded in 2009. We are a nonprofit organization, as I mentioned. We have 12 employees in countries all over the world, and we are largely supported by many, many hundreds of volunteers who write for us and provide us with book reviews and various other things, photos, etc. We are probably the most read history publication in the world, with over 40 million readers per year. Now, obviously, this is a website, so that's aimed at the general public. It's not an academic journal in that sense, even though everything that we publish is reviewed carefully by our editorial team to ensure that it is accurate and also engaging for a general public readership. So we work with our authors to make sure it is accessible to the general public. As a result, we are a highly trusted resource. We are recommended by many institutions in the world, schools and universities, and libraries, including Oxford University and the School Library Journal. We also work with other organizations such as Safe Ancient Studies. We also work with UNESCO, and we help obviously promote historical research, discoveries, and any sort of discussions, including this conference, which is being streamed on our social media and YouTube channels. Now, we also sometimes, not this year, but sometimes offer scholarships in combination with UNESCO in relationship to cultural heritage. We hope that next year we can do so again. Now, the way we see ourselves is we are essentially a bridge between the academic world and the public. We're an encyclopedia, which means our readership is intended to be obviously the general public. But we work with academics who provide us with the research and bring it in a format that makes it easy for anybody from a high school age onwards to understand it and understand why it matters as well, and basically generate interest in research in the academic world and in ancient studies in particular. Now, we've published over 3,700 articles and tens of thousands of images. And that is only possible because of this vast community of over 700 contributors who have worked with us, who have shared their knowledge with us, the majority of whom are somehow scholars, either with a university or of an independent type. Now, all the articles that we translate publish get translated as well. So we have so far translated about 5,000 articles in over 40 languages, because we believe that open access is only truly open if people can read it in their own language. That is obviously a fast undertaking, and we have a large legion of volunteer translators who help us with this, but it's progressing really quickly, and the figure there is actually outdated. It's about 30% of our readership is now in languages other than English. We also publish book reviews, which is probably of interest to some of the scholars here who have recently published something, or book publishers who might be in the audience. So we love receiving reviews from our partners, from our reviewers. We have a network of reviewers who work for us, and these book reviews then obviously get sent out on all our channels, on our newsletter, on social media, and very often as well we interview the authors on our YouTube channel, which is similar to what the previous speaker said, what they are doing. So I think we are kind of on the same track here of basically wanting to help authors and researchers spread the word about what they have been doing to the general public. Now, all of this obviously goes out on our social media and our newsletter. So anything we publish generally tends to end up with a very large audience of tens of thousands of readers within a very short period of time. And to us, that is actually kind of how we see the open part of open access. It's not only should it be free, but also it needs to be found, it needs to be read. It doesn't help anybody if it's free but published somewhere where nobody is going to read it. So that's where we want to help, and what we want to do to work with our partners and provide that exposure to research and to work. Finally, we also work with educators. We align with the curricula around the world and publish educational materials. So a lot of the materials that we have on our website and articles and videos actually get used in schools all over the world, primarily in the English-speaking world, but increasingly so in other countries. So there we go. Kind of rushed through this, but I thought it's better to talk about this and think about what does affordability mean to us in the ancient studies and history sense in general. And I think from my perspective, it needs to be affordable, not just on a monetary level, but also on a level of how much time does it take to invest in creating these resources, and what kind of outcome do we get in terms of who is reached with it. So I'm happy to open up the discussion here, hand it back to you, John, and leave it at that. But obviously, I'm happy to answer any questions as well.
All right, thank you so much, Jan. All right, and thank you again to all of our panelists. And so, yeah, Jan kind of set the stage very well there. So we're going to kind of open our discussion up a little bit more broadly now, kind of beyond your individual organizations, to get us talking about this kind of very complex idea of affordability. This is not something that you or I or probably anyone in this Zoom call right here could solve on our own, right? This is a systemic kind of financial issue, right? And everything is always just so much more complicated than it needs to be. That's how our kind of world works a little bit. So again, I'm coming at this from a kind of nonprofit perspective, from a higher education perspective, right? So with my students that I see every day, they're taking out student loans. They're having to justify to their parents, oh, like, well, you should be a mechanical engineer because they make lots of money, even though the evidence of that is, quite selective, right? Plenty of English majors can, make just as much money as an engineer, right? But right, that's the narrative, right? That's the narrative that is being pushed in the United States, and I'm sure elsewhere as well. So we'll proceed with these kind of questions that I've kind of thrown together and been thinking about over the past few months, but I have some general questions to start things off. Then I'd like to kind of turn a little bit to talking about independent scholars specifically as a group and the general public. And then if there's time, we'll talk also about graduate education and funding opportunities there. So I'll just pose these questions to anyone and feel free to kind of take it up if you are inspired. But what do you find to be the greatest obstacle in increasing accessibility through your specific organizations?
Well, I guess I can jump in since we're often, I think in a lot of ways, the American school is kind of seen as almost like a gatekeeper in some ways, for better or worse. And because we are in Greece, it's of course harder for people simply to, go and access the material. As I say, I think we've done a pretty good job of putting materials out online. And actually, as others have mentioned, COVID was a huge push for us to do that. We'd been broadcasting, lectures earlier, but with COVID, we really doubled down on that. So I think it is, one of the things that we have probably the hardest time is convincing faculty members to push their students to come to Greece, to spend that time away from their home programs. It's seen as sort of a drain on time. But I would say it's actually in a way the reverse, right? Because as I said before, we're essentially saving time and money for the institutions back home because they can then turn their attention to the students who are still there. And there's really no, as John, you mentioned, there's no other way to really get this kind of exposure to the Greek world without doing that. And yet, but it has been, there are certainly faculty members who will say, don't do it. You have to finish your dissertation in 3 years. This will delay you. It's therefore bad. But I would argue there's, as I've told so many students, there's no time in your life you're going to have more time to just read and think and muse, and visit sites and all this kind of stuff. Once you're in any job, you're no longer going to have that time at all. Whether it's in academia or doing other things, you're just not going to have that time. So, why not?
So what other obstacles are there? Because I think as our presenters have mentioned before, right? It's not always just simply money. I don't have enough cash to do something, right? Like there's other implications that affordability kind of entail. So I don't know, Manolis, maybe you can speak to right, the fact that you don't charge authors to publish with your, how does your organization kind of navigate the intricacies of, how are you all funded? Is it fundraising? Is it private donations? Is it university sponsorships? How does that work in your world?
Yeah, thank you, John. I was thinking about that because when we speak about accessibility, we also have to think about accessibility to our resources and affordability for our resources. And of course, we do not have the size of any of the other organizations here today. We are a very small team that started something from their own time and financial means. So we started very, very, very small in some ways, thinking that we can offer the world some of the time that we offer to colleagues anyway by doing a bit more and for them gaining from it. So we all peer review articles or other works, we all write reports. This kind of small thinking kickstarted our idea about Segoria. And then, of course, when you grow a bit, or even before that, you realize that accessibility and affordability are key factors in any undertaking. And I said earlier that we started by a very long market research in a way, where we created a questionnaire of 60 questions, Google form, asking everything, and also asking about APCs, which for us are ridiculously high. We know what it entails, and we know some of the pitfalls, so maybe it's not the time for this kind of discussion, but charging $2,000 US, euros, pounds for an article for open access, you name it as you wish, green, gold, diamond, or whatever, it is something that it is not affordable or accessible to anyone. Even if he or she is a professor, they are professors with 30 years of career, how many articles can they publish in this way? And in this kind of discussion, of course, we can involve this kind of huge funding bodies that offer an extra pot of money for researcher to tap on if they wish to publish in open access. And of course, this is something that we are both accepting in Segoria. Scholars and researchers who have access in this kind of funding are welcome to bring it to us, and we will put it in good use. As a non-for-profit organization, we do not have access, and we chose that. We do not have access in any funds of Segoria. And that means that all money that go to Segoria go back on publishing and continuing our work. But that also means that if you are very new in the game, some people may think about impact. Of course, some other people may think about rates, or we're very new. We have to kind of provide something to our audience so that we can be trusted. So from very early on, we decided that we have a ceiling of our own means, which we will use entirely in producing completely free from all aspects from anyone works. And we are in this path right now. And this has already come with some response from the audience, where people has been giving some funds on their own as donations, which are used, and some other times from people who wish to use our, for example, editorial skills and pay for them with money that are transferred directly to Segoria. So we are still building the way of how we can collaborate with the community. And then the most common route for this kind of aspirations is, of course, collaborations with institutions. And indeed, we have been supported by University of Groningen, where I was holding until recently a position with an open access fund. And we have been also in collaboration with the National Documentation Center at Greece, where they provide our platforms through Public Knowledge Project. So we have some mixture of actual financial means and some in kind. And the way forward for accessibility is really to understand that first, a lot of work is being done by people and it is unpaid, okay? And what we offer to those people is, if they do this kind of work for us, they get some recognition for all of it, okay? But also in terms of working backwards to that, maybe some people will feel like we are doing something that is good and they will support, whoever they are, from students to higher strata, will support this offer. We also have submitted very big funding applications to cover running costs, which we have. This, I think, leads back to a key fact. I said that we have collaborations and we have discussions with colleagues across the world. And, you know, to charge, for example, even $1 for a specialized course in Hellenistic history, students or colleagues, that is, from Africa or South America, is a day and night. And it's something that we have to think about whatever we do. So we choose, and we will be doing, and we are doing it already, not to charge anything those colleagues who do not have any access to funds. So at any event, if the idea is there, this is a collaboration for a course, a specialized workshop, for a conference, or this is an idea for a specific publication, a book or an article, we will undertake to publish it no matter what. Of course, we cannot do it for all of them, so there is a selection, but we stand by the author that select us, that trust us, that we will take their work and publish it no matter the cost.
Great, great. And Jan, I wanted to turn to you now because, you know, a lot of times when, and I'm sure many of our viewers today have visited the World History Encyclopedia, and every once in a while you get that yellow banner that says, you know, now's the time to help make the World History Encyclopedia work, right? So that type of crowdfunding aspect is a different funding model. So I don't know if you want to speak briefly about that and how, you know, what implications that may have for how the World History Encyclopedia makes its free content.
Yeah, I mean, for us, in part of our mission is that absolutely everything we publish is going to be free. We will never charge access for absolutely anything that we publish. So that's kind of the baseline. And it's true that, yes, that needs to be paid for. Nothing is free, right? So we basically have three primary funding channels. The first one is advertising on our website, which generates about half of the money that we generate to run our publication. And that's something that is very seasonal, unfortunately. So in summer, right now, it's really low. And on top of that, at the moment, it's also very much tied to the economy. So we're not making money at the moment because the economy's down, advertising's down. We're kind of climbing back up, but it was a tough first half of the year. Then the other thing that we do is we have a membership subscription. So these are primarily people who love what we do. They want to support what we do. It's essentially like a recurring donation, and to say thank you, we take away ads from the website and give them access to like a members magazine, like, you know, many museums do, like Friends of the British Museum or whatever, that sort of stuff. And then finally, we have these donations drives that you alluded to, and we run one big donation drive per year to basically pay for our servers and all the web services that we have that we require to run the operation. Now, yeah, that's something we do once a year. And unfortunately, that's less reliable than, say, a membership, something recurring that you can sort of count on, because, again, it really depends on the global financial situation, on how willing people are to donate. So in 2020, after everybody had received their checks from the government in the United States, we completed our fundraiser in no time. This year, we did not complete our fundraiser. I think we reached about 77% or something like that before we shut it down. So there are problems with each of these models. You know, advertising and donations are both very much driven by the economy, unfortunately, whereas memberships is more reliable. So I think if anybody wanted to do something similar to us, having a model where people can pay money on a regular basis, that's the most reliable source of revenue. but it takes a long time to grow it, of course. And for us, it's something that is entirely, voluntary. People can choose to do it. There's no obligation. As I said, everything we publish is free, but that's kind of how we run it. And we don't take money from our authors. We have some of our authors who donate to us as well, because they just support us and think what we're doing is great. But yeah, it's free for everybody.
Hello, I am Veli Alberkallio, from Vice President from the Sea Research Society, and I just would like to say that we are working more on the policy side, and one of the things that I would like to see the archaeological community working harder is this thing that the environmental climate change concerns would be brought into the funding aspects of the archaeological work as renovating. For example, in our Sea Research Society has been now working for a little over half a century, and we are the only organization who is using deep divers to go to up to 180 meters below sea level. And we are also training people for the oil platforms and oil installations on the seabed. And we come constantly across this problem that there is not any kind of protection for cultural heritage from the Paleolithic period, which is sitting on the seafloor, and all the fishing industries, they can just freely wipe out everything that is out there. Nobody is funding us, and our main issue has been this thing that how do we monetize the Paleolithic artifacts such a way that we could retrieve them to the surface, because the cost of having seabed capping at 100 meters an hour is very, very expensive work, and we have to have also health and safety concerns are the one. And I think that this requires like a kind of government effort to put effort on understanding the climate change, because we feel that there's two problems which the oil industry and the geoscience community is not properly addressing. Because if you remember Deepwater Horizon accident, there was this problem with methane hydrate building up, and they couldn't close the oil well. And now if you think about this same substance in the Ice Age, there is a huge deposits of the methane glycerate on the Arctic Ocean seabed, and it is all made of pure carbon-12, and it all outcast. There are 28,000 craters of methane that are size of 1 square kilometer, and biggest one of them is 750 square kilometers with a depth of 350 meters. All of it is pure carbon-12 because it is 4.5 billion year old leftover carbon from the lithosphere that keep rising towards up from the mantle. And we are fearing that when the sea levels during the ice age scales that are then used for seabed sea level rise projections, and this is a very risky aspect. So this type of thing needs research, and I see that there's a potential for archaeological revival if we start studying the relationship of these carbon sources from the also from the Holocene thermal optimum, which equals as Arctic permafrost melting maximum. Again, another source releasing carbon-12 into atmosphere that was very rarefied in carbon dioxide at 180 parts per million. So I feel that these readings of the sea level rise that is being made is totally wrong, and it would also have implications to archaeology. So we should get the governments to put more money to archaeology, and especially from the climate change aspects. So that's our. You can go to the Wikipedia and look our website, and if you are interested about marine archaeology and anything Paleolithic, paleo coastline studies, please get in touch with us. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you so much for those comments. Yeah, I think the issue of government funding is essential, and I think you've given us the most urgent, kind of area of focus here. So thank you so much for that comment and question. I'm sorry, Alicia, I cut you off there.
No, I was just going to say our Wiener Archaeological Science Lab does work on some of these issues. And we partner with other European universities to address these issues, work with their researchers. But again, government funding is not exactly in there, but we are, we do a lot of different things. And again, we've got fellowships for these to help support that work as well, to help that sort of accessibility. Anyway, I just wanted to add that in there.
Yeah, definitely. So I think since we're on the topic here, maybe the answer to all of our ancient studies issues is to get governments to invest, right? To put their money kind of where the important things are, right? From our perspectives, right? To keep the humanities at the center. And so I don't know if there's any comments on how your organizations interact with government agencies. How much do you rely on government funding? Do you have to have a lobbyist in Congress to get things? How does it work, Mark?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the great advantages actually of the American School in Athens is its independence from government funding for the most part. I mean, almost all the other foreign schools, not all of them, but most of them, are in one way or another connected with their home governments. And this can be limiting, especially when then, governments themselves have to, constrain their own funding, So I think that independence is good. On the other hand, it does raise the issue of how do you sort of husband your resources over the long haul, and how do you then distribute those resources? And the school has been reasonably lucky in that regard. I mean, partly it's age. If you just keep a certain amount of money around long enough, as the economy goes up and down, I'm told, eventually you end up ahead. But also, I mean, we do, like others have said, I mean, we have expanded over the years our development office and professionalized it such that an increasing percentage of our endowment or our operating costs are now dependent on annual giving. And that of course saves our endowment for the future. I mean, someday in the future, perhaps people will stop caring about archaeology, except for a very, very few people, right? And so we have to plan for that. We're sort of planning for worst case. And worst case, we can keep going for years and years, even if everybody says, no, we're not doing that anymore. I mean, I hope they don't, but I think you do have to sort of plan for that. The other side, though, one other aspect in terms of accessibility is people's time. And I think one of the things we've tried to do at the school is offer more and more scholarships that are not multiple months. If you can't be away from your family for 9 months, but you need just like 2 weeks to get something really good done, then that's great. And so I think the more we can find people willing to support short-term fellowships, the better, because not everyone has 9 months or 12 months to carry out research.
Yeah, that kind of anticipated my next question here on. A lot of times when you look at funding opportunities, it's like, graduate student fellowship or, distinguished professor, funding opportunity, right? So what about independent scholars, members of the general public who want to kind of get their toes wet in the field? Or maybe they studied classics 20 years ago and they want to kind of make a soft entry back into the game. So, what types of things are out there for folks who don't have, who have chosen not to make a career out of it, but still want to be engaged? How do we make it affordable for them? Or again, because the current model is kind of, you have to pay to play, right? You either have to, buy the plane ticket to go somewhere, or you gotta, pay the publisher to get your article out, right? So what are some ideas that are out there that you all have seen work that are for the kind of introductory or reintroductory phase of someone's interests?
Yeah. I mean, I can jump in here because we do accept very often submissions from people who have in the past studied a certain part of history and who want to re-engage with that topic. So it's something that very often occurs on our website, that we have somebody who, I don't know, now runs a construction company, but actually studied history and and is really into it. Or we have some bankers who are really into economic history, and they write about it. So that's something that we love doing. We love publishing people's work who may have taken a different career path and who then also bring other perspectives to that field that maybe a purely academic view would not have provided. So yeah, that's one route that obviously I can promote here, but we are not the only publication who does that. There are many publications on the internet that are happy to accept submissions from people who may not currently be in a academic position at a university. Some of them are reviewed like ours, some of them are not. Some pay, some don't. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, great. And that kind of reminds me of a new program that SASA is launching this coming fall, which is a mentorship program. So the goal of this program is to connect kind of late stage high school students or early undergraduates and match them with someone who is who could be an academic, who's in the field, and kind of bring them into the fold, right? Like that's a way to kind of increase our numbers. But another thing we've been thinking a lot about is folks who have done ancient studies degrees and gone off to other wonderful things in nonprofits, in government, in the public sector, in private organizations, right? To show that these degrees are not just kind of dead ends. You don't have to be a professor if you study ancient Latin or Greek languages, right? You can do plenty of other things. So yeah, connecting people with successful people who've gone on to great things. So I just wanted to make a quick plug for our mentorship program. But Manolis, I think you were about to say something.
It is great, John. I mean, in some ways, SASA also do that in a kind of a structural level where you have and collaborate with a range of volunteers at all ages and at all backgrounds. So this is a way of helping people who like ancient studies revitalize their interest, to do something that they like on their free time or in a kind of hobby, or some of them very good later return to a master or even a PhD. And we have been collaborating with some undergraduate students, for example, as per helping them see how it is the process of publishing, what are the intricacies behind the curtains, how easy or difficult it is to link between the different stakeholders of that process called published work, but also in our courses that we run. We offer the possibility to students sometimes partaking on the courses, sometimes outside the course, of all levels to have a presentation, something that is also kind of quantifiable. Okay, you can put it back on your CV and say, look, I have been teaching maybe a session in this workshop, in this module run by those professors somewhere around the world. And we are looking for more opportunities to develop this. But also what previously Jan was saying, I mean, we do publish research with no cost for the authors of the audience. And the ABCs, again, it's a thorn. And I can publicize some of the results of our marketing research. Colleagues, even those who had stable positions, not precarious 10 months or 5 months or 12 months contracts, in developed countries of the global north, wouldn't think that it is logical or rational to give anything beyond 600 euros and the equivalent of other coins. So you see the running scheme of academic publishing is already distorted. No one can and should be willing to pay this amount of money to see their work published, especially if there is this kind of gatekeeping where the copyright is being held by a publisher, where the price of the final book is unreasonable because it will get back to university libraries. Okay, you do a run of 250 books, and then you have a hardcover, and you have a price from the leading publishers of 200, 150 pounds. I mean, who, even with a 40% first author and relatives discount, who is gonna be giving this kind of money to get their book or their beloved relatives and so on book? So we are doing exactly that, and we're adding into the fold for this research not only peer review, but the ability to turn maybe non-native English to something closer to native English, although without agreeing to the format of native English as such, because English is the lingua franca, and we can discuss a lot about what that means for academic thought, for example, or production. But in any way, we have to be working in this language, and we have to retain some part of ourselves. And these are only some ways that we are very, very close to what the History Encyclopedia and other people do. Yes.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much. So I did want to make sure that we have time for questions from both the folks on the Zoom call as well as people watching online. But I did have one final question, and I'm going a little off script here, so apologies. I have the kind of question to kind of, I don't know, maybe piece it together a little bit. But you know, if it's not the people who want to do ancient studies, right? If it's not the independent scholar out there, if it's not the university professor, if it's not me who wants to have to pay to engage with this content, right, with ancient studies, who is it? Who's responsible? Who should be the one at the forefront leading the charge of affordability in our fields, in our respective kind of worlds that we live in and work in, right? Should it be students? Should it be professors? Should the professoriate come down from the so-called ivory tower and lead the charge? Should it be the government putting the money where it's important? So I'm going to kind of just launch that piece of dynamite out into the audience here for you all to take on. But so who should lead the charge?
I wanted to say something right in response to that. First of all, wonderful asking the most complicated possible question, the bottom line of affordability. Of course, it's true, but I think that we're basically moving more and more towards a crisis point, and clearly humanities overall is moving towards this crisis point because many people, the public in general, is devaluing a humanities degree, and as the cost of higher education continues to rise, people feel more and more that they need to have a vision of a dollars and cents and bottom line endpoint. But as you said before, that's clearly untrue. That there's plenty of good careers to go into through the humanities. And so I think first of all, the answer is everybody has to be involved in this change, in this development. And it's also, I think academia in general reacts very slowly to change in some ways, and which is very unfortunate. But I think that's where SASA is really trying to push things a little bit and move things forward to show professors and academics and administrators that there is another way to adjust and adapt without just holding on to the way things are until the point where it's not tenable anymore. And the more people come together in groups like this to actually have productive discussions about new ways where this can happen, I think is really where things need to go, and then taking action based on that. But I'll stop talking so Manolis can answer something.
Saving the day.
I just would like to make a quick note that the Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has here in UK mandated that all the graduates of the university must have their employment in the same field, and all those courses that they don't do the work on the same field must be shut down. And this is making the life really difficult for the humanities communities and anybody who is studying something for the sake of knowledge only. And I think that is something that we have to take in account. And that's why I feel that there's archaeology and humanities and history studies, ethnography, anthropology, they're all in difficulty on this, because how you monetize it such a way that you can show to the prime minister that this is giving students jobs in such a way that he can put some numbers on the table. That's why I'm telling this climate change is a very important bring in now, because I think the geoscience community is contaminated by oil industry interests who are making this radiocarbon a big mistake.
Great, thank you so much. Manoli says your hand up. Okay, go ahead. Oh, you're muted, my friend.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yes, thank you very much, and thank you, David, for this. It is indeed, I think, everyone, as with all causes, everyone should come together to find solutions. And sometimes the solutions are maybe outside our specific fields, in the way that people, for example, in publishing, being a member of OASPA, of the Open Access Publishing Association, think about books and what they are doing. And there are, we can call them startups if you wish, because everything is a startup, really. A lot of initiatives where people have thought of different ways about taking off the accessibility and affordability question and doing something beyond the scope of contemporary market. And they work. Size is a matter of question, but there is a lot of initiatives there. And there are other initiatives in academic publishing, in education, as it is present and is very obvious in today's discussion. But then I think that maybe I am a bit biased, but I think I am, both me and Stefanos, people of a mixed background, in the way that we grew up in a country, Greece, that a lot of things in education are taken for granted because education is free, okay? And because of the traditional background where you know, the start of civilization, of Western civilization is in Greece and so on, studies like the humanities are embedded in their way of thinking. So despite the continuous from the creation of the modern Greek state till now, the continuous financial problems, we still produce a very wealthy, in many ways wealthy for the number and wealthy for maybe the market, a very wealthy number of graduates of humanities, and especially of Department of Classics, Archaeology and Ancient History, okay? And we have so many departments, and some of them are very big, with 200 and 300 graduates, say, from the University of Athens. Maybe only in my year, that is 2002, where I graduated from a bachelor of undergraduates, okay, 200, 300, 250 people every year. And all those people know that they will not be working on that field, but they still do it. Okay, and some of them, of course, end up in a very distorted Greek education of a kind of para-education system with phrontisteria and private evening schools and so on. But in reality, many of them are not exactly employed, but they are there and they still choose it. So we have to ask a question, why? And this is not the case only in Greece. This is the case in Italy also, okay, where we have still the Lyceum Classicum. And of course, this is the case in the Netherlands, where we have to speak about other things, like the economy of one of the most strong, robust economic economies of the European Union, okay. But there are these places where they still produce classicists, who then go on working on ancient studies. And then we have the other image where the US or the UAE comes in, where people have to pay a lot of money and take up loans to do a study that may not return this money. And of course, we can have this kind of very big discussion again about the hole in the system with the loans and the percentage of repaying them and who gets to repay them and so on. But this model does not work. And in many ways, unfortunately, this discussion about the development and success and defense over the market normally does not involve states like Greece and Italy and their academics in how they see the world or their graduates see the world. And also our viewpoint, that is the Western viewpoint, if you wish, and I do not like the word, but we have somewhere to define it, has been tainting other viewpoints. So in discussion with colleagues from Africa or South America, they tend to see the market in market terms. So they find the same, for me, that is wrong ways of dealing with the problem, leading, although they are in a different level, leading on the same problems that we maybe in Europe and the US have already faced, and we haven't been winning over. And they're repeating the same mistakes, and it's a vicious circle. And maybe we have to think about other countries, maybe in the East, like Japan, has a very healthy classics, for example, community, very well involved in Japan, not outside, okay? China, that Institutes of Humanities are coming out the last 3 years, like if I excuse of the expression, like mushrooms after rain, okay, everywhere. And it has a lot to do, I said, with politics and agenda, but there are things that we can take from this discussion. Thailand, who may not have a classics education, but they are very strong in archaeology, especially prehistoric, okay? So we have to think about the ways that those countries deal with problems, some of which are in the capitalist circle, some of which are not exactly, and open up the discussion to involve those as key players in this next step without taking over as, I don't know, as guardians of tradition of dealing with ancient studies. We are not. We have to break, I think, this bubble.
Great. Thank you so much, Manolis. We have unfortunately reached our time here today in our special session workshop on affordability and accessibility. And I wanted to take this last second here to thank our panelist presenters, Alicia Dissender, Mark Lawal, Jan van der Krabben, and Manolis Pankalos. Thank you so much for your thoughts and for sharing a lot about what your respective organizations do to make things accessible through affordability. I'd like to thank all of the people who have chimed in today and participated by asking questions and engaging in this discussion. Of course, we have not solved all of the problems of our world in this 90-minute session. So if you have any questions or if you have thoughts and ideas that you want to shoot my way, you can email me at jhaberstroh@saveancientstudies.org anytime. I'm happy to continue the conversation elsewhere. And who knows, maybe this is the start of a regular conversation that we will have here at the annual SASA virtual conference. So thank you so much, everyone. And we'll pass things off now to our next session.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thanks.
Thank you to John and all of our panelists for that excellent workshop and discussion. Always an interesting thing to think about how we make our work accessible and available and affordable to those who are interested in it. Before we get going with the next session of the day, I just want to remind everyone there's a whole 4 hours left to enter the SASA raffle. You can donate $25. It all goes towards the amazing work that SASA does. That can be donated via saveancientstudies.org/donate. And for every $25 donated, you get one raffle ticket or 5 tickets for $100. And you will be entered into a raffle to win a selection of fantastic SASA merchandise. And as I mentioned earlier, this merchandise is also available just through the SASA online store. Again, that can be found on the saveancientstudies.org website. All right, so we are going to get started with session 5, Innovation, Causes and Impact of Innovation. And the first talk, oh no, there we go. First talk for this afternoon, the water technology in ancient Alexandria between theory and practice. This will be presented by Nermeen Sami. Nermeen is an archaeologist in the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities in Egypt since 2011. She holds a BA in archaeology from the Department of Greco-Roman Archaeology and Classical Studies, the Faculty of Arts at the University of Alexandria in Egypt. In 2021, she obtained her master's degree in Hellenistic Studies at the Alexandria Center for Hellenistic Studies, also through the University of Alexandria, specializing in arts, archaeology, and architecture. Her thesis title was The Water Supply and Resources in Ptolemaic Alexandria, Historical, Cultural, and Archaeological Study. She has been working as an attached inspector with the archaeological missions in Alexandria for photography and documentation works. And she participated as a trainer in a number of workshops on excavations and workshops on excavation work and archaeological photography held by the Bibliotheca Alexandrina and the National Museum of Rashid and the Ministry of Antiquities. In addition, she's written a number of online articles covering a variety of historical and heritage topics, and she participated in a number of conferences and seminars held at universities in Egypt and Italy covering Greco-Roman archaeology. So Nermeen, thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to stop my screen share so that you can share any slides you might have.
Yes, please. Thank you for the intro, and I'm so glad to be here with you today. I will try to share my presentation now. Okay, should participate now. You can see it now.
Yes, we have the, we don't have the full presentation, but we can see the first slide.
Okay, I will zoom in. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, here we go. First of all, thank you very much for the intro, and it's a great pleasure to be here and allowing me to participate and share my research. I will start with this. Okay, I will minimize this to see it. Okay, the main aims of this study are to shed considerable light on the development of hydraulic engineering and its application in daily life, as in religious and entertainment spaces, commercial units, and domestic architecture. There are many scientific theories concerning the classification of mechanical devices and its distribution. As you can see here, we have slide illustration about how the water network in ancient Alexandria during Ptolemaic and also continued to be in Roman period. A feeding canal starting from here, feeding the city with underground passages for water going to be stored in wheels and cisterns, and from small wheels attached to each building of the city, there was a lifting device to withdraw water to be used by the inhabitants. I will start quickly to give a quick review about lifting devices from Shadow to water screw of Archimedes. As we can see here, in fact, several machines and techniques were applied and invented to improve how fresh water is obtained. And there were many theories by Greek philosophers and scientists through the ages, such as Aristotle in the late classical and Heron in Hellenistic period, and especially Heron in particular examined more studies on hydrometeorological phenomena like rain and hydrological cycle. The most the most lifting devices were shadow. As you can see here, we have a very popular wall painting from Ipawi, watering his garden. It's in Deir el-Medina in Luxor. It's dating back to New Kingdom and using a shadow. The other drawing by a traveler in 1819, showing the shadoof was still in use in modern Egypt. The other lifting device would be water wheel, which was one of the water lifting devices for irrigation and domestic uses. And the water wheel was the first known device that used a system of gears to transfer energy from one special dimensions to another, horizontal to vertical, to withdraw water from 10 or 11 meters deep, and to be emptied on the surface into basins or tanks from which the water is free to be distributed. And also it's set in motion by animals or manpower. Before we go further, I need to focus on this wall painting. It's more depicting a Sakya powered by 2 oxen. It's a famous wall painting from West Necropolis of Alexandria. It's called Wardian Tomb, and it's reserved in Greek-Roman Museum. We will need to focus on this because the results and conclusion of this research count on it. We have different types of water wheels, but in fact, this series were designed from wheel from a compartment rim to lift water from deep, narrow wells and cistern, and to extend the reach of wheel without enlarging its diameters. But there was a kind of problem. The buckets and chains were made of heavy and expensive materials, like bronze and iron. Therefore, starting from the Roman time, made a considerable changes in these materials, which were replaced with less expensive wooden containers and fiber ropes. But also, a change happened at the end of 1st century BC to change the bronze buckets into wooden ones, and after they changed the iron chains into ropes. Another change happened also by the early 4th century ED for economic reasons. Wooden buckets have changed into pottery pots. We will go now to the famous water screw of Archimedes, and we have a different shape here, our pictures of how it was. This is the first one here from Vitruvius' description, and we have an example of it, House of Finander, a fresco in Pompeii, fresco of Egyptian water screw in operation, and the last one showing how it's still used in some areas in Egyptian countryside. Archimedes, who first documented one end of how it works, and the issue who invented this one, or it was invented in Alexandria or in other place. But we will see about that. We will go, it used for lifting the water from depths of 0.6 to 1.2 meters, and may discharge 1,600 liters per hour. It's of course faster than a shadoof or sakya, as you can see in Egyptian country, as I said. The force pump. The force pump is unique among the ancient water lifting devices for both its complex design and its characteristic scattering delivery. The written sources clearly link the force pump with Philo and Ctesippus in Alexandria. At least 25 Roman examples have survived in bronze, lead, and wood. What we have here, we have two kinds of sources to count on. There were inventions used in water technology, into community, to serve the community or not. We have two kinds of sources: the written sources and archaeological sources. We have here the treatise of pneumatics by Philo. By Philo is oldest description about these machines, and also Vitruvius, who describing how the lifting water can lifting water devices work to lift water from great depths by using buckets chain, which is wound around a turning shaft instead of water wheel, and the length of chain can be modified to allow to increase the height for lifting water. And also we have here the Julius Caesar description helped us to build drawing a map of a distribution of some of the water channels serving all the city. Here is a modern map I made about the distribution of water in Alexandria, modern Alexandria. Now we have different places. We'll talk about some of it today. Unfortunately, most of the old water lifting devices disappeared due to the use of perishable materials such as wood and mud bricks, but they are both their representation in artworks and the findings in architecture such as wells, cisterns, and gears and pots, which prove their existence. The evidence of using water lifting devices at ancient Alexandria is testified by archaeological ruins of the various remains of different types of water wheels found in Alexandria. As a result of excavation work, let's see some of it, like Maria. A site locates 45 kilometers south of west of Alexandria. A well operated by a sakia turned by animals. The sakia is a term we use nowadays in Egypt for water wheels. Turned by animals, lies 5 meters to feed baths, and the source of water is still underground spring. The water was collected in the reservoir of sakia and then delivered to the baths via a set of terracotta pipes. Till now, there are no parallels to this system except the great imperial baths of Komideka, which is a site located in the center of the modern city of Alexandria. We have different here, the well operated with the sakia and sakia installations. And here is a plan, section, cistern. Number 1 is the cistern, then inspection shaft, and then number 3 channel, then well. So it's showing you the processor of water flow. The next site will be a temple of goddess Bastet in Alexandria. It was found in 2009 and 2010 by Supreme Council of Antiquities, a large temple called Bubastion, which was discovered, and it was to serve the cult and worship of goddess Bastet, goddess of good health and protection. A cistern was discovered in the northwest side of the land at much higher level of the remain of the temple. It was noted. It was also noted a rectangular well closer to foundation of temple. That must be a sakia here. And we believe that from reconstruction of this building, it could be a resemble of a necropolis Wardian, which I was talked about, focus on, because we have the same construction. The next site would be Terra Santa Cemetery in Alexandria, also in the city center. A sakia turns a pot garland where an underground mesh of wells and galleries in the area. It dates back to the Hellenistic period, 3rd century BC, and could represent the first system of a public water distribution during the city foundation time. The majority of cisterns of ancient Alexandria were fed manually or by rain, and their shape varies according to their functions. The cisterns in ancient Alexandria were filled through underground channels connected with the canal of Alexandria, and the cisterns were at considerable depths to receive carried water to settle in it. There was a water lifting device at the top of every cistern, probably water wheel sakia, as in Haraba cistern at the city center. As we can see here is Haraba, and here it's composed of 2 levels, and here's the attached lifting device, and the well of sakia as we can see here in this photo and this attached photo, to show how it works to distribute water by using Sakia and to lift the water to the surface. We have also an example from a house in Alexandria, also the city center, illustration of water draw of device, how it's used to lift water from the well to the house, and it's the first phase, then the bucket to be emptied in the water distribution column. We also have fountains. There were other water installations such as fountain house, which was used as a resource of water besides the usage of cistern. Fountains appeared early in ancient Greek architecture and was the most important destination within the urban water network as a main source of drinking water into the city center. The ancient Alexandria was decorated with a number of fountains, which were introduced to Egypt as a new form of water structure to be applied to the city plan and to be placed at public squares. One of the examples here is Arsenault II, but it was in the royal palace of Ptolemies, and we have no much details about how it works. And also, only the materials of construction, the plan, the statues, and construction materials, that's all what we have about it. But how it worked, we have nothing to know about it. We also have water spout and basins in some of historical sites in Alexandria, dating back to Roman period. And we have water spouts. As we all know, the ancient Greeks already had a previous experience to pipe water to Fountain's house by means of one of the aqueducts. But the problem is that in ancient Greece, or in Greece now, there were a lot of springs to provide water to these fountains. But in Alexandria, there were no springs at all. So the concept was probably followed to use a fountain in Alexandria, and the archaeological ruins, the fountain and water spout, which are exhibited in the open museum garden of Komish Shukafa in west of Alexandria, are to show the possibility of public fountain houses as a part of newly presented structure in the city plan. But till now, we haven't discovered how it was working. But maybe using force pump to push water smoothly into this basin and through water spout. We will come to the conclusion. The scientific and technological achievement lead to either developed or refined in Alexandria. So it could be developed or refined in Alexandria as a screw of Archimedes and force pump as Vitruvius credit. Scientific development in Hellenistic period transformed in irrigation and water lifting from natural methods into artificial and more mechanical ones. Moreover, these inventions were for the benefit of community and not only for the royal family. The dating and origin of most of Hellenistic complicated machines using rotary motion seem to have been invented in the mid-3rd century BC, probably in ancient Alexandria, since the Philo wrote about these devices and how it works in the late 3rd century BC. The first possible reference to Sakia, the water wheel, as a device mechanis, using the term mechani, appears in a papyrus dating back to the 3rd century BC. Using lifting machines becomes much more frequent in Roman times, and the first possible reference to the Sakia gear appears in 13th century, the year of 13 AD, from 2 papyrus, and another papyrus dating from 79 AD is considered to be the one of the oldest documents available to mention a Sakia gear, moving about garland. In addition, the earliest papyrus to introduce and confirm evidence of the existence of animal-powered machine is dating back to 113 AD from the city Arsinoe, which is located in Fayum, now middle of Egypt. Thank you very much for your kind attention and greeting from Egypt.
Thank you so much. That was very, very interesting and very, very informative. I was wondering, you showed pictures of domestic structures, houses having their own water sources. Was
I'm
this
sorry,
very...
I can't hear you again.
Oh, how's this? Is that better?
Okay, I can hear you now.
So you showed images of domestic structures of houses in Alexandria having their own water source. Was this very common, or was this something that was really only in the more elite houses?
Actually, let's say that this area, city center, was a great interest for many archaeologists to dig in, but the rest of Alexandria is still not excavated. So we still have more information from city center, but we need to dig more to know about the other houses, if there are any domestic settlements located outside of Alexandria, to dig more. Alexandria is not fully discovered yet, ancient Alexandria. So we don't have a permission to dig everywhere because we have buildings already, modern buildings distributed now over the ancient Alexandria. So the domestic architecture we found was mostly in the center of Alexandria, and we still believe it was only for rich people. Nothing was for free, of course, and because it was very complicated water network to distribute water for, and need a lot of technology, and expensive. It's expensive, so it's not easy to be offered by local people. But there was other facilities for the other people living in districts to have water carrier to sell water, or to have small cisterns and well to store rainwater into the cisterns.
I see. Thank you very much. I was also wondering what you think it is about the city of Alexandria that made it in ancient times such a fruitful place for these kinds of scientific developments.
You mean who encouraged this water technology?
Yeah.
Of course, the Ptolemies, because they established a new kingdom, and there was a kind of competition between them and the other kingdoms divided after Alexander the Great. So they offered scholarships. It was the first time to offer scholarships to attract all the scholars to come and to have a place in ancient Alexandria library, and to stay and give a new series. And new series were used in to serve community, not just the royal family like other ancient civilizations. Only the inventions were applied into palaces and royal areas, but actually it was distributed equally through the city.
Do we see, I know your research focuses on Alexandria. Do we see similar kinds of technologies spreading to the rest of Egypt later in time?
Actually, my thesis was about Alexandria and also El Fayum and also Asia Minor. So we have a role model of Alexandria applied in El Fayum in an area called Philadelphia, a small state. They found the same water system, water distribution system parallel to Alexandria. And also after Alexandria, we found some parallel in Asia Minor, like Pergamon, and also in Cyprus, because it belonged to some of parts of Asia Minor were belonging to Ptolemies. So they distributed this all water technology in these areas, but not huge as in Alexandria, because the population of Alexandria was huge and should be served in good quality.
Thank you. You mentioned at several points systems that were used to store water. What would these have been made of? Were they hollowed out stone? Were they made of baked bricks?
Actually from limestone, and coated with a layer of plaster to preserve water and to filter water there was a kind of technology to filter water, because it's not clean to come from the Nile, directly from the Nile, and leave it to be distributed the way it is, because it's full of mud and you know, these issues. So it has to be filtered. So plaster, it was to preserve quality of water.
That's really interesting. Thank you. And the systems themselves, were they carved into the bedrock, or were large blocks of stone transported and set in place?
They were covered because they were underground. Actually, all the types of cisterns dating from Ptolemaic time were underground. We have only example from Roman time in Comedecca. It's the Roman theater, we call it Comedecca, in city centers. It's the only example we have of cistern to be above the ground. So it should cover the cisterns to avoid any pollution of water and to keep it clean. And the lifting device were mounted over the cistern opening.
I see, thank you. And my final question, how was the water transported from the Nile to the city? Was there pipe work under the ground?
Actually, it was a problem during the planning of Alexandria, because it's far from the branch of Nile. It's called the Canopic branch. So the Ptolemy used a very practical technique to dig artificial canal called Skydia, or we call it now in a modern time a canal of Alexandria. Driving water from the Nile, from Canopic branch to Alexandria, and then distribute to be stored into the cisterns, then distributed into channels under streets.
Thank you so much. This was a really, really fascinating talk. I appreciate your time and expertise.
Thank you.
Well, that was wonderfully interesting. Who doesn't enjoy hearing about how ancient people lived? I love it. Absolutely love it. I am going to quickly get up the next screen for our next speaker, if you will bear with me for one moment. There we are. So our next topic, as you can see from the slide, is titled All STEM Leads to Rome, Teaching the Classical World Through Engineering and Experimental Archaeology. And we have Natalie Roy presenting for us, and she teaches Latin, Roman technology, and myth makers to teenage students in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in the USA. Her classes center the classical world of Rome through the lens of STEM, hands-on history, and experimental archaeology. Her students have built kilns, sundials, catapults, and a Roman road in large collaborative projects that involve local industry through partnerships and grants. A national board-certified teacher, Natalie was named the 2021 Louisiana State Teacher of the Year, an experience that took her to the White House to meet President Joe Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden. Last summer, the American Classical League named Natalie its Meriter Award winner for lifetime service to the field of classics. She is too young to retire, so she runs a small website dedicated to classical STEM lessons for busy teachers, and presents her lessons at classical conferences all over the USA. Natalie, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
I've turned off my screen share, so you should be able to get any slides you have.
Okay. Let's hope this works. And if it doesn't, I think you have access to my slides.
I do, yes.
Okay, and I hope that this will pop up soon. And here we go. So if you're joining us from home, in just a second, you'll see that QR code popped up right here on the screen. And if you would like access to this presentation, you can use that QR code to do so. And my presentations have lots of links in them, including my website, my link tree, my blog. So please access those and use them as you need. Oh, I'll go back to here. So for 2.5 decades, I taught at an elite private school in my city of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, where curricular resources were vast. When STEM became the rage in education in the early 2000 teens, my school was quick to hire a STEM coordinator whose job it was to assist core teachers in integrating STEM into their classes. Riding on this wave of STEM excitement at my school, I proposed an upper-level Latin STEM integration course called Roman Technology, in which my students would read Latin texts which covered STEM topics, such as Vitruvius's De Architectura and Pliny's Historia Naturalis, and then employ experimental archaeology techniques to recreate the products and processes that we read about. The school STEM coordinator was thrilled to help me, and I developed an amazing course in which we mixed and set Roman concrete, plotted an analemmatic sundial, recreated hairstyles, cooked Roman food, built Roman musical instruments, etc. It was a smashing success in that students outside of my Latin program were asking for me to offer the course for non-Latin students. Unfortunately, that was not to be. That spring, I found out that the headmaster of my school had decided to phase out our decades-old Latin program and wanted me to transition into a technology facilitator role. I quickly found another job teaching middle school Latin at a local large public school. And since the principal wanted to expand the school's offerings of elective classes, she asked if I might be able to adapt the Roman technology class to include non-Latin students, and also if I might teach a class on classical mythology. And as you can probably guess, I accepted the job, and I am now in my 6th year of teaching both the Roman technology class and the other one, which I named Mythmakers. This mythology class is a STEAM Maker Lab class in which we use the stories of classical mythology to inspire maker projects. STEAM, STEM's close cousin, adds the A to represent art in the acronym. And that was 5 years ago, and these two classes are now some of the most popular offerings at our school. To give you an idea of my curriculum, I'll discuss 2 of our smaller projects and 1 large project in greater detail. I'll also elaborate on how I incorporate STEM methodology. But before I do that, let me clarify what it means to teach STEM. STEM in K-12 education is more of a methodology than a collection of subjects. It's not just science, technology, engineering, and math, but using those subject areas to spark creative and critical thinking, as well as collaborative skills in the service of a design challenge. It's very much a way of thinking and learning rather than just instruction in the subjects which the acronym stands for. Some STEM teachers are even more exclusive in categorizing STEM. All of the subject areas have to be represented, and the challenge or problem has to have more than one solution. Others are less restrictive, but still, it's worth noting that what STEM teachers consider STEM is not always what the general public sees as STEM per se. So now I'll discuss a very popular STEM challenge from my Roman technology class, catapults. Since weapons, even replicas, are not allowed on our campus, we focus on mini models and the concepts which make Roman catapults so effective. We start the unit with a short lecture on the history and development of catapults in the Mediterranean world, focusing on the material remains, such as catapult shot at Masada, which you see here, and images of catapults on Trajan's column. Throughout the lecture, students are asked to read short articles and watch videos of replicas in action, including a passage by Josephus on the violent effects of those being attacked. The students also read selections in translation from Vitruvius's Book 10 of De Architectura about the size, weight, and aerodynamic qualities of different projectiles and the construction of a scorpion itself. Vitruvius was a scorpion operator in the Roman army of the 1st century BCE. Next, the students learn to build 3 mini models of catapults out of simple materials, such as tongue depressors, rubber bands, and bottle caps. After each build, students must test their catapult's performance in 3 challenges. Number 1, distance. The students shoot their catapults as far as possible, then measure and record data with each different projectile they use: cotton balls, ping pong balls, and small rocks. Next, we've got accuracy. The students have to shoot the projectile into a bowl and record data. And number 3, the tower challenge. The students have to record how many shots they fire to knock down a tower made of paper cups. In each of the challenges, there is a variable and a constant for the students to take note of. In the next step of the unit, students use the information they learned in these initial challenges to construct their own catapults, constrained by the supplies they're given. Students whose catapults perform best are asked to model their shots and explain why they think it worked so well. And likewise, students whose models flopped must reflect on why they failed, and they're allowed to tweak their models for better performance and try again. Surely the Romans worked in the same way. The second unit I'd like to share is from my Myth Makers course. Focused on mythological stories that reference sea travel, such as Jason and the Argonauts or Homer's Odyssey, students design and build a cardboard boat that can stay afloat while it holds a half-pound of weight. They must sail this ship across a small swimming pool powered only by their breath caught on the sails that they've built. So following the engineering design process, the students first learn a little about ancient seafaring, the life of sailors, ships, and buoyancy to help them ask and imagine how ancient ships worked. This is the first part of the STEM challenge process. Then, after exploring the supplies and hearing about the constraints for the project, they plan and create their own ships from cardboard, masking tape, and recycled cloth. Through the process, they test their ships, improve them, and then share their designs by sailing them in a small swimming pool. It's always fun to see what such young students, only ages 11 to 14, are able to build. Now, models are fun, and they teach students how to work with building supplies, think creatively, and work collaboratively. But experimental archaeology gives students a deeper appreciation for ancient engineering, tool use, and the real-life experience of ancient daily life. Every time I teach Roman technology, I commit to doing a large collaborative project in which I lead the students in building something real. In our first year, we built a 20-foot analematic sundial that uses the viewer's shadow to tell the time. We used mosaic hammers to create the mosaic scene in the picture. In our next year, the students worked in small teams to build brick pottery kilns and fire their own votive body parts. This past year's endeavor was the Roman Road project, the largest we've ever attempted. So I'll talk about that a little bit now. Through the middle of our 1955 school campus runs a large grassy area that generally floods when it rains. My classroom looks out over this area where in 2020, right before the pandemic shutdowns, my Roman technology class watched a student trying to traverse this stretch of soggy grass. He was unsuccessful in doing so without getting his shoes completely wet. Despite this problem, many students continued to use this pathway due to the fact that our halls are old and too small for our students, since our school was originally built as an elementary school for much smaller children. My Roman technologists laughed at the soggy-shoed student and jokingly said that a Roman road would probably help the situation since they were elevated and kept water off of them. Eureka, an idea was born. We would build a functioning sidewalk in the style of an ancient Roman road. Fast forward to 18 months later, and I applied for and secured a grant from a local bank for the Roman Road project. Working alongside our local Department of Transportation and Development, my 78 Roman technology students studied many aspects of Roman road construction. We learned to pace the space like Roman land surveyors would have done to measure and order needed supplies. We surveyed the land and marked a straight course for the road using gromas, ancient surveying tools. We hauled 42 tons of stone in buckets to simulate the experience of Roman road building soldiers seen on Trajan's column. We learned to mix concrete. Although our intention was to erect milestones, we ran out of funding and decided to decorate and lay stepping stones instead to approximate the experience. The project took 2 months and was not without setbacks. On the day before Mardi Gras break, as we had finished our concrete pour, someone rode a bike through the wet concrete of our road, leaving behind deep ruts that were unfixable. We had long discussions about what to do. And we finally decided to fill the ruts and footprints with metal-colored resin to simulate how the Romans used iron to fix ancient roads in Pompeii and ancient Britain. Although upsetting at first, this incident surely mimicked the life of ancient Roman road builders and engineers that solved multiple problems at every turn. The best part of the project was our collaboration with the local Department of Transportation and Development, or DOTD. Dr. Tyson Rupnow, Associate Director of the Transportation and Research Center, the research arm of the DOTD, personally advised us on the project, giving many lectures on modern and ancient civil engineering, and obtained supplies for the project such as gravel and concrete. Tyson was able to work with us so closely because it's actually part of his job description. DOTD gives free advice on road building projects to anyone in the state. This project became his pet because, according to him, Roman roads are mythologized within preparation programs for civil engineers. Thus, he regularly hosted civil engineers and construction professors on our campus to view the project, which they viewed with extreme interest and almost envy. The most interesting part of the project, in my opinion, was learning to use the Roman groma. Having read extensively about these and consulting with Dr. Courtney Roby of Cornell University, whose classes use them for hands-on surveying projects, I was able to guide a woodworking expert in building a couple of these devices. The most difficult part of using a groma is wind blowing the lines out of alignment and making it nearly impossible to actually sight using them. But fear not, we used an ancient Roman trick. We placed small dishes of olive oil under the plumb bobs to stabilize their sway in the wind. Both Tyson and I were skeptical about this plan, but it worked like a charm, and it definitely made us consider the lives of ancient surveyors and road builders. To get the oil at just the right level under the plumb bobs, we used various pieces of scrap wood to build up a small pedestal for the oil container. Would a surveyor have had to carry these around in ancient times? How would that have worked? In fact, we had lots of questions. The whole project left us wondering about many aspects of daily life for soldiers who bore most of the burden of building Roman roads. Our biggest question was about footwear. We wore rubber boots for the entirety of our project to protect us from the massive amount of mud which we created and excavated as we built. How did Roman road builders protect their feet from the mud that surely had to have happened with road building? Side note, we plan to take up this topic during our next big Roman technology project as we try to design and build our own Roman shoes. Even as the project began to wind down, the students continued to dream big and asked for a ribbon cutting ceremony. Thanks to my principal and DOTD, we were able to pull together a short little ceremony with handmade golden laurel wreaths and cake. We invited the media, and the local newspaper featured our project on the front page. A month later, I got an excited text from a Latin teacher friend in the same city who told me that her minister was talking about our Roman road project in her sermon on Sunday morning. A couple months later, I attended a lecture on Roman soldier reenactment at Tulane University by a Latin professor from North Carolina. When I raised my hand to ask a question, I introduced myself as a teacher of Roman technology. He stopped me and asked if we were the ones who had built the Roman road, that Roman road. Hopefully, we'll continue to spread the word that STEM and classics can indeed work together. As I finish up my story, let me ask you a question, listeners. Do you expect all of your students to become Latin or Greek teachers? It's something hard for classics teachers to accept, but not every one of our students is going to make our dreams come true. They are going to be something, though, and why not spark their interest in a STEM-related field while still teaching them the classics? American STEM fields, including civil engineering programs, are having trouble recruiting students, as is the STEM workforce. Instead of viewing STEM as our competitor, we classics teachers and promoters should be looking for ways to incorporate this popular and important pedagogy into our classes. Thank you.
That was fantastic. Thank you so much. And we have a lot of people through the various chats that this video is going out on, saying that they really wish you had been their teacher. So
I hear that a lot.
I believe it. Would you mind just stopping your screen share? Because I think it's just a big picture of my face.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, perfect. There we go. And I wanted to, we've got a few minutes before the next presenter is due on. I was wondering, do you get an awful lot of pushback from people when you talk about connecting STEM with the classics? And when you get that pushback, is it from typically one, like, do you get it a lot from classics? Do you get it a lot from other STEM teachers? Or just everyone thinks that this is an insane idea?
I think it's mainly from teachers, teachers of especially languages who, you know, are comfortable teaching languages, right? And I get that. Some people will say, you know, language teachers will say, oh, I'm not a math person or I'm not a science person. I think they also see STEM as I said in the presentation, a competitor for these elective classes, because in, you know, most, especially American schools, classics is considered elective, right? It's an elective class. It's something that students choose. So some students simply aren't interested in just the language-based classes. So my idea is to kind of pull in kids who aren't really interested in language, but they're interested in mythology and they're interested in STEM stuff. I have students who take my classes, a lot of French and Spanish students who take my Roman technology class and myth makers classes because they're simply interested in those topics in addition to the other languages that they want to take. I like to expand the idea of classics to not just languages, but, you know, everything that the classical world entails.
I think that's wonderful. And I think that is definitely a key way to get more people interested, because there is so much more to the ancient world besides philology, besides the study of language. I had a very practical question next. How did you manage to fit in constructing a Roman road with your class time? Like, was this something that happened on evenings and weekends? Did you take class time to do it? How did that work out?
Okay, so just to be clear, this is an actual class. It's called Roman technology. So we do not study Latin. We do not study language during this time. It is just focused on different topics, Roman technology topics from the ancient world. And my definition of Roman technology is if the Romans used it, then that is something we can consider Roman technology. So it's a very broad definition. So I loved Nermine's presentation before mine. I sent her a message. I wanted to connect with her because we actually do a hydraulics unit where we look at the shadoof. They actually build shadoofs and, you know, move water with them. So the Romans used shadoofs as well. There is archaeological evidence of shadoof use by the Romans. So I consider that Roman technology, even though it was probably invented by the Egyptians. We do a whole unit on writing, and we cover papyrus, even though, you know, papyrus is an Egyptian product invented by the Egyptians. So, you know, if the Romans used it, we're going to study it. So it's a very broad definition. And yes, we had time. I mean, when you have 78 people, this is one of the things we realized, you know, you think, oh my God, we've got to move 42 tons of stone by hand. But we were able to do it, you know, 3 hours a day with 78 people doing it. You know, a lot of hands can do a lot of work.
That's fantastic. And just from the pictures that you showed, the kids obviously had a really fun time with it.
They did. One of the comments I got when this project kind of came to a close was, Ms. Roy, are we going to go outside anymore now that we're done with this project? They love being outside, you know, even though it was chilly on a lot of the days that we built it in where I'm from, where the school is, it's very hot here. I mean, it's always really warm. And so we planned it to where it would be during the colder months so that, you know, it wouldn't be too hot. And so we really did have some cold days. I mean, it was, you know, 35, 40 degrees. But what we realized as soon as we got out there, you know, jackets came off. We were doing just great because we were doing that physical exertion. I had a lot of students also tell me that during this process, they met people in the class that they had never talked to before, that they had never realized were, friends for them. And to me, that was special, because not only are they having fun and being outside and learning, they are, expanding their social realm. And, you imagine, like, how did soldiers work together? It has to be like very similar.
How do you get the ideas for all of the different things that you do with your classes? I'm assuming there are some that you run semi-regularly. You probably can't do a Roman road every year. But
Right.
where do you get all of these new ideas?
The catapult idea is actually something I've kind of adapted. It's a very popular STEM lesson, actually. Almost every STEM curriculum has a catapult lesson in it. The catapult lessons are used to teach force and motion, which are very important concepts in science and STEM classes. So, there's that. I looked at some STEM stuff and said, wow, okay, there's a really classical component to this that's not really being covered by the STEM teachers, probably because they're not humanities teachers, they're not history teachers. They are covering from a purely scientific perspective, which is great. But, adding these layers of, background to it just makes it all the more meaningful. It's interesting to think of catapults. The first thing we start with is catapults were a weapon of death. I mean, they were meant to kill people. Here we are, like in STEM classes teaching, oh, let's build a catapult, yay! I think we should stop and say, wait a minute. Catapults are, yes, they're used in space technology now and airplane technology now, but they started from a very different, perspective. And I think it's important to remember that. So that's just one of the places I get ideas from, but others are just, reading Vitruvius. I mean, I got so many great ideas just reading Vitruvius.
Do you have students be surprised at the range of technologies that the classical world produced that either they have heard of or are still in use in some form today?
Absolutely. In fact, the hydraulics unit I was talking about earlier, we actually connect to our modern aquifer here in the city of Baton Rouge. Our aquifer is actually, we have some of the best water in the country of the United States. And many people think, you ask students, where do we get our water? Many of them will say from the faucet. I mean, they have no clue, but they think that we get it from the Mississippi River, which we do not. We have an aquifer and it's great, but it's being overpumped by the chemical companies in our state, along the river in our city. So it's a great way to connect that to something that we're doing, that's affecting our lives in modern times. And then you take that and compare it to, okay, the Romans had a completely different way of managing water. They had, the Romans would take the water that wasn't very clean or didn't taste very good, and they would use that to flush out the baths, right? But the good tasting water, they would, filter it and use it to drink, because their system was set up to do that from the very beginning. Our water systems are not set up that way. So it's a really interesting thing to show kids about how, in some ways, ancient technology is more nuanced and better than ours.
You said in your introduction that you have lesson plans available online for other teachers who are interested in combining these kinds of things in their own classroom. Would you mind just talking a little bit about that for people who are interested?
Yes, the website is called creativeclassics.org. Important, the ORG, because I think if you put in creativeclassics.com, you'll come up with some furniture. So creativeclassics.org, and go to the button that says lessons. And there you will find all kinds of lessons. I have a mosaic lesson. I have a writing lesson. I have a lesson on Roman dice boxes. It's a STEM challenge where you just use cardboard and tape. It's super simple. There's not a lot of, expensive supplies involved in this. You're just using literally cardboard and tape to recreate something that was used by Roman soldiers as a symbol of status, in their daily life, playing games. So there's all kinds of things there that you can access for free.
I also, one final question before we move on. I wanted to ask how difficult you found it to secure funding for your Roman road project, because I feel there's a conception among a lot of people that actually funding for big projects like this, especially education, especially humanities and classics, is quite hard to come by. Did you find that was the case?
For humanities, yes. For STEM, no. A lot of times, and this is again why I truly believe that harnessing our chariots to STEM projects is just a really good idea, because there is a lot of funding out there for STEM education. The STEM industry, they want workers, they want students to consider STEM as a career early on, and they've realized, they've done the research, they've done the work, that the earlier you can hook kids on, STEM, the better, the more people they're going to have to choose from. So when you apply for grants, oftentimes these grants are for STEM projects. So I find that, having that STEM aspect and adding in the humanities perspective just makes for a really unique project that stands out to the people who are, looking over these applications. And
Really
yes,
helpful.
the Roman Road project, we had a grant of 2,500, and then we also secured another one for 500. That was not nearly enough for what we wanted to do, but partnering with DOTD allowed us to get even more, access to funding and supplies. Our consultant, Dr. Rupnow, would literally call people that he knew in the field locally and say, we need 42 tons of stone next week. Can you do that for me? And they said, yes. I don't know how, it was just a great partnership. When you partner with people that know people and are friendly with the industry, it's just like a foot in the door.
Really helpful advice all around. Natalie, thank you so much for sharing your time and your amazing projects.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Of course. Okay, we will move on to our next presentation, which is From Beeswax to Bronze, Recreating an Ancient Naval Ram. So we've gone from creating an ancient Roman road to creating an ancient naval ram. We have presenting Stephen Dicasian. Stephen is a PhD candidate at Texas A&M University, studying nautical archaeology. His academic interests are Greek and Roman maritime history and archaeology, with a special focus on naval warfare, naval rams, and warships. He specializes also in the study of sex and gender in antiquity, especially in relation to navies and naval monuments. Recently, he was the project lead of an experimental archaeology project which successfully cast the first trireme-sized naval ram in over 1,500 years based on ancient methods. Stephen attended the American School of Classical Studies at Athens as part of the Summer Session Group of 2018 and the American Academy in Rome as part of the Classical Summer School Group of 2022. He currently runs communications for RPM Nautical Foundation, which conducts underwater archaeological surveys at the Battle of the Agadi Islands site in Sicily. Stephen, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. I'll share my screen. Can you see that?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. All right, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stephen Dicasian. I am, as she said, a PhD candidate at Texas A&M University, studying nautical archaeology. Nautical archaeology is just the study of the remains of boats and ships and the cultures that created and used them. My academic interests are, of course, Greek and Roman maritime history and archaeology, with a special focus on naval warfare, rams, and warships. So today I will be presenting my project, From Beeswax to Bronze, Recreating an Ancient Naval Ram. So recently, as you can see from the three pictures here, I was the lead of an experimental archaeology project, which successfully cast the first trireme-sized naval ram in 1,500 years based on ancient methods. So you can see pictured here the 3 steps as part of the major project that we conducted at Texas A&M. So before we get started, it's important to know what exactly I'm talking about. What is an ancient naval ram? So like I said, my main research concerns the naval ram, which is an ancient naval weapon. In essence, a naval ram was a penetrating weapon placed at the bow of an ancient warship near the waterline. Rams were used in both offensive and defensive naval maneuvers to strike or ram other warships to cause damage that could lead to an enemy ship being either sunk, swamped, or completely destroyed. The ram developed from an extension of the timbers that made up the bow of a warship. This combination, or this protrusion, sometimes called a forefoot or cutwater, and a bronze covering became the basis for naval rams in antiquity. So by the mid to early 5th centuries BCE, the ram had developed to its so-called final form, referred to in modern terms as the three-bladed waterline ram. Three-bladed waterline rams are characterized by their three fin profiles that were used to split and puncture enemy warship hulls that were held together by pegged moors and tenon joinery. Eventually, three-bladed waterline rams, like those built during the Hellenistic and later Roman Republican eras, were used to break through harbor siege defenses and even ram enemy warships head-on, striking the frontal face of a warship or directly ram to ram. So on the picture on the right, you can see the example of a three-bladed waterline ram at the front of a warship. So how were naval rams used? I'll just give you a quick example of how they were used at the Battle of Arginusi in Turkey in 406 BCE, as described by Diodorus Siculus in Book 13. So he states, right, last of all, he rammed the trireme of Pericles with a rather heavy blow and broke a great hole in the trireme. Since the ram of a ship stuck and tight the gap, they could not withdraw it. Pericles threw an iron hand on the ship, and when it was fastened tight, the Athenians surrounding the ship sprang upon it and pouring over its crew, put them all to the sword. So the GIF on the right might not be a perfect visual, but it kind of gives you a little bit of a sense of how ramming actually happened in antiquity. So when were naval rams used? A lot of people don't know exactly when naval rams used, but the naval ram was the dominant naval weapon for almost 1,000 years, beginning at some point in the mid-500 BCE and ending actually around the mid-500 CE. So 1,000 years, the naval ram reigned supreme as the best weapon in naval warfare. The extensive use of pegged moors and tenon joinery in ship construction, large bronze casting, and the invention of larger warships in the 6th century BCE led to the introduction of the three-bladed waterline ram that I studied. This ram design could, again, penetrate the hull of the enemy ship while splitting the planks along the horizontal axis. The three-bladed waterline ram was first likely used in naval warfare sometime after 540 BCE and became the standard ram design during the Greco-Persian Wars and into the early years of the Peloponnesian War. The ram was used by a majority of ancient navies in the classical Greek, Hellenistic, Roman Republican, and Roman Imperial periods. So navies that highlighted the best in naval tactics and ramming include those of Athens, Carthage, Egypt, Macedonia, Rhodes, and Rome through various periods of antiquity. The decline of the naval ram actually began at the Battle of Actium in 31 BCE, which was fought by Octavian and Marcus Agrippa against the combined fleets of Mark Antony and Cleopatra. This engagement was the last great naval battle of antiquity, which saw the use of ramming tactics, the development of massive warships, and the use of large Hellenistic-style naval rams. The historian Procopius is the last to directly mention the ancient Greek word for the ram in his work. The ancient Greek word for ram is embolos. He mentions this word embolos in the Battle of Sena Gallica, which occurred in 551 CE. So over 1,000-year history of the naval ram in the Mediterranean. So what is the evidence for naval rams? We have three main veins of evidence: textual, iconographical, and archaeological. Most of our textual evidence comes from ancient sources like Herodotus, Thucydides, Diodorus, Polybius, and many others. Many of the ancient sources describe how rams were used in naval battles. However, the sources lack information about how they were actually made. None of the ancient sources talk about the construction or production of ancient naval rams. In terms of iconographical evidence, there's tons of naval ram depictions stemming from the mid-500s BCE all the way down to the 500 CE. This includes rams on coins, rams on mosaics, pottery, medallions, and tons of other artful depictions that have rams on them. But the most important evidence that we have concerning naval rams is archaeological. So in terms of archaeological evidence, more than 31 naval rams exist in the archaeological record, many of which are considered three-bladed waterline rams. Of the 31 rams in the archaeological record, 26 have been recovered at the Egadi Islands near Western Sicily. The Egadi Island site is the 241 battle between Rome and Carthage that ended the First Punic War. Other notable discoveries include the Aquildroni ram, the Bremerhaven ram, Follonica ram, the Piraeus ram, and also a Mithridatic ram found in the Black Sea. We have a different type of ram actually, proembolia or subsidiary rams that have been found, like the Bergamo ram, and also an unpublished Imperial Roman era proembolian has also been found. 2 supposed boar's head rams have been found as well. And then of course, there is a very important ram fragment found from the Battle of Actium that likely comes from the Battle of Actium from 31 BCE. So tons of archaeological evidence concerning 3-bladed waterline rams and various ram-like artifacts. So like I said, not that much evidence comes from the ancient world concerning the construction of naval rams. As we find more rams, the question always came back to me in my research: how did they actually make these rams in the ancient world? And I couldn't find anything that really satisfied my question. I searched through all the textual, iconographical, and archaeological evidence, and just found some mentions of aspects of building rams, like the use of pitch, beeswax. The quote on the screen might show a hint of that. It doesn't really directly talk about the use of beeswax, but it talks about bees being found around the rams that were put at the Actium monument in Greece. So not directly, but indirectly. And of course, bronze is used to make rams, but however, there's nothing satisfying enough to show us how these rams were actually constructed in the ancient world. So we know that some of the materials to make naval rams must have included, right, wood, beeswax, pitch, various pine tar resins, bronze and stone tools, bronze for casting, refractory clay, and of course, lots of manpower. So based on ancient rams, or the ones that we have in the archaeological record, it has been argued that they were cast in bronze to the highest standards using a beeswax model in the lost wax casting method or sand casting method. The lost wax casting method is a method where a molten metal is poured into a mold that has been created by the means of a wax model. There has been 3 types of casting methods that have been suggested by scholars that the ancients may have used to make naval rams, right? The first one they suggested when they discovered the first naval ram in the 1980s, the athlete ram, they said it was made using the sand casting method. This is unlikely, as the sand casting method didn't exist or wasn't used throughout antiquity, and many ancient peoples didn't use the sand casting method, so this ram likely wasn't built that way. The indirect lost wax casting method is possible, that many of the rams were built this way, but the direct lost wax casting method is probably the most likely method that the ancients used to build naval rams. And this is based on an evaluation of the rams we have in the archaeological record. So quickly, the direct lost wax casting method is where a model is made of wax and then invested directly in clay that is subsequently baked to harden the mold and then melt the wax out, hence the lost wax casting method. The bronze is then poured into the empty space left in the mold. The model is then destroyed in the casting process. Therefore, a new wax model has to be built for each and every new cast, hence the direct lost wax casting method. So in the direct lost wax casting method, you only get one shot to build one model. You don't get a second shot at it. In the direct lost wax casting method, you might get a few shots at it, but building ancient rams would seem that they only get one shot to build one ram at a time. So I proposed a project to actually build one of these ancient naval rams. So while it is known that the ancients used the lost wax casting method to produce large bronze objects, the intricate details of this process as it relates to ram production is debatable. Like I just said, we're not really sure. So based on this information or lack of knowledge in creating rams, the project that I proposed to recreate a trireme size naval ram consisted of 3 major steps to replicate the process. First, false bow construction. We actually had to build the front of a warship. 2, beeswax model creation. And then 3, of course, lost wax casting or direct lost wax casting. So the purpose of this experimental archaeological project was to understand the time, manpower, and materials needed to create ancient rams, which can inform us on the economic, social, and political apparatuses of ancient navies. The project involved a lot of other little side projects, like testing pine and pitch drying times, beeswax melting points in various sizes against different types of wood, and of course, building everything for the project by hand. I wanted to stay as close to the ancient process as possible, so I used mostly ancient tools, and when I could, just used my hands. Also molds, of course, built molds by hands, and then copper spikes, all these other little things that I didn't know I needed until the project began. So concept and design, my ram design was based mostly on the Egidi rams that I talked about before that were found off Western Sicily, but has elements of various other rams like the Athlit, Polonica, and Piraeus rams, to name a few. The design of my ram has similar sections to all other three-bladed waterline rams, right? You have the top, which we call the cow. You have the driving center with the three-blade design, and you have a bottom, which includes a bottom tailpiece and bottom plate. Once I had decided on the final design of the ram, I designed a ramming bow, right, the warship bow, based on the size of the ram I wanted. Now, this is not how they did it in Antiquity. You would, of course, build the warship first and then the ram, but I was going for a specific sized ram. So I built the ram first and then, or I designed the ram first, then I built the bow of the warship. So, of course, the first step of the project, bow construction. The first step of the project was to construct a trireme size ramming bow to serve as the beeswax model's core. The bow was based on a culmination of archaeologically attested ramming bows, such as those found inside the Aquadroni, Athlit, and Egidi rams. So the bow is like those found from the ancient world. You can see the initial bow concept pictured in the left and the final design on the right. The bow consisted of 6 major timbers, ramming timber, port and starboard wales, a keel, chalk, and of course a small stem. These 6 pieces of wood in combination actually reflect a bow that may have been constructed as part of a frontal ramming vessel after 413 BCE. So actually a very specific type of ramming vessel. The most complex and hardest part of the project was, of course, building the ram beeswax model. So the second step of the project involved the use of beeswax, around 40 pounds of beeswax, to fashion a model of a trireme-sized ram onto the false bow. So based on relevant academic scholarship and my own personal experience working with beeswax, I took the following measures and techniques to build this model. The first part was actually we coated the bow in pine tar or pitch to slightly oversize the model. So when we casted it, it compensated for the shrinkage during the casting process. The cold beeswax blocks were broken down and separated for each section of the ram. So we knew how much beeswax would be in each section. The beeswax was melted into blocks and sheets and half blocks using both pre-made molds, and then some were worked by hand. The beeswax was then hard pressed and sculpted directly onto the bow while it was still warm. Each section was sculpted to a desired thickness and smoothed together. And then once the central core was finished, the fins were added and fixed to the rest of the beeswax model. The fins are the most important part of the ram, right? The actual part that does damage to a ship. The fins were built in 2 methods using both freehand sculpting and pre-made molds. And then after the addition of the fins and fin cavities were shaped and smoothed by hand. So once the beeswax ram was completed, decorative additions were made, such as an inscription on the cow and raised and sunken inscriptions on the fin plates. So of course, the last part of the project was to cast it in bronze. The casting of the ram took place at the Pyrology Foundry and Studio in Bastrop, Texas. The foundry used a similar method to the one used in Antiquity to cast the model, right? Several sprues and channels were added to the beeswax ram model to allow the molten bronze to be poured in for casting. The beeswax model was then placed in a casting slurry, which created a protective shell around the model. This shell was then heated to melt the beeswax out of the model, leaving the empty shell with the sprues and channels still intact. The molten bronze was then poured into the shell, filling the areas where beeswax once was. The bronze was then allowed to cool, and then the shell was broken open, leaving an exact replica of the beeswax model in bronze behind. So that is still the direct lost wax casting method, just in a more modern sense. We did run into some issues when casting this. The beeswax model was too heavy, thick, and oddly shaped to safely cast in one piece, unfortunately. So we had to separate it into 3 sections. Again, the cow, bottom plate, and driving center, which is not a big problem. They were all casted again in the direct lost wax casting method, head down like they would have been in antiquity, and then the three pieces were joined together. So how does the ram that I built actually compare to others in the ancient world? The result of the casting was actually a really good looking ram with no visible cracks, no breaks, and no fissures, just like some of the ones that survived from the ancient world. You can see my ram compared to others. You know, it looks decently good. As you can see, you know, from a closer look, there are some differences. And as you look closer, these differences are important. There's differences in the blade style, in the creation of the blades, the flaring of the back, the slope of the tailpiece. And these always tell us something about the intricate production of these individual rams and the people who built them. But I'm not going to go into that right now, of course, because that's for every single ram is different. Every single ram is unique. So compared to just one ram, the Egedy one ram, one found in Western Sicily, the ram I built is almost identical. Not exactly, but they weigh the same. They're almost 300 pounds, ballpark, almost 400 pounds. They have the same dimensions. Some aspects are missing though, right? Spike holes. I didn't have any spike holes. I wasn't going to put it back on the bow yet. A long tailpiece, fin plates. But as we know, experiments can never be perfect, but it is pretty close to what the ancients would have built in antiquity. So initial conclusions and further research. This reconstruction informs us that all ancient naval rams were made using the direct lost wax casting method, as opposed to the indirect lost wax casting method or sand casting methods. Based on these findings concerning casting, it is now clear that each ancient naval ram built in antiquity was uniquely built for each warship. No two naval rams were the same, and they were never reused for another warship. In terms of material, we can now safely assume that in antiquity, a trireme-sized naval ram required an average of 30 to 50 pounds of beeswax to create a model for casting, meaning that any ancient civilization that wanted to build a fleet required an extensive amount, access, and trade in beeswax, as well as pitch and wood. In terms of time and manpower, it would take as many as 3 to 4 skilled craftsmen, 1 to 4 working days to build one beeswax model, depending on its size and complexity. This indicates that ancient navies could be built relatively fast and effectively if the materials and manpower were accessible, hinting that naval rams were likely only used by organized ancient states. The entire reconstruction process indicated that naval rams were expensive, time-consuming to build, and crafted to the highest standards in antiquity. And of course, further research may include testing the ram to understand its ramming capabilities and strength, because of course it is a weapon and we built the weapon, so why don't we use it for its purpose? And where is the ram now? The naval ram, called the Discretion naval ram, the initial Egedy rams that they found in Western Sicily also have personal names, so it's not crazy to name it after myself, resides in the conservation laboratory at the anthropology building on Texas A&M University campus in College Station, Texas. So it is the first naval ram to be cast by ancient methods in 1,500 years, and it is the only naval ram outside the Mediterranean basin. So I just want to give a quick thanks to the other people who worked on this project, Dr. Christopher Dostal, Glenn Greco, and Dr. William M. Murray for his project suggestions, Pyrology Foundry, and of course, a special thanks to SASA for putting together and hosting this conference. Thank you.
Stephen, thank you so much. And I have to say, if I had also built a naval ram, you'd best believe I'd been naming it after myself, regardless of ancient practices. So I think that's, or archaeological practice, I think that's entirely reasonable. We have a couple of questions. Do the ancient rams that survive in the archaeological record have any hints that let you see how they were constructed?
So some of the ones from the Egedy Islands, we have around 26 now from the Egedy Islands battle. They do have markings that indicate the use of scrapers or combs in the inside. So when they were building the beeswax model, the person who built the model didn't finish actually combing the beeswax or finishing the model. So when they cast it, that is still reflected in the bronze. So these markings, also there's markings that may indicate the weight of the wax that's left over, things like that. You can see just different comb marks, different tool marks. You can see this with different ancient bronzes as well. They're basically built the same as other ancient bronzes, just in a different manner. So not in the indirect lost wax casting method, but the direct lost wax casting method. But you see these tool marks that you see in other bronzes in rams.
Could you tell us what the indirect lost wax casting method is? Because I suspect there are some people watching who don't know.
So the indirect lost wax casting method is basically you have everything you have in the direct lost wax casting method, but in the direct lost wax casting method, the mold that you build around your model is lost in the direct, where in the indirect, it's not lost. You have a secondary model. So that's basically the difference. So in the RAM model that I built, the wax model is not saved over, it's melted out. Whereas in the indirect, you build a mold, you save the mold, and you can reuse it to build other models with it.
I see. And I assume that given each RAM is made for specific ships, this really wouldn't be terribly necessary.
Yeah, so each ship is built, use pegged mortise and tenon joinery. So each ship is built completely unique. So you can actually not build indirect lost wax casting method for ships, because the front of the ship doesn't match another front of a ship. They never match each other at all.
Thank you. Is there anything like maker's marks on the rams that we have from antiquity?
There's no names, no places. We do have actually inscriptions on some of the Roman rams from 241 BCE that says, Marcus, son of, Caesar, I approve the construction of this ram. So we actually do have some of that, but nothing else on any of the other rams. So the rams from the Egadi Islands are unique in that they show Roman state approval of the building of these rams.
I see. Thank you. And do we see the use of rams, outside of the Mediterranean, or is this a very localized phenomena?
I would say that like ramming in the sense of naval warfare, sure, we see that in Asia, Southeast Asia. We see it in early modern naval warfare, but not with this type of ram, obviously, right? The three-bladed waterline ram is unique to the Mediterranean, but ramming happens. There's like a torpedo ram in early naval warfare, stuff like that, but not in the sense that it's a three-bladed waterline ram like we see in the Mediterranean.
Thank you. And you mentioned some other different ram styles. How much do they differ from other Mediterranean rams?
So before the three-bladed waterline ram, we have probably maybe 500 years or 400 years where we have this, I would call them proto-rams, where we have conical style rams, boar's head rams, bronze sheathing put on ships, where people are trying to figure out how to protect the front of the ship, but also ram other ships. And this is like this odd period of naval warfare that happens before 540s BCE, where people are competing to see what is the best design to protect your own ship, but also ram other ships. And when they come up with the three-bladed design, that becomes the standard for almost 1,000 years. So you do have like this weird arms race, I guess, for after the Homeric period, right, to 540, where people are trying to figure out how this works.
That's awesome. Thank you. Got a couple more questions through from the chat. How easy was it to get the wax model off of the wooden frame? The addition of pitch sounds very sticky.
So the pitch is very sticky, and the pitch helps to hold the beeswax model on. But very surprisingly, when I had two other people helping me take it off, all I needed to do was knock the back twice, and it just actually popped right off the front. It slid right off. The guy, my friend and colleague, Glenn Greco, was at the end. He actually caught it, which is very lucky, but it came right off. So important information to know.
That is useful. Another question: what does knowing that rams were unique to each warship and not reused tell us about the importance of the rams, and did they serve as more than a ship's weapon?
So rams. Sorry, can you repeat the first part?
What does knowing that each one was unique to specific warships and not reused tell us about their importance, the importance of the rams?
So it tells us a lot about the materials used in the ancient world. So if you can reuse rams, that means you can put them on different ships, you can save supply, you can save time. But since they're built in such a unique manner, it means that there has to be a lot invested in bronze, in beeswax, in the construction site, in the ship itself. So if you're able to reuse them or mass produce these rams, it means that a variety of other ships could be built, and I guess naval warfare would be not as unique as it is in the early periods. And to the second question, I forget what it was already, sorry.
Sorry, did they serve as more than a ship's weapon?
Not necessarily. We see a lot of rams, once they are used up as ship's weapons, taken off the ship and put in monuments, put in homes, as decorations, as trophies of victories. That happens a lot, right? Octavian's victory at Actium in 31 BCE, he builds this massive monument to his victory over Mark Antony and Cleopatra in Greece, Nicopolis, where he puts the largest rams of Cleopatra's navy on the monument to show that he's the ultimate victor of this civil war. So rams are actually really important. Three-bladed waterline rams are really important to show Roman and Greek victories in naval warfare by collecting them after the battle, because they are such unique pieces. If they weren't unique, you wouldn't necessarily want them to put them in a monument because they're not that important. But since they're so complex and hard to build and so unique, they're very important and very time-consuming, very costly. So you take them, they're shiny, you put them up in a monument to show that you're the ultimate victor.
Do we know if they had any impact on the like this, maybe not the speed at which a ship could go, but the hydrodynamic nature of a vessel?
Certainly the larger rams would probably affect the hydrodynamic nature of a ship. The ram I built is relatively small compared to some of the ones built during the Hellenistic period. So the ram that I built is probably a trireme size, maybe even a quinquereme or 5 size ram, depending on how you look at it. But the largest ram built in antiquity, you can see from the Octavian's victory monument, is massive. It probably weighed almost 2 tons of bronze, and I built one that only weighed 360 pounds of bronze. So if we think about it that way, there has to be some kind of effect on the hydrodynamics of a ship that has a 2-ton bronze ram at its bow.
Got to think about how massive that ship has to be to carry, and that's not even including like the weight of the ship and all of the people on it. That's impressive. Well, I don't have any more questions, and there's nothing else coming through the chat, so we'll leave it there. Stephen, thank you so much for your time and for sharing your research with us.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we have one more person in this session to present, and I am actually going to hand over to Sam, who is going to continue moderating for us. Thank you all for joining me. I hope you enjoy the rest of the session. Sam, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Megan. All right, so for our final presentation of this session, we have a presentation on the Parthian cataphract by Patrick Smith. Patrick Smith is a research analyst, writer, and independent scholar, and he is a member and contributor to the World History Encyclopedia, which is one of our streamers today. He is presented for the American Academy of Religion, Society of Biblical Literature, and American School of Oriental Research, and the Missouri Academy of Science at different venues throughout the United States. Mr. Smith?
Well, okay. I just want to thank you, Sam, and I want to thank SASA for inviting me and accepting my proposal, and special thanks to the prior presenters. All I can say is, wow, that's really, really interesting and very well done. We hope our presentation will equal that. So let me bring this up on my screen share here. What we want to talk about today is one of Parthia's main military assets, the cataphract, a combination of heavy horse and rider that was fully armored. But first, to put things in context, ruling from 247 to 224, Parthia's empire stretched between the Mediterranean in the west to India in the east. Pretty expansive place. From a timeline, Parthia got its start by moving south out of Scythia into the Greek Seleucid Empire in 330 BCE, that it eventually took over in the 2nd century BCE, where the Parthians were instrumental. Other pivotal dates include their takeover of Media in 148, from whom they learned or employed to breed a better horse. Their defeat of the Romans at Kere in 53 BCE in modern-day Turkey represents the zenith of cataphract and bow technology. Finally, while it is not known the role of the cataphract in Parthia's defeat of Mark Antony in 36 CE or their loss to the Romans in 166, their battle with the Sasanians in 224 shows the cataphract was still a robust instrument of war. As they were influenced militarily by the Scythians, as horse archers, the Parthians kept to Scythia's general hit and run tactics and avoidance of direct engagement with set infantry formations. The improvements they made, as you see here, were fourfold. They bred better horses, they manufactured stronger bows, they streamlined their weapons to a primary use of lances, swords, and bows, and they made innovative use of heavy cavalry, resulting in the cataphract as a fully armored, what I call a horse tank. These three artifacts here represent the superiority of I think, the Parthian bow as opposed to the Scythian. The ones above are Parthian ones, and if you look at them in relation to the body of the person and the horse, they certainly seem much larger than the lower ones of the Scythian. That figurine looks fairly minuscule in relation to the body, so it does appear that at least by appearance, that the Parthian bows were superior. The bows were of a composite recurve construction that the Scythians invented. If you compare the size of their bow, as I mentioned, in relation to the body, the Parthian bows certainly appear larger. Plutarch mentions how Parthia's large and mighty bows shot arrows that tore through every covering, whether hard or soft. As a cataphract and horse archers worked in concert, half the equation for Parthia's military success was the horse. Well, I'm trying to get my slides to move forward here, so I'm not sure what's going on here. There we go. Breeding better horses, of course, was essential. And key for Parthia was their takeover of Media, a nation known for their superior breeds. Polybius mentions royal studs cared for by the Medes. Strabo mentions a plush meadow in Media where 50,000 mares grazed, indicating Media's influence. Strabo also compares Parthian horses to the horses of Media, which he says were the best and largest in the king's province. Then indicating Parthia's achievement in breeding a better horse, Strabo says their horses were superior to all other breeds. For one, as you can see, as he says, because of, quote, their fleetness. That they were the fastest around meant their riders could quickly chase down the enemy or more easily escape when pursued. Finally, in contrast, as their light infantry horse was bred for speed and maneuverability, their heavy horse cataphract, or focus, would have been bred for a combination of size, speed, and courage in close combat. The purpose of the cataphract was to work in concert with their fast, nimble, and more numerous horse archers. According to Cassius Dio, when they were not mopping up fleeing combatants, the heavy horse cataphracts, their riders, as you see, each with a lance, ran pell-mell into enemy formations. Besides those not impaled, such a massive animal at top speed would, like a bowling ball, have scattered soldiers left and right, even causing those near the area of impact to be jostled. Besides those directly killed or trampled, with bodies flying, fighters fleeing, and soldiers down, the cataphract would have created gaps of vulnerability, their main purpose, into which Parthian horse archers shot. Multiple cataphracts attacking a formation at once would have had a devastating effect up and down the line of defense. But what did the cataphract, horse and rider, look like more completely? As Simon Nechev and I worked on the image you see for world history, his artistry, of course, how did we come to this rendition? For starters, besides the heavy horse that the rider commanded, the rider would have been held in place with a saddle. An important advent before stirrups was the integration of the pommel and cantle onto the rider's seat. These help the rider to stay on when jostled, give stability when the horse breaks, and assist maneuverability in a turn. While some ancient images appear to show, such as this one in Dura Europa graffiti, to show Parthian riders without saddles, but material evidence concerning their availability is definitive. According to Elena Stepanova's detailed recreation based on finds dating to the 4th century BCE, the Scythians crafted an ingenious 4-part saddle of split pommels and cantles. The design itself reveals the rider's purpose, turning and directional changes as well as swift acceleration. Such saddles are also found, as you see here, on the Black Sea Bosporan reliefs of Cimmerian horse archers dating to the 2nd and 1st century BCE. While these saddles were probably for light horse cavalry, Parthia's heavy cataphracts would have needed a simpler design. Given their head-on impact and extraction purpose, I think, a robust 2-part design is probable. While the cantle and pommel helped cradle the rider on impact, the pommel would keep the rider from being unhorsed as he pulled back from the melee, something the Gauls, in fact, tried to do at the Battle of Kayleigh by grabbing the rider's lances. At the Firuzabad, a substantial pommel and possible cantle appears evident on the Swiss Sasanian riders from the relief at Firuzabad, Iran. And as you can see, the left, you see of the 3 circles that I made there, the left one I was going to try to point to, but I can't find my pointer. But that could be a full cantle, but it could also be a sword hilt. But you see the second one from left to right, that definitely is a split pommel. But yet over here, of the same group of Sasanian riders, you have a full pommel with holes in it, which is interestingly, you can, some saddles even today have these type holes, perhaps serving a rope type purpose. A substantial, as I mentioned that about the pommel and cantle, again, that Parthian-Scythian relations were ongoing, that the Scythians and Parthia's contemporary, the Cimmerians, and conquerors, the Sasanians, used saddles makes it likely the Parthians did too. When it came to the cataphract riders' weapons, the Parthians kept it simple. Unlike the Scythians, they even employed infantry. They had other type weapons, axes, maces, etc. But the Parthians, interestingly, really reduced their array of weapons, and they kept it simple, using basically for the Parthian rider, the cataphract rider, using a long metal tipped spear and a long sword. But what was the appearance of horse and rider since both were fully armored? For the rider, breastplate, helmet, and mail would have been used, while the horse would have been protected by a full gambeson of scale. One of the best sources for an image and use of the Parthian cataphract is Plutarch's own account of the Battle of Kayleigh. There, with Serena in command, 1,000 Parthian cataphracts and 9,000 horse archers defeated, with Crassus in command, Rome's 30,000 infantry and 4,000 cavalry. You think it would have been a no contest for the Romans, but it wasn't, and I think basically because of the cataphract. In his account of the Battle of the Cataphract riders, Plutarch mentions their, quote, their blazing helmets and breastplate, their Marjanian steel glittering keen and bright, unquote. That their helmets and breastplates were of Marjanian steel and they blazed in the sunlight is telling. The moniker Marjanian steel, like Damascus swords or Corinthian helmets, suggested a higher quality product. Interestingly, a higher grade steel is stronger and less prone to corrosion. It keeps and displays a keener sheen. Moreover, that their helmets and breastplates shone so brightly suggests a fuller surface of reflection, something full helmets and cuirass-like breastplates would do. Later in the same battle, Plutarch again mentions steel breastplates, but also including leather ones. Obviously, like many armies of antiquity, there was a varying standard of equipment. Perhaps the poorer nobles could only afford the cheaper but still effective leather breastplates. Interestingly, the word cuirass carries a leather construction etymology. Cuirasses can be traced to classical antiquity, with surviving Greek ones dating to 620 BCE. As vassals and conquerors of the Seleucid Greeks, such products would have been familiar and likely used by the Parthians. Even their conquerors used them. Carved to celebrate Sasanian victory over the Parthians in 224 CE, the Firuzabad relief in Iran shows full breastplates on Sasanian and Parthian riders alike. And if you look at the left relief, you see the individual with a helmet and scale protecting it. That is the Parthian king. And then the other two riders to the left of him and then to the right, these were Sasanian warriors. But just as sure was the availability of Greek-style helmets. Their cousins, models, and sometimes allies, the Scythians to the north, used them, as Scythian Kuban bronzed helmets date to the 6th century BCE, with cheek pieces and neck protection. The use of Greek helmets of Corinthian, Attic, or Chalcidian type are beginning to become popular in the 5th century BCE. Then, along with the helmets and breastplates, Plutarch also mentions the use of mail, likely invented by the Celts and one of the most popular forms of personal armor. Used through medieval times, mail consisted of tiny metal rings joined together to form a metal fabric. Worn like clothing, mail provided the wearer a degree of maneuverability lamellar and laminar armor does not. As nations have used it more often in combination with other types of armor, the Parthians of Carrhae used coats of mail underneath helmets and breastplates. One of the pivotal moments of the battle was when, after Crassus's main body was pummeled and pinned down by the arrows of Serena's horse archers, Publius, with Roman cavalry, broke out in chase after the Parthian cataphracts. As the Parthians led Publius on for some distance, their mail-clad horsemen suddenly whirled about to confront the Romans. As this was happening, Parthia's horse archers kicked up a huge cloud of dust, causing the Romans to close rank in confusion. That made easy targets for Parthia's horse archers. Desperate to escape this mess, Publius once more charged the cataphracts, but as Plutarch again refers, the mail-clad horsemen with longer pikes made it a no contest against the scantily clad Gauls with small spears. Thus, it is probable the appearance of Serena's cataphract riders at Carrhae included a full helmets and combined use of mail and breastplates. In preparation, they would have had first dressed in their usual tunic and trousers, and I think very possibly, perhaps they would have padded those, since the disadvantage of mail is it does allow blunt force trauma. They then would have covered themselves head to ankle with mail, and over that the breastplate and helmet. Finally, bearing in mind the Romans would have slashed and stabbed at anything and everything, extra protection of shins, arms, hands, and feet would likely have been employed. As the Greek-style greaves were known and used by the Scythians, leather or metal greaves for the shins would have made sense for the Parthians. For the horse, while Plutarch describes Parthian horses clad in plates of bronze and steel, and Herodotus mentions early use of scale armor by Persian soldiers, images like the Dura Europus drawing of a Parthian horse and those of Sarmatian horses on Trajan's column suggest scale was a popular choice for the heavy horse of antiquity. Consisting of overlapping metal plates sewn onto a cloth or leather undergarment called a gambeson, the Parthian heavy horse was, except for legs and tail, enveloped in scale. While there is some debate about what a cataphract is, much of the confusion stems from a conflation of heavy cavalry and cataphracts. While heavy cavalry at different countries fielded them, performed different purposes, the Parthian cataphract, defined as a tank of sort, was meant to punch through enemy lines. But the Parthian cataphract also evolved, and that is the nature of warfare. Countering tactics combined with intellectual and material innovation all add to the ongoing changing nature of military asset, defensive or offensive. And even at the battle between Serena and Crassus, things quickly changed. As Crassus smartly stacked the depth of his front lines into a square column formation in anticipation of cataphract impact, Serena just as smartly chose to put his cataphract tanks on hold and instead unleashed a punishing array of arrows from his horse archers. As we saw, anticipating a breakout of Crassus' heavy cavalry, this is when Serena feigned retreat, putting his cataphracts in flight, running the Romans into an ambush of more arrows and one-on-one heavy cavalry combat. Again, as to appearance, the Firuzabad relief clearly shows Parthian and Sasanian riders wearing breastplates. Additionally, as the Sasanian riders use mail for arm and leg protection, and the Parthians use laminar and dons a full helmet with scale protection for the neck, the Sasanians wear only headbands. And that is telling. As it relates to tactics, if there is one impression the Firuzabad relief means to show, it is the swiftness of their riders and steeds. With their horses in midair at full gallop, their tails horizontal, and the riders' hair and scarves swept behind, the swiftness of their cavalry is apparent. Thus, it appears the Sasanians employed a change of use. Overall, there appears to be a lightening of the load for speed. The Take Bostan image from the 4th century CE shows a Sasanian cataphract horse with front armor only of what appears to be a partial gambeson of padded cloth, not the full gambeson of metal scale of the Parthian cataphract. Not only does this reveal less weight, but an ending of the tactic of full penetration into enemy ranks and the ensuing melee. Moreover, at Firuzabad, their shelving of head and neck protection provided some weight reduction while allowing a broader field of vision, an advantage for change of direction maneuvering. Sporting their fashionable diadems, these riders certainly do not seem to be worried about strikes to the head or neck. Thus, for the Sasanians, an added emphasis on speed and maneuverability appears to be the order of the day. Finally, was this change of use a contributing cause of Parthia's demise at the hands of the Sasanians? Though Parthia's internal strife weakened them as they clung to their slower moving, weight-heavy cataphracts, probably. In conclusion, ultimately appears the heavy cataphract used as a tank to break infantry lines as the Parthians designed them would finally go from select to little use until the Middle Ages with comparable implementation by the Byzantines. So there you have it.
Amazing. Thank you so much. So we do have a couple of questions. Give me one moment. So for the first question, type this in the chat as well.
Yeah.
So in terms of archaeological data about the bows and the difference between the bows that were used,
yeah,
do we know if there's a difference in the types of wood or materials used to construct the weapons?
I'm glad you asked that because I was wanting to talk about their bows. So thank you. But the Scythians, of course, they used what is called a recurve bow. I had one when I was a kid when I was 15, and they definitely can be lethal. This was just a 55-pound bow. And it was composite, and it was a recurve. Some of your modern, and that is your modern bows, and they were built much like the Scythian bows. And obviously, as the Parthians built them too, they were laminate, and today it's a lamination process. But then too, and I think the Mongols used them also. I think it really started with the Scythians. The Scythians, it was a combination of lamination of bone, of sinew, and horn. And it was just, again, you saw the configuration of the sort of circular configuration. And that recurve configuration, what that did was that allowed greater acceleration applied to the arrow as it left the bow. And also, therefore, you could have a shorter bow, which would be advantageous when you're riding a horse and you're shooting from a horse. Unlike the English longbows, they were, I believe, as tall as a person, maybe taller. I think maybe around 6 feet tall, if not. And so you could not use a longbow on a horse, but that was the advantage of the recurve construction. Now the Parthians perfected on the Scythian bow, as you saw, and as Plutarch attests. I mean, they were made so strong, and I believe one estimate was 100-pound release. The bow I had as a kid was about 55 pounds. So, and you had, of course, they're using these bows ever since they were little kids, and they had to have developed some extra strength in their upper body here. So those Parthian bows were larger, but as I was getting ready to say, Plutarch does mention how they tore through everything hard and soft. And the Romans really suffered, I mean, at this battle. And not only did they lose, Crassus lost his life, Publius, his son, lost his life. I'd have to look back, but I'm not sure anyone survived. But more importantly, to the Romans, the Parthians took the Roman standards. And that was a psychological blow to Rome. It's like stealing their soul. You know, these standards had magical powers to them, and they represented the might of Rome. And this was used later as a bargaining chip between the Parthians and Augustus in 30 BCE or CE. That the Romans did get their standards back. But yeah, anything else?
Yeah, I've got a couple more questions in the chat. So one was that you mentioned that chainmail was invented by the Celts. Do we know how this technology transfer would have occurred?
You mean from the Celts to others after them?
Yes, specifically from like the Celts to Persians.
From the Celts to the Parthians? Mm-hmm. Well, of course, the Celts would have passed that on to the Scythians. And the Scythians the Parthians would have adopted that technology from the Scythians. The Parthians would have adopted that technology from the Scythians, and of course, as I mentioned, that was used even until medieval times. And the advantage, as I mentioned, was it was like a fabric, so it wouldn't be so cumbersome as some of the laminar that the Romans used, or the lamellar type of protection. So the advantage of it is you had maneuverability. You could wear it like a piece of clothing. The disadvantage of it was that it did allow for blunt force trauma. Plus, also it was weighty on the shoulders. So some of these fellows, they used the laminar type of scale or type of metal in their abdomen to hold up the male shirt, so it wasn't so heavy on the shoulders. But to answer your question directly, I don't know how the transfer of the technology, but we do know it was transferred, and of course they used it up to and during medieval times.
Interesting, thank you. And we have one more question. Are there examples of reverse engineering between the Parthians and Scythians? Would they try to replicate efficient bow or saddle designs?
Well, like I mentioned to you too, like I mentioned on the Parthian bows, of course, it's interesting how the Parthians really learned from the mistake that the Scythians made, especially when they went up against some of their opponents. The Scythians used infantry. In fact, I believe they served as their own infantry. Parthians went away from that. All they did was they basically narrowed it down to their bows, swords, and then for the Parthian cataphractic rider, a long sword, and for the smaller horsed infantry, they used the bows and then a smaller sword too. But as far as reverse engineering, I think they just improved on what the Scythians provided them, and they improved their tactics too. And what's interesting is really the Parthians were the only nation that brought Rome to a stalemate, and they held their own for many years, and they did bring Rome to the bargaining table where they both agreed to a stalemate. So they used their tactics were very efficient. One of the things that they learned from the Scythians is never engage, and they as far as directly never engage in a set formation. So they always kept their distance and shot their arrows from a distance. But they did use it was up close and personal with the heavy cataphract. I mean, they would run right directly into a Roman formation. Well, you can imagine that the courage it had to have taken on the part of the horse, let alone, and then on the part of the rider itself. I mean, it just pretty amazing once you look into it.
Oh, absolutely. It's incredible. Thank you so much for this presentation. It was wonderful to listen to.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Sam. Okay.
Yep.
Bye.
Bye. Have a wonderful rest of your day. All right. So before I introduce our final keynote speaker, I would like to take one moment to let everyone know that there is 1 hour left to donate to enter our raffle, which will get you a goodie bag of SASA merch. And now to introduce our final keynote speaker, I would like to introduce Dr. Adrienne Mayor, who will be discussing, pardon me, who will be discussing biological and chemical warfare in ancient myth and history. Dr. Mayor is a classical folklorist and historian of ancient science, and she's the author of many books, including Flying Snakes and Griffin Claws, Greek Fire, Poison Arrows, and Scorpion Bombs. And she was invited to be a research scholar in the classics department in history and philosophy of the science and history and philosophy science program at Stanford University. Okay, it seems like we're having a little bit of a technical issue with Dr. Mayor. Just give us one moment. All right, Dr. Mayor, if you could turn on your camera and unmute for me, and you are welcome to kick off your presentation whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you very much. Let me share my screen. And I'm trying to get to the slideshow now. Is it sharing now?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Thanks so much. This is just a great honor for me to be invited to the SASA 3rd annual conference. And I want to thank the organizers for a fabulous conference so far. I've really enjoyed the papers. And I also want to note that much of my research and writing was done as an independent scholar before I became affiliated with the university. So I really support everything that you're doing here. My question today is just how ancient is biological and chemical warfare? And the answer is pretty surprising. I'm trying to move to my next screen, but it's not moving. There we go. I think the answer is very surprising for how ancient biological and chemical warfare was and when it was first imagined and carried out in antiquity. The roots of humans' genius for turning natural forces into weapons, they turn out to be much deeper and older than we might have imagined. Most people, and myself included, once assumed that biochemical warfare was a relatively recent innovation or invention. Surely the ability to turn poisons, germs, chemicals, and other dangerous natural agents into weapons, wouldn't that require a scientific understanding of toxicology, biology, epidemiology, and chemistry? And plus, wouldn't you need advanced technology and sophisticated delivery systems? And besides, wasn't we've all been taught, or we sometimes assume, that warfare in antiquity was supposed to be based on honor, courage, skill in combat? And indeed, many modern historians have just assumed or taken for granted that poison weapons and unscrupulous, unfair tactics were forbidden by the ancient rules of war. And with very few exceptions, those rules were followed in classical antiquity. But the evidence shows that despite qualms and disapproval that did surround biological and chemical tactics, there were no real formal rules of war forbidding them. Now, some in the past have traced the first deliberate use of germ warfare to the Middle Ages, when it was said that plague-ridden corpses were catapulted over city walls. And many of you probably already heard of that notorious episode in 1346 medieval period, when the Mongols, who were afflicted with bubonic plague, were besieging the fortified city of Kaffa on the Black Sea in the Crimea. And it was said that as the Mongols withdrew from the siege, it was said that they threw or catapulted bodies of their own dead soldiers from plague into the city with the intention of spreading the plague among the enemy. Now, that incident is quite controversial, and there are some really good recent studies that point out that the Black Death was spread to Europe by ships leaving Kaffa, not from catapulted corpses into the city. So whether or not the catapulting event really happened, however, the accusation and the belief that it was plausible shows that such a tactic was thought to be possible and was feared at the time. And for a lot of ancient historians, the medieval episode brings to mind the event in the 5th century BC when devastating plague broke out in Athens during the Peloponnesian War. And we know from Thucydides that the Athenians' first impulse, their first reaction, was to blame the Spartans for deliberately poisoning or tainting the Athenians' water supply with that disease. Now, note that the deliberate spread of contagious disease in antiquity, that wouldn't really require any formal scientific knowledge. Everyone knew in antiquity that proximity to victims of plague, or even to their own clothing or possessions, usually spelled doom. And we do have concrete ancient evidence from Sumerian and Hittite cuneiform tablets that there was indeed a practical understanding of contagion and plague going back to about 1700 BC. We have tablets that warn against touching the belongings of plague victims. Other tablets describe sending infected victims of plague, both animals and people, into enemy lands with the intention of spreading the disease. Another surprising discovery to me was that the Romans even had a name for man-made epidemics, pestilentia manufacta. The term was used by Seneca and Cassius Dio to describe two separate incidents in which terrorists were said to have poked or stuck people with needles that were infected with plague. This was reported in AD 90 and then in AD 189. And again, whether or not it really happened, that it was written about, and that there was an accusation means that the concept was plausible and feared in antiquity. So we have those two concepts of intention and plausibility. And as I delve further into the ancient literature looking for the roots of biological and chemical warfare, I learned that the ways of turning nature's armory of natural things to military use, they were not just imagined, but they were practiced much earlier and more extensively in the ancient world than has been realized. It turns out that the ancient attitudes about gaining an unfair advantage by using poisons and other sinister weapons, secret weapons, were complex and ambivalent. Underhanded, secret strategies to avoid face-to-face combat entailed practical and ethical problems. And that realization, that stands out even in the earliest myths about the invention of biological weapons. The concept of creating poison weapons is deeply embedded in Greek mythology. There was the great Greek hero Heracles, who you could say started it all. In his second labor, Heracles set out to slay the Hydra, which was a poisonous serpent with many heads and fangs, all dripping venom. And Heracles' brute strength and his ordinary weapons were useless against the Hydra monster. Every time he chopped off one head, two more grew back. So to destroy this 100-headed monster, Heracles finally did resort to fire, and he used a burning pine resin torch to cauterize each neck before it could generate any more heads. But in the myth, the Hydra's central head was immortal, couldn't be destroyed. So Heracles chopped off that head and quickly buried it alive deep underground. And then he placed a huge stone over that spot. This isn't the real boulder, but it'll stand for that mythological boulder. In antiquity, Greek and Roman travelers used to point out a big boulder on the road to Corinth as the place where Heracles had entombed the Hydra's horrible, indestructible head. And it was imagined as perpetually oozing venom underground, but at least it was trapped deep under the earth. And then after destroying the Hydra in the myth, Heracles dipped his arrows in its venom. And with that act, he invented the first biological weapon described in Western literature. But that's not all. It's remarkable to me that the ancient myth of Heracles' invention of poison arrows, it goes on to predict the practical and the ethical dilemmas that have surrounded the use of biological weapons since earliest time. The monstrous Hydra with its ever-multiplying heads is a fitting symbol of the proliferating problems that are created by biological and chemical agents of death up through modern times. And even Heracles' way of disposing of the indestructible Hydra head, that has a modern counterpart. Today, we also resort to what scientists call the geological solution of getting rid of toxic weapons of mass destruction, for instance. We bury them deep in the earth under solid rock, in the desert, like at Carlsbad, New Mexico, or in the more controversial plan for Yucca Mountain in Nevada, and many other places around the world. And we hope that no one will be harmed by the poisons that are continually seeping underground, something like the Hydra's head in the Greek myth. And the ancient Greeks already understood that by their very nature, biological and chemical weapons tend to be very difficult to control. Like the Hydra's head, unexpected problems seem to proliferate and multiply, and the weapons seem to take on a life of their own. And the potential for friendly fire, for blowback, collateral damage, that's always looming with these kinds of weapons. In the Greek myth, Heracles' invention of poison arrows set in motion a chain of unintended consequences. His new Hydra venom weapons accidentally killed several of his best friends. In the famous battle against the centaurs, one of Heracles' toxic arrows pierced his oldest friend, the wise old centaur named Chiron. And the pain for Chiron was so ghastly that in the mythology, Chiron begged the gods to let him trade his immortality for a quick death. And the next to die was another friendly centaur named Pholos. And while Heracles was tending to Chiron, the myth says that this young centaur curiously picked up Heracles' quiver of toxic arrows, and one of the arrows slipped from his hand and nicked his leg. It was just a scratch, but this centaur also died a gruesome death. And this was yet another unintended victim of Heracles' poisoned weapons. In the tragic chain of events, as we know, Heracles himself was the ultimate victim of his own toxic weapons. The superhero did not die bravely in glorious combat on the battlefield. He succumbed to secondhand Hydra arrow poisoning. His wife, Deianira, thinking she was applying a love potion, unwittingly soaked his tunic in the poisoned blood of a centaur that had been shot with a Hydra arrow. And in Antiquity, there was a famous statue of Heracles in that burning toxic tunic. Now, this is a more modern version of that ancient lost statue made in 1676. Heracles' invention of poison arrows and his own agonizing death in that envenomed tunic, that was a favorite subject in art and tragic drama, both ancient and modern, as you can see. And in the Greek myth, just before Heracles died, he entrusted his quiver of poison arrows to his young friend, the great archer Philoctetes, who would later fight in the Trojan War. And this is a vase painting showing the dying Heracles handing over his fatal quiver of poison arrows to Philoctetes while he is on his funeral pyre. But the biological weapons brought suffering to this warrior too. On the way to the legendary Trojan War, Philoctetes dropped one of the poison arrows on his foot in one of the versions of the myth. And this is another friendly fire accident. The wound was extremely painful and it festered, got worse and worse. And this incident, right at the start of the Trojan War, as the Greeks are heading to Troy, was taken as very bad omen by the Greeks. So the Greeks abandoned their wounded companion, the archer Philoctetes, on a desert island, and they continued on to Troy without him. And there are many ancient and modern images of the young archer Philoctetes stranded on the island with his never healing poison wound in his foot. This vase was made in about 450 BC. This myth seems to present a kind of moral lesson of poetic justice. Just like Heracles, who died by his own poison weapons, the young archer who intended to use these arrows against the Trojans himself suffers a terrible wound from his own arrow. And this ironic tragedy was quite popular into ancient art and drama. We know that Sophocles wrote a compelling play about this myth in the 5th century BC, and this classic tragedy appealed to modern artists too. This is a French painting from 1768 showing Philoctetes with his wounded foot and that ominous quiver of poison arrows hanging above him. After surviving 10 years of torturing pain, Philoctetes did finally arrive in Troy, where the war had been dragging on for a decade. The Greek doctors there did cure his wound in the myth, and the expert archer began killing Trojans with his bow. So the ultimate Greek victory at Troy was thanks in part to a quiver full of Hydra venom arrows. And of course, combined with the more clever, more famous ruse of the Trojan horse, which was thought up by another great archer who liked underhanded tricks, Odysseus. Homer doesn't come up right out and talk about poison arrows in the Iliad. But another ancient author, Quintus of Smyrna, later, explicitly described the poison arrows that were used by both Greeks and Trojans in his poem, The Fall of Troy, which was based on an earlier lost epic from the Homeric time. And even Homer gives us strong hints that projectiles on both sides were poisoned with snake venom. For example, he describes black blood oozing from the wounds on the battlefield at Troy. And he talks about doctors rushing onto the battlefield to suck out the wounds. And that was the standard treatment for snakebite. His audience would have realized that. Well, even without Homer's hints, though, his Greek audience knew that they knew the story of Philoctetes, that he had inherited Heracles' toxic arrows, and they knew about his accident on the way to Troy, and they also knew a tale of Heracles' own son, Telephus. Telephus also suffered a friendly fire injury on the way to Troy, and this happened when he tripped and fell against the spear being carried by the great warrior Achilles. And Telephus's wound never healed. Telephus suffered for years, just like Philoctetes. In the myth, his poison wound was finally healed with rust scraped from the original wounding agent from Achilles' spear. And here we see an image of that from ancient and modern times. Rust or bronze patina was one of the many antidotes used for poison war wounds in antiquity. And notably, archaeologists have found kits that were used by field medics in Rome on the battlefield that contain supplies of rust. The myth of Telephus suggests that even the noble Greek champion Achilles apparently treated his spear with some noxious substance. And in Homer's Iliad, Achilles himself was destroyed, as we know, by an arrow that struck his heel. And that was supposed to be the only vulnerable place in his body. But now, if you stop to think about it, that detail in the myth is a strong hint that the fatal arrow must have been steeped in poison, because normally a wound in the heel would be a superficial injury, unless the point somehow delivered poison into Achilles' bloodstream. The main character of Homer's epic poem, The Odyssey, the wily hero Odysseus, we have clear evidence that he used poison weapons, because in the Greek myth, we know that Odysseus was a master of unconventional warfare, and Homer in the Odyssey describes Odysseus traveling to Western Greece specifically for the purpose of finding a special plant poison to put on his arrows. And the local king strongly criticized Odysseus for poisoning his arrows. But classical scholars suggest that it was hellebore that Odysseus was looking for, a very common plant in Western Greece. And that, of course, isn't the only possibility. A great variety of poison plants was known to the ancients. Arrows were sometimes treated with the highly toxic monkshood, which is also known as aconite. And this is a hillside in Turkey that is covered with monkshood or aconite, another common plant around the Mediterranean. And aconite has been used on weapons around the world wherever it occurs. Henbane, yew, hemlock, oleander, deadly nightshade, belladonna. These are just some of the many lethal arrow drugs that are mentioned in ancient Greek and Roman texts. Well, one of the favorite lessons of Greek myths is whatever goes around comes around. So it should come as no surprise to learn that Odysseus, according to ancient legend, died from a wound inflicted by another ingenious biological weapon. According to legend, Odysseus was accidentally stabbed by a spear tipped with the poisonous spine of a stingray. Homer's passage about Odysseus poisoning his arrows, and then the local king's objections, I think that's a really perfect incident that reveals the ancient tensions about what was fair in warfare. In a traditional warrior society like ancient Greece or Rome, honorable face-to-face fighting with swords or spears was highly valued. The warriors expected to meet similarly armed and trained warriors on the battlefield. But the Greeks and Romans also admired creative, sneaky tactics like those thought up by Odysseus. Well, I've been focusing on all these mythical stories because they show that the idea, the concept of making biological weapons is extremely ancient. And they also reveal the complex attitudes toward weapons that delivered his hidden poison or took some sort of unfair advantage. As the myths show, biological weapons tended to destroy innocent bystanders. They could suddenly turn against a person or your companions. Besides collateral damage, they could cause suffering far beyond what was expected with traditional weapons. And if you think about this, you don't even have to be a skilled archer to use poison arrows, because a simple nick or scratch could kill or cause lifelong suffering. Poison weapons, they really sort of cancel out the courage and the skill of warriors who expected to face equally armed foes in a fair fight. So toxic weapons really allowed one to take life without taking risk. As I say, so far I've been talking about myths, but killing enemies by borrowing the destructive forces of nature was not just a fantasy spun by myth makers. Biological and chemical warfare was actually carried out. It's documented in ancient sources. And I found more than 50 ancient authors who provide some evidence that a remarkable array of biological and chemical weapons were planned or devised or actually saw action in historical battles around the Mediterranean, in North Africa, and in the Middle East, and in China and India. Now, not all of these unconventional weapons fit our strict modern definitions of biological and chemical warfare, the definitions that are current today. And some of these historical accounts could be legendary, or they could record intention. But these historical writings do represent the earliest evidence we have of the intention, the desire, the principles, and the actual practices that later evolved into modern biological and chemical weapons. Just some definitions. Biological weapons are based on viable living organisms, and they tend to multiply in the body and increase in fatal effects. So it'll be venoms, plant poisons, germs. Deploying animals and insects is another category of biological warfare. And one of the most ancient examples of a very simple but effective bioweapon was probably discovered very early in human history. Scholars point out that that would be hurling beehives or nests full of furious wasps and hornets. And later, during the Roman Empire, catapults were used sometimes to lob beehives at the enemy. What about the ancient history of chemical weapons? Chemical weapons can be defined as poison gases, choking and blinding clouds of dust or smoke, and violently combustible materials that are not quenched by normal means, by water. Greek fire, the Byzantine chemical incendiary weapon that was invented in the 7th century AD, was based on naphtha, sulfur, and quicklime, and some other ingredients. In antiquity, there were many early precursors of Greek fire, which, of course, is a precursor of our modern napalm. In the 1st century BC, a choking, blinding cloud of caustic quicklime was created by the Roman commander Sertorius to defeat his enemies in Spain. He stirred up a cloud, he used horses to stir up a cloud of finely powdered limestone or quicklime, and this dust causes corrosive burning on contact with the eyes, nose, and throat. And he counted on the prevailing winds to blow this into the eyes, nose, and mouth of the enemy when he began the battle. This very same lime dust technique was used in ancient China. And it was also used in a naval battle between the English and the French in 1217. And note that the use of this weapon requires favorable winds, or there could be serious blowback effects. One of the earliest historical instances of a poison gas was described in the 5th century BC by Thucydides. During the Peloponnesian War, the Spartans attacked Plataea by creating an enormous fire outside the wall, and that was fueled with highly flammable pine resin. But the Spartan innovation was to toss in lumps of sulfur. Sulfur dioxide gas was the result, came from the fire. And once again, prevailing winds were very important. I found many other recipes for making poisonous smokes and clouds of corrosive dust in ancient Chinese, Indian, Greek, and Roman military handbooks. The sheer variety of biochemical options in antiquity is staggering. Besides arrows steeped in snake venom, germs, or plant poisons, ancient armies also could poison enemies' water supplies or their wine or food with deadly toxins. This was done by Julius Caesar and several Carthaginian generals. And the earliest documented case of poisoning the water supply of a besieged city occurred during the First Sacred War in Greece against Kira in 590 BC. And for this incident, we have several ancient sources. So it really makes a convincing case that this was a well-known incident that happened in about 590 BC. In that case, the sources tell us that the poison was hellebore, that powerful plant toxin that I mentioned earlier. And notably, some of the sources implicate a doctor in plotting this early use of biological warfare, which of course harmed non-combatants, women and children inside the city, not just the soldiers, were overrun and slaughtered. The Romans claimed to deplore such tactics, yet they too resorted to poisoning wells in Asia Minor. Another tactic was to force the enemy to camp in a malarial swamp. You didn't have to understand malaria, you just knew that it was, you would be doomed if you camped in a particular wetlands. Other sources tell us of drugging enemy troops or booby-trapping temple treasures by hiding plague-infected materials such as cloth to infect any enemy looters. If the cloth had belonged to a smallpox victim, for instance, it could remain virulent for years. According to some Roman sources, the Great Plague during the reign of Marcus Aurelius was brought back to Italy by his own army after they looted items from a sealed chest in a temple in Babylon. But once again, we don't know if this is actually what happened, but the fact that some sources say this shows that in antiquity, this was thought to be plausible and was feared. Alexander the Great and his men encountered a simple but devastating unconventional chemical weapon in the 4th century BC. And this was during their siege of the Phoenician city of Tyre in what is now Lebanon. The Phoenicians inside the besieged city heated fine sand in shallow bronze bowls, and then they catapulted this red hot sand down onto Alexander's army from the walls. And ancient historians describe the terrible scene as the hot burning grains of sand went into their flesh and burned several inches deep. This primitive burning shrapnel anticipates the fatal deep burns that are inflicted by modern thermite or white phosphorus bombs, which also depend on tiny burning particulates that pierce the body by several inches. And this was not invented until 2,000 years after Alexander. I mentioned that besides insects, animals were also weaponized in antiquity. In the Hellenistic period, after Alexander brought back elephants from India, every large army in the Mediterranean area was training Indian elephants to serve as living tanks. And war elephants became sort of the glamour weapon. They had a great terror advantage, of course, but they also posed a very serious friendly fire potential because elephants could run amok and trample their own side. Alexander the Great, according to an ancient legend, was the first to discover a counter weapon to repel war elephants when he was in India. And this was the idea that elephants panicked at the sight, the smell, and the sound of pigs. And several historical accounts tell us that pigs were successful defensive weapons in the heyday of war elephants, causing them to run amok. The last recorded pig versus elephant battle that I could find occurred in the 6th century AD, reported by Procopius, when the Romans deflected one single Persian war elephant with one squealing pig. Poison arrows were by far the most popular biological weapons in antiquity and around the world. A vast variety of substances, from poisonous plants to snake venom to stingray spines, toxic insect guts, have been used around the globe to poison projectiles. In antiquity, the Gauls were known to tip their arrows with henbane and hellebore, and their archers carried antidotes ready to treat any accidental self-injury to avoid the problems encountered by the Greek mythic heroes. Pliny the Elder remarked that ancient Romans used to dip their spears in deadly nightshade, and the old Latin name for that plant translates as spear poison. The most feared biological warriors of antiquity were the Scythians, nomads of the Eurasian steppes. And not only were they expert archers, but it was said that their arrows were tipped with scythicon, a notorious arrow drug. The Roman poet Ovid wrote that to make the wounds twice as deadly, Scythians dip in viper's venom every arrow tip. And of course, poisonous snakes were deeply dreaded in antiquity, and there were many deadly species. The Scythian nomads could use several different species of viper, the venom of sand or steppe vipers, the Caucasus viper, or the European adder, all of them pictured here. Facing Scythians reputed to be using snake venom arrows would be an especially harrowing notion. And it was especially daunting because the scythicon recipe was much worse than just mere snake venom on the tip of the arrow. We have several ancient Greek and Roman sources that relate that the Scythians mixed up a nasty concoction of dead poison vipers, venom, human blood, mixed with dung, put in a leather bag and buried in the ground and allowed to putrefy for several months. And then they dipped their arrows in that. A slight scratch from one of these arrows would mean a ghastly death or slow death or torture from a wound that was infected with gangrene and tetanus. So a battle against Scythians would be quite daunting. And recipes for creating horrid poisons from deadly snakes in India were also reported. According to the natural historian Aelian, writing about AD 200, one of the most feared poisons of India was derived from the so-called purple snake from the hottest part of Asia. According to Aelian, this snake had a dark purple body and a head as white as milk. It was said to be very docile, very tame, not aggressive. But Aelian gives a detailed description that allows us to figure out the identity of this mysterious purple snake. A herpetologist from Villanova helped me identify it. It turns out there's only one tropical snake in the world that has a dark purplish body and a white head. The Azemiops viper was discovered in Asia by scientists, modern scientists, in about 1880. It is poisonous, but it's very docile, as Aelian said. And Aelian says that collecting purple snake poison was difficult and kind of dangerous. To extract the venom, the snake was suspended alive, head down over a bronze pot to catch the dripping venom, which congealed into a thick, sort of yellowish gum or gel. And when the snake finally died, the first pot was replaced with another to catch the liquid flowing from the rotting dead snake. And after 3 days, this foul liquid gelled into a deep black substance. The two poisons were kept separate. Elian says they killed in two different ways. The black sludge caused a lingering wasting death, and the amber-colored poison caused a violent series of convulsions. And then, says Elian, the victim died a terrible death as his brain dissolved and dripped out his nose. And now I assume everyone's feeling really queasy, and that reaction was exactly the intention of poison arrow makers in Scythia, who obviously told a lot of people about the recipe of their Scythicon, and the fact that Elian knows the recipe and the results of the poison snake venom from India. Just dipping arrows in pure venom, that'd be deadly enough. But soaking them, your arrows, in the most grotesque poisons, and then broadcasting the disgusting recipes and symptoms to your potential enemies was and remains an important psychological aspect of biological warfare. The very idea of facing archers supplied with Scythicon or purple snake poison would have been a horrifying prospect, and that approach of broadcasting your possession of biological weapons is part of psychological warfare today. But the element of surprise could also be effective. Alexander the Great in 327 and his men faced dangers as they marched through India. Outside Hammurabi in Pakistan, they met a new and grave danger. Diodorus says that the Hammurabians had smeared their weapons with a mortal drug. And his description is vivid. The wounded men went numb, then they suffered stabbing pains and convulsions, and their skin became cold and pale, and then they vomited up bile. Black froth oozed from the wound, and then purple gangrene spread rapidly, bringing a terrible death. And it was remarkable, said Diodorus, that even a mere scratch brought the same gruesome death to Alexander's men. Well, the Greeks were baffled and demoralized, but the Hindu doctors that were traveling with Alexander's army, they immediately recognized the symptoms of snake bite. And they realized that the people of Hammurabi had coated their arrows with the venom of a deadly viper. This is what Diodorus tells us. Now, because India is so famous for its cobras, modern historians have assumed that it was probably cobra venom. But in fact, death from cobra venom is relatively painless. You die from respiratory paralysis. And my herpetological consultant, Aaron Bauer, concluded from Diodorus's and other historians' descriptions that the venom came from a different snake, just as deadly, called the Russell's viper, responsible for numerous deaths in India and Pakistan today. The venom causes exactly the same symptoms described by Alexander's historians. And I mentioned earlier that the Romans were not above using poison weapons and tactics that exploited the biological vulnerabilities of their foes, but the Romans were unprepared for the inventive ploys and awesome chemical incendiaries used by the fortified cities that they besieged in Mesopotamia between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. For the Romans, petroleum and naphtha were mysterious, rare substances. But in Mesopotamia, since about 900 BC, the people of Mesopotamia had found myriad uses for the sticky, flammable oil that seeped from the sand, including military applications. Petroleum fire was first used against a Western army in the 1st century BC in the Roman wars in the Middle East. Roman historians struggled to find words to describe the new chemical incendiary that they were encountering in the Middle East. According to Pliny the Elder, the defenders of Samosata, a city on the Euphrates, had a secret weapon. Pliny called it a flammable mud that came from nearby pools. Once it is ignited, marveled Pliny, It's impossible to quench with water. The Roman siege of Samosata in 68 BC failed miserably because their soldiers' armor and bodies were melting in the intense heat of the burning naphtha that was being poured down from the walls of Samosata. That same year, another Roman historian reported that at Tigranocerta on the Tigris River, you can see just east of Samosata in this map, the barbarians, quote, have an extraordinary chemical that burns up whatever it touches and cannot be extinguished. The streams of flowing naphtha consumed the Roman siege machines and incinerated the soldiers. A combination of corrosive fire and venomous creatures was deployed against the Romans in AD 199. Yet another attempt to control the Asian provinces. The Roman Emperor Septimius Severus twice tried to storm Hatra, the stronghold of the confluence of the trade routes in the desert of northern Iraq, not far from the town of Mosul. And here are the ruins of that fortress. You see it's completely surrounded by desert. Holed up in their fortified city, the citizens of Hatra planned their defense as the Roman legions advanced across the desert. Their first weapon was chemical. They collected burning naphtha from nearby oil fields. Roman historians reported that a remarkable sticky substance enveloped the Roman army in searing flames as they were preparing their siege, forcing Septimius Severus to retreat. Well, Hatra's other defense was biological. Severus was preparing his second attack on Hatra, and the people of Hatra had already collected hundreds of stinging scorpions and other insects from the desert, and they packed them into sealed clay pots. Scorpions were deeply feared in antiquity, especially the giant species of the Middle East. So let's imagine the scene at Hatra. Just as the Romans were about to breach the city walls using ladders, the defenders above began hurling down the clay pots full of scorpions. And as the clay pots shattered on their armor and ladders, quote, the rain of hideous insects fell onto the exposed skin of the soldiers. And this comes from the Roman historian Herodian. And digging in, he says, they bit and stung the men. This is an actual X-ray of a clay pot filled with live scorpions from Iraq. National Geographic recreated this scorpion bomb from Hatra for their special issue on poisons. The terror effect, if you think about it, just the terror effect alone would have been horrifying, no matter how many men were actually stung. The combined defensive tactics of Hatra, first chemical fire and then scorpion grenades, probably accompanied by naphtha, caused Severus to actually give up his siege in less than a month for, quote, fear his entire army would be destroyed. Now, that is a rare thing for a Roman army. They usually stuck out their sieges and they usually won, even if it took them years. Well, this has just been a partial list of the many ways that nature was weaponized in the ancient world. All these tactics and more, some of them are rather crude, but others are quite sophisticated. All these tactics were reported in the literature of Greece, Rome, and there are reports from India and China as well. And you notice that all of these weapons and strategies were conceived of without modern scientific knowledge, of course. All that was required was experience, observation, diabolical creativity. I think my screen is stuttering. I'll say that sentence again. All that was really required was experience, observation, diabolical creativity, and a willingness to resort to unfair, underhanded weapons fashioned from whatever natural resources were at hand. And that is the innovation of these kinds of unconventional weapons. But wielding weapons that are based on lethal poisons, on volatile chemicals, wind-borne clouds of smoke or dust, unquenchable flames, liquid fire, virulent pathogens, toxic creatures, unpredictable animals. Wielding those kind of weapons and using those tactics poses dangers not just to the victims, but to the perpetrators themselves. And this boomerang threat was just what the ancient Greek myths had warned about with the story of Heracles' Hydra weapons. Moreover, these kind of weapons can also harm non-combatants. There's a high chance of that. Moreover, in cultures that value bravery and military training, toxic weapons were often viewed as the equivalent of a cowardly ambush. And yet, we know that those same warrior cultures also admire clever ruses of war. So despite this general sense that biological weapons were cruel and somehow dishonorable, they were sometimes rationalized in certain circumstances. And the justifications, I think, will sound very familiar to us today. When one was outnumbered or facing troops that were superior in skill, bravery, superior in technology, biological strategies give a real advantage. Desperate cities that were under siege resorted to biological options to protect themselves. And I'm going to say that again because I see my screen is stuck. Desperate cities under siege also resort to biological options at times to protect themselves from invaders. Sometimes generals order biochemical strategies out of frustration with long sieges and stalemates, or to avoid casualties, or they might want to avoid the uncertainties of a fair fight. They're avoiding face-to-face combat. Holy wars or sacred wars, they encourage the ruthless killing of civilians as well as soldiers. So there are no qualms against using biological chemical weapons. Whenever a population is identified as uncivilized or barbarians or somehow less than human, there were few qualms about using inhumane weapons. And in some cultures, ambush and poison arrows were just the customary way of making war, similar to hunting. Well, contemplating the history of turning so many destructive natural forces into insidious weaponry, it's a rather melancholy endeavor to study and to hear about. The evidence from ancient myth and history shatters the notion that there were ever times when biological and chemical warfare was unthinkable. But the evidence also shows that doubts about the use of such weapons arose as soon as the first archer dipped his arrow in poison. And I think that could be a reason for hope. So I'll conclude with another little glimmer of hope taken from the legends that grew up around Heracles' Hydra venom arrows. At the beginning of my talk, I described what happened to the archer Philoctetes, who in the myth inherited Heracles' quiver of poison arrows and then experienced the dire effects firsthand when he was on the desert island. After the Greek victory in the Trojan War, the war veteran Philoctetes wandered around the Mediterranean with his bow and arrows, fighting as a mercenary before settling in Italy. But at the end of his life, the legend is that the old warrior chose not to pass on the terrible poison weapons to the next generation, as Heracles had done to him. Instead, the legend says that Philoctetes dedicated his bow and arrows in a temple of Apollo, the god of healing. Remarkably, I think it's remarkable that it's the ancient myth that offers a kind of model for ending the cycle of tragedy begun by Heracles. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Mayer. That was a wonderful presentation. It was very interesting to hear the details of how this type of warfare was used. And we do have a couple of questions from the chat if you would like to go over those.
Can you read me the questions?
Yes, ma'am, I absolutely can.
Okay.
So the first question was, what precautions would ancient people take when handling these poisons or diseased animals and materials in order to reduce exposure to themselves?
Well, if you're talking about Greek fire, which was the most dreaded weapon in the Byzantine era, people did try to devise ways of protecting themselves. They would drape the sides of their ship with wet cowhides to somehow deflect the fire, but there was really no way to protect the wood masts and the sails. So there really wasn't any defense against Greek fire, which is why it was so dreaded. On the other hand, I talked about Plataea when the Spartans built the huge fire outside the walls. And we also know that Persians and other ancient armies used fire arrows against soldiers on the walls of cities. In that case, draping the walls with wet hides did actually protect cities from fire arrows and destruction of their walls. So there were those sorts of precautions against incendiaries. Other peoples, as I mentioned, the Celts and the Gauls who used plant poisons, they tried to have antidotes handy in case of if they were fighting other Gauls, against those poison weapons of people that they knew were using the same weapons as themselves, but it also protected them against self-injury from their own arrows. In the case of the Scythians, we know that they had a special sort of quiver called a goritos, which had two compartments. One compartment was for the bow, and one compartment was for the arrows. And it's interesting that archaeologists who have excavated Scythian graves find lots of arrowheads, but that in some cases they also find shafts of arrows, and they are painted in. Here's an example. The arrows are painted with zigzag lines and curved lines that resemble the snakes that they used for the Scythicon. So the theory is that in this way, they would know which arrows were poisoned and then which ones were not, so that they could be extra careful with the poisoned ones. So other than attempting to have antidotes against various poisons, I don't really know if there were any other ways of protecting yourself against these weapons. And of course, I did write a book called The Poison King about Mithridates, who was so afraid of poisoning that he worked on a universal antidote. I don't think any ancient armies had access to that kind of protection, however.
Very interesting. Thank you. So for the next question, somebody asked, is there evidence around that time period that regarded anything about microdosing on poisons to develop immunity to them?
Yes, that goes directly to Mithridates' plan to make himself a universal antidote that was supposed to jumpstart his immune system by taking microdoses of every known poison and venom and plant toxin, and along with its antidote. And Pliny the Elder, after Mithridates was defeated by the Romans, all of Mithridates' notes and archives about that antidote were taken to Rome. And Pliny the Elder, we know, had access to all of those. And he says that Mithridates was the first for a theriac or antidote in antiquity. He was the first to not only use antidotes, but use tiny portions of the poisons themselves in combination with their antidotes to make himself immune. So that idea did exist in antiquity. And we know that Mithridates was very well read in many other languages, and there's a possibility that he had heard of this concept of microdoses with poisons and antidotes from India.
Wow, he sounds like he took his worry about being poisoned incredibly seriously.
He certainly did.
One other question from the chat is, are there records of deaths or injuries during the production of these weapons? For example, are there records of people being injured or harmed when capturing snakes or scorpions?
Not for capturing snakes or scorpions, but it's interesting that there were ancient texts that told one how to capture scorpions without getting stung. And I was the advisor to the National Geographic when they were making that authentic clay pot from Hatra and putting live Iraqi scorpions inside. They hadn't thought ahead of what they were going to do. How were they going to put the live scorpions? And these are giant 6-inch long scorpions that they got from an exotic pet shop in Rhode Island, took to Washington, D.C., and now they're asking a photographer to take a photograph of them inside of a pot. So I pointed out that in antiquity, one method was to drug them with hellebore enough to put them to sleep and then put them in the pot and then wake them up with another plant that wasn't mentioned in the text, unfortunately. So the other method that they could have used was to spit very carefully onto the scorpion's stinger, which then clogs the stinger so that you can pick them up and not be stung. They didn't want to do that. So they hit on putting the scorpions in a refrigerator or a freezer for a couple hours before they put it in the pot. That's not available in antiquity. But I think the idea of knocking them out and then reviving them was probably what was used. Now, there were also reports of people getting injured when they were trying to make Greek fire. So that we have a lot of texts that, Byzantine texts that talk about all the precautions that you need to take when you're making Greek fire. And of course, we don't have the recipe, nor do we understand exactly how they distilled volatile naphtha or how they put it under pressure and how they then were able to blast it at other ships without thermometers or pressure gauges or anything like that. So I think there were a lot of accidents, and those accidents are alluded to in the ancient texts.
That's incredibly interesting. And I will say that Greek fire is something that is incredibly fascinating in terms of exactly what you described. One other question was that, is there a specific real poison or venom that would connect with the poison that was seen in the stories of Heracles, Philoctetes, and the other myths that you mentioned? Like, for example, in Pharsalia, Lucan provides names to the snakes and very explicitly describes how Roman soldiers are afflicted when they're bitten, which has given scholars the ability to kind of determine what types of snake those serpents may have been. Do we have that kind of insight with some of these Greek myths?
Not with the mythological snakes. We don't know which snake was thought to have figured in those stories in the myth, but we know that mentioning the Romans in North Africa, of course, really feared snake bite, and they hired the Psylli, P-S-Y-L-L-I, a tribe that were known as snake handlers, and they were known to be immune to some snake bites because of perhaps encountering them as children, who knows, but they were known to be able to treat snake bite just like the Hindu doctors who accompanied Alexander. So in those two cases with the Romans and Alexander, we are able from the descriptions to know which snakes were involved. Greece has venomous vipers, and so I suppose that it was just a general idea for the myths.
Okay, yeah, that absolutely makes sense. Thank you so much for your time today. This presentation was incredibly insightful. I know you haven't been able to see the chat, but it's been going. People have been very interested and invested. So thank you so much for your time today.
I really enjoyed it, and I enjoyed all the other papers. So what a great conference. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so now we have the first off, we would like to thank all of our private and organizational donors before we dive into the next set of conferences, which will actually be the SASA team doing presentations. First, we have our SASA Archaeo Gaming team discussing education modules. But before we dive into that, I would like to take some time to thank all of our sponsors and donors. Without their assistance and support, the mission of SASA would not be completely possible. And their work and support of us has been absolutely invaluable to our mission. And with that, I will let our Archaeo Gaming team take it away.
Hi. Hello, can you all hear me, see me?
Yes, we can hear and see you.
Okay, that's great. Then let me just share the screen with you. And in the meantime, hi, I'm Emma. I'm temporary leader of Archaeo Gaming team. And without further ado, here's our introduction. Are we okay? Is this presenting? No? You can do it. Yeah. Okay, here we go. So Archaeo Gaming team mainly creates AEMs, which stands for an Archaeo Gaming Educational Module. And it is made up of fundamentally 3 parts. The core element of an AEM is a short video, roughly 10 to 50 minutes long, which is composed of a narrative that introduces and explains a topic generally in the field of ancient history and the classical world, and we make it as engaging and dynamic as possible. We highlight all sort of interesting tiny details, and this narrative is usually set to footage from video games that have a historical setting that is relevant to the topic in question. Here, for example, you can see a pot maker, or from our AEM about the creation of pottery in ancient Greece, just so you have a visual of what an AEM generally looks like. And this is the first one we ever did. Then we've got another one on building and creating and maintaining the Roman Empire. We've covered urbanization techniques in Egypt and Mesopotamia, some history of medieval Ireland. Then we've done the Viking diaspora and some aspects of medieval medicine in Europe. And as you've seen from our lovely pot maker, AEMs generally follow some characters, so we can have a view of types of works that people would do. We can follow and explain techniques that would have been invented or developed. We can know some sort of social structures and organizations and types of technologies that would have been created. All videos are let the viewer is taken through the module by a narrator, which is generally a historical figure of authority for the time period. Here we have, for example, the lovely drawn goddess Soga, which is a goddess of wisdom in Norse mythology, for our video on the Viking diaspora. And we generally try to include some maps and historical maps that we use, so we can all visualize where history takes place and have a geographical set. Then the second core part of an AEM are, of course, all of the activities that surround the video, and these expand upon specific parts of the topic, go in depth about some points, and they help students understand better. They help them test their understanding, retain information, work on it, problematize the topic, make parallels, draw out questions that they might have, and so on. And we generally make three broadly speaking, types of activities. We have summative assessments that sort of let the teacher get a feedback on how much the students have gleaned and understood from the video, which take the form of somewhat traditional quizzes. You can see here a couple from Roman Empire and Greek pottery. Then we've got literacy-based activities, like our discussion questions, which are meant to get the class involved and get students understanding and engaging with the video, drawing parallels, bringing their own knowledge into play and thinking about what they've learned and reworking it. And then we've got activities like crosswords, for example, such as the one you see here from our medieval medicine module. And we've got word searches or fill in the blanks type of activities. And here, for example, we've got one on number and the numbering system of cuneiform that encourages students to have a look at different types of writing systems, writing scripts, alphabets, and in this case, numbering systems. And then we've got the more innovative types of activities, a little bit more practical, more engaging, which are our creative or crafting activities. For example, for the Roman Empire module, we've got an activity that centers around building architectural models of buildings, so the students focus on building techniques. For the urbanization module, we have an activity that encourages students to plan their own cities, so mix their experience of a city and of urbanism with what they have learned from the video. Then for the Vikings module, here there's a couple of photos. We have a build your own Viking longboat activity, so the students can learn a little bit more and bring into concrete play what they have learned about shipbuilding techniques and learn a little bit more about this integral part of Viking culture. And here we've got some cards from a sort of tabletop role-playing game for the medieval medicine module, which encourages students to retain and rework information about different types of healers, interact, how they would be educated, and what herbs and remedies they would use, what illnesses they would combat, and so on and so forth. And then the third part of an AEM is what we call the teacher's pack, which contains all sorts of background information, a lot of research on the topic so that the teacher can build their own education in it and around it without having to go off and do a ton of research on their own. It expands upon particular points that the teacher might want to go more in depth about with the class. It's got an image bank of miniatures, frescoes, whatever they might need, resources, links to academic research, reading lists for the students of both fiction and non-fiction, lists of games that we have used or games that the students can use to further familiarize themselves with topics, and then suggestions, lesson plans, summaries of the activities, what time they would take, how to implement them, what material they might need. Here you can see an overview from our medieval Ireland module with, as you can see, instructions or lists of keywords, informations on the video games themselves, more useful material, and so on and so forth. So at the moment, as I was saying, we've got 6 AMs completed and uploaded to the site where all teachers can access them completely for free. And we plan to work on 2 new, more brand new AEMs in the fall. We are all very excited for more work. So I've been talking about teachers and students, which make up our target audience. Modules are built to be used for now in a middle school type of class and environment. So of course, we make them with our students in mind. Means that we include all sorts of interesting and attention-grabbing details, like, for example, here we've got a representation of the mysterious rat king from our medieval medicine video. And also it means that we constantly work with an education consultant that gives us guidelines for what sort of content we can put in a video, what is best, what is appropriate, how to approach sometimes historically or culturally sensitive topics. And this consultant gives us guidelines that we start from, and then checks all of our teachers back. They check our activities, and they check our script, our video, the final product, to make sure that everything is up to standard and the most useful and engaging that we can make it. And of course, we build it for the teachers, for them to be able to use to enrich the experience of the students and their own experience of teaching and continuing educating themselves. And we build them to make their lives easier. So of course, we check that they can fit in a curriculum of history or social studies. We have all sorts of activities, plans, lesson plans, advice, instructions, and so on. And we base our work on studies and research about the use of video games and gaming in the classroom to engage the students, and make sure that all of our material is up to learning standards and so on. Let me now tell you a little bit about how we go about creating an AEM. The first phase is, of course, so much research on whatever topic we select, which is both independent reading and education, and also, of course, mainly is guided research. We are followed by a scholar, an academic, an expert in the field, so a different one for every AEM, of course. And the academic guides our first research, gives us sources that we can draw from, and helps us break down a topic, understand what sort of information is absolutely needed and must be passed on, gives us all sorts of interesting details, advice on how to approach a particular topic, how to keep in mind different perspectives on history, and generally they check a script, they check the final video, they remain very involved in the whole process, and they make sure that the content that we put out is all accurate and good quality, and that it is as useful and as accurate as we can possibly make it. When we have a solid foundation, we move on to brainstorming phase, which is quite chaotic as normal, where we throw out all of our ideas. We understand what information we want to put in the video, what scenes we want to build, how we want the narrative to be. And we also start playing through the video games that will be our source of footage to make sure of what we have. And here's where there's an interesting dynamic between gamers and non-gamers, where non-gamers will spit out ideas and gamers will back them up or rein them in and say, no, you just invented this, this is impossible, or yes, we can go ahead with this. And here's where we put together the framework. We choose what narrators we could use, how we want the story to flow, how we want it to connect. We then move into writing out our ideas and connecting the scenes, building dialogue, building a narration. And at the same time, we start recording footage from the games and interweaving it and matching it with the scenes to make absolutely sure that we have what we need to tell the story that we want to tell. And here the script is usually quite a mess of question marks and different comments, but I promise it gets much more polished before final steps. And when we've made some inroads, we move into planning activities, developing them, gathering material, testing them to make sure they can be done in a classroom, gathering resources, writing up the teacher spec where we put whatever information doesn't end up making it into the video, and so on. Last few steps, we record the narration. We usually make subtitles. Currently, they're only in English, but we're working at SASA on having, within the next few phases, subtitles also in different languages. We assemble the video, which is usually a part of the work that we outsource to a professional videographer to make certain that the final product is up to a professional standard and polished and fluid and has absolutely no kinks. And then we upload the content to the website where you can find it at this link. I'll maybe pop all links in the chat later. And where all teachers can access it and use it and implement it absolutely for free within their lessons. Lastly, let me tell you very briefly about our team. We are currently roughly 6 people working on this, pending 2 more that might join us in the fall. We are mainly volunteers, and of course, we have our lovely interns and videographers, as I was saying before. We are both gamers and non-gamers, which creates a lovely dynamic, as I exemplified above. And we come from all walks of life, all places in the world. We work and study in different fields, in history, linguistics, education, archaeology, and most importantly, we are very passionate about our work. We love the job that we do. And so if you guys feel that you fit these most relevant qualifications, feel free to join us. We are recruiting for the fall. And with this encouragement, I leave you and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Emma. That was a wonderful presentation. We really appreciate you going over what the Archaeo Gaming team does. You guys are a really awesome team that we have over at SASA, and I really appreciate you taking the time to discuss this with our viewers.
Thank you for giving me the space to do it.
Of course. All right, so for one last presentation before we switch over to our social hour, we have Dr. Minity and Dr. Lozano going over another portion of the Archaeo Gaming structure. So if y'all would be able to turn on your mics and cameras, and I'll let y'all get started.
Yes, excellent. Hello. Are we visible? Are we audible? Okay.
Yes, you are.
That's good. Hi. So hi, everyone. Welcome. I'm Dr. Kate Minity, and I'm joined today by my friend and also doctor, recently minted doctor, David Serrano Lozano. And we are some of the faces of the Archaeo Gaming Live team. So if we can get to what is Archaeo Gaming, actually, it would be easier for everyone. Archaeo Gaming is a term coined in 2013 and then popularized in 2018 by Dr. Andy Reinhardt. And it is the archaeology in and of video games. So the study of how archaeology is represented in video games, how archaeology can be made in video games, for instance, when players can create buildings and their own civilizations and their own cultures. Think about No Man's Sky. And also the archaeology of video games as the physical cartridges that sometimes, are found, for instance, in the desert. Or the preservation of older game media, which are actually like a topic that was in the papers like a few days ago, because we are at the moment in which everything is digital, and so the physical copies of games are starting to get lost. So this is Archaeo Gaming in short. What we at SASA do with Archeogaming Live is we have a mix of live gameplay and expert commentary on games that deal with antiquity, and not just classical antiquity. So we invite experts to comment on in-game history, literature, archaeology, pop culture things, and their expertise, essentially. And we try to find a way to merge together research, academic insights, and also some insights on how games are made and developed. As we will see, we had some game developers as our guests to explain to us what we were doing while we were playing and how the game was developed. And ultimately, our goal is always to make research and academic insights and gaming insights available to a wider public, and to valorize this research while also interacting with our audience. So we have a simultaneous chat function, so people can ask questions or comment on the game, or just exchange memes and make fun of us for failing at certain parts of the game. And we try to foster like a good conversation. It's a safe virtual space usually. And we also try to answer every question that people can have about the game or about the expertise or about anything else in real time. So sometimes you will see many of the same faces pop up on in the chat. We have quite the following right now. And we have been doing a lot of stuff this year with our live events. We've represented several ancient civilizations, ancient Greece, ancient Egypt, ancient Chinese, or East Asian mishmash, should we say, with Immortals Phoenix Rising. We had our first jump into a civilization that still exists, a culture that still exists, which is the Sami culture with Skadma Snowfall, which was one of the great surprises of the year. And we looked at representations of archaeology and of cultures in general, and like how we can merge the fun part of games with the more scholarly part that is essentially a reception study, right? Because games are something that has become popular culture. And for many people, games have become the gateway into ancient civilizations and the study of ancient history and classics, and not just classics. So we try to have an open dialogue with experts and among us as well about, how archaeology is represented in games and how games are represented in the past and how this general field can evolve, which is essentially what archaeogaming is doing. We had a fantastic list of specials and events for this year. We played some of my favorite games. We played Age of Mythology. We played Skadma Snowfall, which was a great surprise. We played the Eastern expansion of Immortals Phoenix Rising. We played Apotheon, which was another favorite. We played a controversial but very successful Shadow of the Tomb Raider. We had a whole series exploring the Total War series, and we'll see what is coming for next year. And we are currently doing a whole series on The Legend of Zelda with Tears of the Kingdom. And we also had some specials about the more scholarly side of it. So we had a meeting with the editors of Women in Classical Video Games. We talked about and explored the virtual reality Oracle project. We had a fantastic roundtable that then has become a paper for conferences and is now becoming an article on myths and the Marvel Cinematic Universe. With several experts. We went crazy with Doki Doki Ragnarok because we always have one special in which we just played for fun. We talked about this new game that will come out, which is Akhenaten Rule as a King. We had some very interesting talk about the Punic Wars with Pokemon Africanus, and we had a surprise gaming special in a galaxy far, far away with Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Our guest list, as you can see, is always long. We have expanded from last year, many recurring names, many new names of which we are very happy. And for next year, we hope to do even better. And compared to last year, we have grown as a Twitch channel. We have streamed more. We have made more episodes. We have had more experts. We've played more games and we had more followers. Our specials have been well received, as have been some of our gameplays, especially, of course, Tears of the Kingdom, which is fantastic, but also Age of Mythology, which is a great classic that came out way too many years ago. And for next year, we have great plans. And so I will leave David to introduce himself and our plans for next year.
Thank you so much, Kate. Thank you for the opportunity to be here introducing myself. I am just, as she said, a fresh PhD from the Spanish University in Santiago de Compostela. And I was lucky enough to be accepted in Arcade Gaming project. And as she said, we are expecting not only to grow in numbers of games and of projects, but also new ideas. I mean, this year, our goal is going to be clearly to expand the scope of the chronology and the civilizations and cultures we are going to try to cover and represent in the different streamings. Obviously, we are still attached to classical antiquity with examples like Total War Pharaoh or Expeditions Rome, 2 new fresh releases this year. But we are also covering and exploring new ground with games like Pentiment, a very, very creative example of the use of the aesthetics in the medieval Bayeux tapestries as the scenarios for the game, or Stray Gods, a kind of game we have never tried in our live streams, and which is quite a very meta concept of Greek gods living among ourselves in very secrecy and underway and becoming quite pop stars and songs and pop singers.
There will be singing. It is a threat. There will be singing.
Second time she threats it. So, and of course, our specials still coming up are quite promising because, you know, our brainstormings are very pretty to watch, and all of them came very interesting ideas like Lego, Lord of the Rings. Hobbit Day was a must, especially coming from Kate. But we are also trying to get into other transversal ideas like retro gaming, where games depicting and interesting us towards ancient world as much as today, we'll discover. Or Chia, a very interesting new experience into down there and a very curious depiction of traditional mythology in New Zealand, modern and magical world. I will make no spoilers. And not only are we expanding in concepts and games and ideas, also in people, as she said, well, apart from myself, we have more new people, the incredible Julie Levy, already working very hard this month with all the streaming about Zelda. And of course, with Chase, Nerdy Archer, maybe better known through Twitter, who is also joining us for the next season. So please stay tuned because this is going to be really interesting. And of course, for as we always like to say, become a recurring donor if possible, because everyone who is enjoying these events and is enjoying SASA, it's utterly accepting not only as a follower, as a commenter in our chats, but also, if possible, of course, as a donor, because for a very, very small amount of money, you can always help not only to save ancient studies, obviously a very interesting aim, but also to subscribe to our channel, or if possible, also through Amazon Prime. But you know, enjoying all the advantages of a subscription to our Twitch channel, you can enjoy us nonstop. So thank you so much, and thank you, Kate, for the opportunity.
All right, thank you for joining us, and thank you for giving us this spotlight time.
Thank you both so much for your time. That was a really wonderful presentation. Over in the chats, people are very excited and wanting to tune in. So I'm sure your viewership percentages are going to go up a notable amount after this. Thank you guys so much. And I'm going to pass the torch over to David.
All right. Thanks so much, Sam, for all this good moderating. Thank you, everyone, for coming and participating in the Save Ancient Studies Alliance Opening the Ancient World Conference over the last couple of days. It's been a really, really great conference, and we all appreciate you joining us to celebrate ancient studies and to learn from all these wonderful presenters. In a moment, I'm going to end the live stream, and that'll be the end of the conference. However, there is a social hour now between 5 and 6 p.m. It's going to be on a separate Zoom that's not live streamed. If you'd like to join it, please come and join us. We'll be announcing the winner of the raffle for the SASA goodie bag. And it's to get the Zoom link, please go to saveancientstudies.org/virtual-conference and click on the RSVP for this event, the social hour, or on our events page. See you all there.